Hello, this is Kylie J.N.S. Happy Sunday. And I want to do some commentary and a review, as well as even offer some insight onto the current situation that just took place on August 31st, 2024, relating to the reparations bills that made it to the floor, but it got denied, unfortunately. The California Legislative Black Caucus, they released a statement explaining why these two key reparations bills were not going to be moving forward this year. So one of the bills was created to fund the reparations fund, and the other was for a state agency to manage them. I think we're pretty much familiar with that. One is called SB 1331, and then the other one was SB 1403. And so SB 1331 was for the Fund for Reparations and Reparative Justice. And that, well, we can actually review that. That was amended. It was amended several times, as you can see the history of it when it was first introduced. This was introduced on February 16th. And so it was amended several times on April 3rd, the 24th, April 3rd, May 6th, and May 16th. So you can see some of the changes. But as you can see, it says the bill would establish for funds for reparations and reparative justice in the state treasury. And this is important that you pay attention to this part, for the purpose of funding policies approved by the legislator and the governor that address the harms that the state of California has caused to descendants of African American, chattel, enslaved persons, or descendant of a free Black person living in the United States prior to the end of the 19th century. The bill would authorize the funds to receive monies from any federal, state, or local grant, or from any private donation or grants as specified. This bill will also make related findings and declarations. So this doesn't really say anything about like a cash payment directly made to Black Americans, but it's a reparations funds for, as you can see, programs, the funding of policies, like for the purpose. It's a state treasury for the purpose of funding policies. It doesn't say reparations fund for Black Americans direct cash payment, as what the grassroots had agreed to. I don't use it. I don't really like to use that term anymore, but authenticates, regular Black Americans had thought, we were in this fight for this whole time. And so that was the Fund for Reparations and Reparative Justice that was denied. I want to make sure that my sound is good before I continue any further, because I ain't gonna hold you. We're gonna go in. It is what it is. I'll be as diplomatic as possible, but there is going to be people getting called out and whatnot. So y'all can say it's messy or whatever, but it will be the truth. It will be facts. It will be the truth. And anyone could challenge me on it. And it is what it is. And so let's look at this one. This is SB 1403, California American Freedmen Affairs Agency. Okay. And so this was also introduced on February 16th, but you see the amendments that was made, the dates right there. And so this was obviously to establish a California American Freedmen Agency and in state government under control of secretary who would be appointed by governor and confirmed by the center. Okay, so it's not something that by the Senate. Sorry. So this is not something that Black Americans would have had a say in terms of who gets appointed. This would have been a decision by the governor. And so the bill will require the agency to implement the recommendations of the task force as approved by the legislator and the governor. The bill would require the agency, as part of its duties, to determine how an individual's status as a descendant would be confirmed. The bill will also require proof of individual's descendant status to be a qualified criterion for benefits authorized by the state for descendants. To accomplish this goal, the bill will require the agency to be comprised of a genealogy office and the Office of Legal Affairs. So they were trying to, run a play, and it got shut down by the Congressional Black Caucus. But in terms of this American Freedmen Affairs Agency, this would not have been like an open election or something that we would have been able to, even as far as the average everyday Black American in California, anybody in California, they was going to implement this nationwide had this went through. Just so you know, this would have got this wouldn't have just been like the only theoretical Freedmen agency. And I guess they're waiting to next year to see where it goes. But as you can see, it would have been appointed by the governor, and so it's however you want to look at it, these bills have been paused or stalled to next year or whatever. And shout out to Alice California Jones, by the way. he had shared this video. It was great job forcing their hand, and I think this says a lot about the California Majority Democrat Assembly and their tradition of lip service. So I know this is, y'all want to blame the Democrats, and yeah, they should be blamed as well, but we got to put everything into context. And so that's my problem, is all this missing context and trying to isolate the wins but circulate the losses. As nigga, he said that, and that was a brilliant fucking statement. Like, motherfuckers want to isolate their wins but circulate the losses. Nah, it ain't just no congressional Black caucus that caused this fucking hiccup. Like, this stuff has been set in motion. And if it hasn't been set in motion, how the hell did I see that this was going to happen a year ago? And we're going to review all that stuff. How did I call this out a year ago? A year ago in May, in 2023, knowing that this what was going to be the outcome, what was going to be happening, what was taking place. Then all this stuff started popping off about, the other Black Americans were raking up stuff with these not just the legacy organizations, but the other nonprofit organizations as well that are involved in fuckery, that are involved in, putting this ball in motion in the way that they crafted this stuff, the people they got involved with, and even the cowardice, the actual cowardice, very cowardly behavior, even amongst some of the people that grab the ball and try to run with this whole play. And so let's see what this is. This was yesterday. This was a floor session. Great job forcing their hand. Okay, so let's see.
Mr. Saley, we are not at that item at the moment. We are still working on the concurrence list.
Pick it up.
We're currently not on that item. We're currently working on the concurrence list.
So will we be getting to that item?
Well, we're currently working on the concurrence list at the moment.
Okay, so I can't really hear, and let's go to this one because this one was important. So this was shared, and this is the California Legislative Black Caucus has released a statement explaining why they will not be moving forward with those bills this year. And so the California Legislative Black Caucus remains steadfast in our commitment to advancing the reparations priority legislative package. Okay, and it says there has been interest in regarding the status of Senate Bill 1403. Now, remember, that's the one for the Freedmen's Affairs Agency. And it says the caucus was unable to participate in the legislative process collectively and only recently became aware of the concerns and issues with the bill. In its current oversight, in its current form, one of the primary concerns with the bill is that it ceded legislative oversight authority, which is critical given the generational impact this legislation would have. We are well past the amendment deadline. Therefore, the decision has been made to continue working on this bill and reintroduce it in the next session. There are other bills in this priority package where we've taken this approach to ensure they fully reflect the needs and aspirations of the communities we represent. Regarding the status of Senate Bill 1331, we will not be moving forward this year. The bill is a part of the reparations priority legislative package. Therefore, questions should be directed to the author's office. Yeah. It says we understand the legislative process is complex and does not always unfold as initially envisioned. However, we remain committed to our long-term goals and recognize that this is okay. We get the point. You guys get it. It didn't pass. Okay. And so the California Legislative Black Caucus is the one getting all of the smoke and getting a lot of the heat right now and getting all of the, they the ones that's getting all of the blame pretty much for the failure of those bills going forward. But I would say my thing is this, as you see on your screen, this stuff has been around since February, and I'll give you a tidbit of where I'm going with this. They did a call to action. I want to say on Friday, there was a call to action to call these legislators or call who the fuck ever to have them vote to do the vote or whatever. Why didn't they put the pressure? Just ask yourself, as if you were a quote unquote a grassroots Black American, everyday Black American, ask yourself, why the fuck didn't they ask why did they put that out Friday, the day before that meeting that took place on August 31st? On Friday, there's proof of this too, of what I'm saying. I document everything. On Friday, they just started doing a a call to action amongst regular Black Americans, authenticate Black Americans, to call the offices and call. Why, if they care so much about, or if they knew that they needed that pressure and that momentum and that leverage, why the fuck didn't they tell you this, to do that in February, in April, in May? Y'all see this on your screen for both of these bills. They literally waited. I have the proof of that. As far as the call to action among, as you guys say, grassroots Black Americans. So there is some gatekeeping. There's some shit where they were trying to keep something closed and close, then going to harvest some fucking energy among authentic Black Americans by telling you the day before that this meeting took place to go and call da-da-da-da. What? Like, I'm telling you, like, there's something awry here. I literally warned y'all a year ago. Actually 2 years ago. There's like evidence of me talking about this shit in 2021 about like what the hell this was all about. And I did get pressure to kind of be quiet and not say much. And I continued to speak out, and I paid, like, I mean, it wasn't, because in 2023, like I said, in this video, it's 5 hours long. We ran through on that reparation space for about a good 3 hours. Like, I cried in this video, got enraged, everything I said has come to pass, every little thing. This was the video where 7 state attorney generals reached out to a Blaque gatekeeper who called me and told me what was happening, because I went in on this video, and I wanted Black Americans to kind of authenticate Black Americans to kind of challenge what was going on, and seeing, building up their leverage and thinking more strategically and critically on the play, as far as whatever, just to see things for what it is. And I could see that it was a Democratic play. I called it out in this video. This video was published a year ago. Like, it's 5 hours fucking long on May 30th, 2023. It's right there on your screen. And for 5 hours, I went in talking about how you build leverage, how you build parallel infrastructures, how you, it was high level strategy, military science. We went in military sciences, all types of shit. And that's when they came after me. And I know it was Black people in that fucking reparation space that was involved with that. And I'm never backing down from saying that. I know, yes, it was CIA and the government and COINTELPRO and shit, but it was Black Americans in that reparation space, those gatekeepers, that also made them calls too, because they couldn't control me. They lost complete control. And so everything I said in this video came to pass. Yeah. And also the day before that fucking hearing, and we'll get into that later. The day before that hearing, I actually did a tarot video stating that there would be things that were supposed to get passed and put through that would, and stuff that wouldn't go through. Someone would get canceled, someone would get stalled. Literally the day before, and I'll show the proof of that. Because, and I know you may feel like, okay, there's a lot of anger. You could feel like a lot of the pain and stuff, and you could feel that anger in my voice. And that comes because, like, I just know there's a lot of chicanery going on and fuckery. And then to know, and it wasn't just me, because it was a lot of people that were called obstructionists. It was a lot of people that were called pretendians. It was a lot of people that were blocked. There were a lot of people that were done, literally occult rituals done on them, because people were seeing things and they didn't want to speaking out about certain things. They don't want us questioning nothing. We were supposed to be some dumbass niggas that was just going to follow a play and not see much of nothing. Don't research nothing. Don't study nothing. Don't come up with creative ideas. Don't try to suggest things to make things better, to claim better, whatever. We was told to get our own claim. We was obstructionists. We were pretendians. We were ignorant of the law. We were low information. We didn't know anything. We weren't up there. It was above our pay grade. We were told all these things only for everything we have ever said to come motherfucking true. And so I'm not taking no, and I'm done with this space. I'm not done with reparations, but I'm done with that entire space. And I'll give my reasons for that. I told y'all that space was cursed. Yes, by our ancestors, Black Americans behind the scenes, Black American spirits. And I've everything, like I said, I told you so. And I don't give a fuck. And and I want to make it clear, I'm not talking to everyday Black Americans. I'm not talking to authenticate Black Americans. I'm not talking to Black Americans that had nothing to do with this. They were just waiting to see the outcome and thinking people were fighting for them. And thinking people that had the expertise, the competency, the access were going to do the right thing. So they were putting their trust into other people, whether that be the task force, whether that be some of these organizations, these nonprofit organizations, legacy organizations. It is what it is. And so I want to make it very clear that I am not talking to the everyday Black American that's just trying to figure things out, figure life out, get their shit together, keep what they got, work, laugh, fuck, whatever. I'm not talking to y'all, okay? So don't think that this anger is directed towards you, because it's not. It is not at all, and I'm not wishing any harm on the everyday, authenticate Black American. My frustration and that you hear is directed towards a very specific group of actors, of characters. And my thing is, they trying to put all this blame on this Congressional Black Caucus. Like they trying to put all the blame on the Congressional Black Caucus. Like they were the ones that started it. Yeah, they did it, but this shit was being, they could have let it die at the governor, but they had to protect Newsom. But all y'all niggas been protecting Newsom. Friedman, CJ, all y'all niggas been, y'all scary as fuck. Y'all too cowardly for me. Y'all sit up there, man. The Congressional Black Caucus is probably scared of Newsom, but the task force is too, and the Freeman organizations are too. Y'all weren't challenging these motherfuckers, and they had this fake ass protest. Let me share this. Okay, so I guess this is Chris, right? I think his name is Chris. They said they're killing, and I don't know this guy. I don't have no beef with this person, so this is not even really directed at them, because this was a play, which I mentioned in my video a year ago. I knew this was a Democratic play. I knew this was I literally said this is a reparations carrot being dangled in front of our face, and that there are people. Let me share this one. Sorry. In this 5-hour video, reparations carrot dangled in our face, Democratic play, Governor Newsom, all types of shit. I already said that a year ago. And so now they want to say they're scared of the governor. Well, Black Americans have been telling y'all to put pressure on Newsom a fucking year ago. Did they ever do it? No. Did they ever do it? No, the fuck they didn't. And so it says advocates for reparations bills to establish new California Freedmen Affairs Agency and reparations funds are urging Assembly to vote on the bills. This is going to impact your friend Kamala Harris. So this is a play. I can't believe y'all can't see this. Like, and that's the thing. Like, that's why I can't be around. I just, this is ridiculous. Like, my thing is impact your friend Kamala Harris. We're going to talk about this thing with Kamala and how a lot of reparationists in this movement are conservative and on record, either advocating for Trump, speaking out against the Democrats, speaking out against the CBLC. So that's a bad faith argument. Even I'm literally since 2021. It has been a known thing that a lot of the reparationists are conservative, have been. And so some of us are just naturally conservative or whatever reasons why we would support Trump. But some of that is a play too. You can't play good cop, bad cop as if, okay, Democrats are so wicked. So like the Republicans is going to give us some motherfucking reparations. Like this was a play to further, obviously, come at the Democrats, maybe rightfully so, maybe not. But my thing is, there's levels to social engineering. There's levels to psyops. Nothing is as it seems. I remember when Denmark VC told me when I first got into the reparation space in 2021, I'm talking about like as far as speaking out. I've always been involved with that type of stuff, like listening to it, learning from other people. I would say I wasn't really around others though, expressing it publicly. I was just around, just listening and seeing what the hell was going on, trying to learn. Probably since 2018, obviously when ADOS came out. But as far as like being in that conscious community shit, I've been doing that since I was 19 years old. But I've started speaking out in 2021. I didn't know what was, I just thought, honestly, and many of us were so fucking naive. We just went on the internet, during that little pandemic shit, and we thought that there was niggas that these was regular Black folk that thought like me. That's what I can't speak for what other people thought. I can only speak for what I thought. I was just like excited. Like there are Black Americans that think just like me. It's groups of them already on the internet. And so that made me so excited in terms of like thinking I found people that were for reparations, were for Black people, were, you know, grassroots or whatever, you know, just regular niggas. That's what I thought. I had no idea that there was government operatives around me, Eastern Stars, Masons. I had no, I just was really like thinking like these is good people that, you know, want some reparations like I do. I want to set up things and infrastructures for Black Americans. Now, I didn't know much about like, you know, government stuff like that. I have to admit, as far as how to get this legislative, all that stuff, I had to admit that. So I was more learning. And so, and I didn't have the access that the people around me had. They had a lot of access. And so, I have to say that was my own naivete. That was my fault. Because the play that was a big, that clubhouse shit, that was a whole social engineering psyop too. It was. It's what the fuck it is. And people couldn't see that but it was. And so they talking about they making these threats saying this is going to impact your friend Kamala Harris. Y'all weren't going to ever vote for her anyways. A lot of the Freedmans are voting for Trump. So I don't understand why y'all are holding that over. I mean, I guess, you know, they going to do what they going to do. But like I said, they like to isolate their wins and circulate their losses. Now, if they would have passed that shit, they would have jumped all over this and tried to take credit for all over it. These Freedmen niggas, the CJEC people, these NS, the ADD niggas, these FBI niggas, they would have tried to, they would have act like they would had something to do with it. You know, they would have jumped all over it. But now that it ain't passed, now they want to shift all the blame and circulate their losses. And everybody, it's all, you know, try to pass that lack of morale or whatever on to all Black Americans. No, the fuck you will not. You will not be swiping no Masonic credit over here, motherfucker. You gonna hold these L's because it was a lot of shit for years. Here's the thing. If I could see this a year ago, and other Black Americans could see this a year ago, and it's literally records of us speaking out on this shit a year ago. Why couldn't y'all see it? We ain't quote unquote. We the ones that don't have all the access and don't know how this stuff works. So if we could see it, how the fuck y'all could see it? They could see it too. We ain't, you know what I mean? And so y'all not about to circulate this loss onto all the Black Americans or just try to isolate it on the Congressional Black Caucus. Because y'all been doing sherm shit for years. A lot of these people in this reparation space been doing some sherm shit when it comes to dicking our people around and switching to play, bait and switch, thinking we about to get cash payment reparations. Next thing you know, it turns into programs. We always saying cash direct payments. That just is completely off the table now. We haven't even heard anything about it. You know, so they switched it up. They kept switching it up, kept changing it. Now we went through these bills together. You don't see nothing about no motherfucking cash payment. The bill will establish funds for reparations reparative justice in the states. Look at for the purpose of funding policies approved by the legislator and the governor. Okay. The bill would authorize the fund to receive monies from any other federal, state, or local grant. And so they didn't pass this shit. Now, these were some of the corrections. You can look at that on your own time. Or if you haven't already looked at it. And this bill is established California American Freedmen Affairs Agency. How many Black Americans said they didn't want that shit? They weren't interested in all BRAC or C. They just want that cash payment. So it's not like they actually listened to anybody. But they were trying to influence us or to... they were trying to influence us, our ways of thinking around this Freedmen Affairs Agency, and you know, with the status stuff and all this stuff. And I do know that there is a behemoth of blockage and a behemoth of horrific things that the government has set up in motion in terms of the way they have gridlocked some things into that allows them to legally get away with never doing anything for Black Americans. I'll just say that. They have found hook, line, sinker. They have found ways. It's not just benign neglect. They have set up stuff with this. Oh, you can't do policies based on race is unconstitutional. Setting up a race as an ethnicity as one thing. Changing the definition of Black throughout 3 times from status to an ethnicity to a race, but then leaving it on the books. The condition of Black in law that still affects Black Americans. This is what allows them to enact your benign neglect. And then, you know, these niggas, man, they play. I'm telling you, it's like, I don't know if people are playing like bad cop, a good cop, bad cop, even between, I would say, what we would consider authenticates or grassroots Black Americans and these government operatives. Because I got a feeling that it's much deeper even with that, because it's like you have to have known what the government has done with Black, with the definition of Black. You know, so we'll talk about that a little later, but they've gridlocked some things. You know, they made changes to that the I guess these people that wrote these bills or whatever. They made changes to the proposal at the last minute. They added all types of shit, whatever. So they play good cop, bad cop, and they both on the same team. Okay, we've been said it was a Democratic play. We've been said this was a Democratic play to get Governor Newsom into office, or even, you know, now what they're doing with to keep the Democrats in power. You know, obviously Kamala is the candidate now. Okay, but here's the thing: all this stuff about Democrats. Republicans ain't giving nobody no reparations either, and I'm not voting for Democrats this year. It's no secret, you know. I'm not voting for Democrats. I'm really voting for Republicans either, but we're doing something different this year. But I do have to say, I find it weird that, you know, those in this reparation space who are conservative anyway, like most of the, I mean, we had people that was in this reparation space going to meet Trump and going to talk with Trump pushing red state and all this stuff and pushing red, saying they're going to vote for Trump. They was going to do that shit anyways. They just using things as a place, a social engineering psyop. Okay. Yes, this was something that was set up by the Democratic Party, though. This whole reparations, that was definitely set up by the Democratic Party. However, it got infiltrated by it did get infiltrated by some Black conservatives, and they decided to go a different route than what Yvette was doing, and branch off from ADOS to Freeman. It's as simple as that. It's a Democratic play, but it is. What I don't like is that they making it seem like the Republicans are going to do something. That's the part where I'm like, y'all making it seem like, and that's what I'm saying, like this government shit, y'all niggas. The whole setup was just a farce, if you ask me. And let's put this into context. Y'all don't think the Congressional Black Caucus, right? Y'all don't think that they knew that a lot of them freedmans were on Trump's side anyways? You don't think they study what the fuck we talking about or studying what we do? Why would the Boule? Why would they go and do that vote? Why would they, when they know that most of the people in the reparation space are pushing for Trump? They know that. They know how disrespectful. Like, they know there's been rampant disrespect of the CBC by those in the reparation space. That you call these niggas that you call grassroots and all this shit. You don't think they see all that stuff and know that? So why would they pass something on Black Americans' behalf? Knowing, I mean, I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying, like, you got to see a play for what a play is and how a psyop works. If people in the reparation space, most of these freedmen are already conservative and was already meeting with Trump, pushing Trump or whatever. Anyways, we didn't fuck with, and I don't consider myself a freedman, but a lot of people in the reparation space wasn't fucking with Kamala or fucking with the Democrats or Biden and the Democrats anyways. So they knew that. And, you know, I had always, you know, I'm registered as independent, but, you know, perhaps a bipartisan approach would have been more appropriate, because even though they kept saying it was bipartisan, it did not come off that way. And I personally, yes, I made my decision to do what I was going to do based on a bigger play here, because we do need some chopping down to even get Black Americans to where they're going to get. It's not going to be in 2024. That I can tell you. May not even get there into 2032, 2036. But you do need to set up a play, whether that be 10 years in advance, 20 years in advance, to get something done. So I see things on a whole nother level. And I'm damn sure ain't gonna be expressing that on the internet, because too many fucking ops. But they had this protest, right? And I want you to look at this lady face in the context. Like there are some people that are in the reparation space that are Democrats. Don't get me wrong. I think Camilla Moore might be Democrat, right? But there's a lot of people. She's actually one of the rare ones that's Democrat. in the reparations space. Let's be real. Most of the people in the reparations space that are pushing reparations were pushing for more conservative or Trump, or they try to act like they were bipartisan. But if you are to objectively just look at how they've been carrying themselves since 2021, you know that is not true. Is there anything inherently wrong with that as far as being a conservative? No. Is there anything wrong with not wanting to fuck with the Democrats? No. But I'm saying, like, you can't move the way you've been moving since 2020, 2018, 2019, even, when they were saying blacks for conservatism, or was it the blacks for immigration reform and all that stuff. They had already went on alert in 2016. They had already went on alert with the Blacksis shit. So they were monitoring all Black Americans who had any iota or thought of pushing conservatism, pushing independence, pushing non-participation in the political process at all, and pushing what's the other one? Pushing the Republican views. They had already had a list. They had already knew who was doing what, big or small, and so they're like, okay, you got all these reparationists, whatever. Most of them are voting for Trump anyways. Why? And we've heard them on that Clubhouse and on them Twitter Spaces and all on YouTube, talking all this gang of shit about Democrats, talking all this gang of shit about Congressional Black Caucus. I'm just telling you how gangs think. This is just objective. I'm not saying I support the Democrats. I'm saying this is how they're thinking. Why the fuck would we pass this stuff for y'all? Y'all done offended us. You called us Pan-African. You called us useless. You said we coons, we sellouts, we this. Okay. And so that's how they think. Now look at this lady's face as they're doing this fake protest. And I don't care what y'all say. I don't care what y'all come on. I'm psychic as fuck. I cannot see everything. I do not know everything. But spiritually, I can look and tap into energy of things, and I can tell whether it's authentic, fake. I'm telling you, spiritually, I know that this was staged. And there's a lot of things that are staged. Not all psyops are bad. Not all social engineering projects are bad. I'm not even against subjective programming, objective programming. I know how this shit works. However, they playing good cop, bad cop. Because you're not going to just about to lay the blame as one motherfucker. Oh, y'all want to circulate? We about to circulate. Y'all like to insulate your wins and circulate your losses. Okay. These Freedmen niggas, all these people that know. Because if I saw this a year ago, why couldn't y'all see it? Now I'm a cold motherfucker. I'm a bad motherfucker, but I ain't that damn genius. If I saw this, y'all had to see it. Not just, if we talking about a year ago, a 5-hour video of me crying, knowing that this was a fucking Democratic play, that they was fucking with us. And that we needed to build up leverage. Did a whole video teaching how to build up leverage. Now they want to talk about parallel infrastructures, parallel societies. Put that shit in a book 2 years ago. Then in this video, in that 5-hour video, talk about this is how you build parallel. So it's not like, okay, you had to go buy it. I said it for free. The whole book is on the internet for free. So what the fuck? Like, these people is playing games, and I'm like, y'all getting innocent people fucked up with, killed with, blacklisted, all types of shit by being a sherm ass fucking coward, acting like you some goddamn revolutionaries, but y'all just cowards that's government operatives that's in on the play and trying to get a bag and a job. And y'all should just say that. If y'all want some money and just getting a job, then just fucking, that my thing is, I don't care what anybody do. I don't really have much value judgment on what motherfuckers do. I don't like sneakiness. I don't like cowardice or deception. Like, just say what you stand for, what you about, and that's it. And here's the thing. The Freedmen should have kept their own little shit and ran it as a secret society and left grassroots motherfuckers alone. And I'm saying that. Had they pushed their line with just that Freedmen shit and just kept it their own little group with, we all know a lot of them were former Moors. We all know a lot of them were former ADOS. They want to do this status shit using Moorish law, which does have some credence to it. I'll never say that didn't have credence in terms of the way this government got it set up. It's fucked up. You don't have to believe it. You could bury your hand in the sand and kick your feet up and have a knee-jerk reaction to it. This shit is true. This government does some fucked up shit with the, let me make sure my sound is still on, because I know how they do. Oh, but with the way they got that set up, with the way this government got the law set up around black, the word black, the term black rather, they purposely mixed ethnicity and race together They didn't do that to no other group of people. They did benign neglect. They kept changing Negro, color, Black, African American, all these different reclassifications. This government plays chess. They look at you as a source player in a game where in a simulated system where they know they don't have the sauce. Black Americans got the sauce. So, and they know you don't know you got the sauce because they enslaved your ass for 400 years. You run around, don't know what the fuck going on. Most people weren't doing a genealogy. Thank God people are doing their genealogy now. But you got to figure the genealogy stuff, that didn't pop off to what, like 2019, 2020? And I'm sure, I know that there were Black Americans always doing their genealogy. I'm not saying they weren't. But I'm saying as far as making it part of a movement where Black Americans do the genealogy, like, you know, together and online and in groups, and it's about young people, the younger generation. They you know, the government was banking on you guys never doing it. That's why they always push DNA over genealogy. The government don't push genealogy. They did it because they got it from the Black indigenous that were pushing it, and American Indians that they don't like to call themselves Black, but let's be real, they were pushing that shit first. As dysfunctional as you think all these people are, they had some really good ideas, and that's why the government operatives came around the grassroots, the authenticates in the first place. They don't have the sauce, they don't have God particles, so they came around. They needed to go around everyday Black Americans. That's where the natural genius lies. Everyday Black Americans, and see what the hell we was talking about, what we was doing. And then they realized, okay, on Clubhouse, they've got whole genealogy rooms, genealogy clubs. They're talking about status and conditions of law when it comes to Black and servitor motus and all this stuff. And then there's other groups on Twitter space that talking about Black as a cultural relevancy, Black as an ethnicity in terms of the cultural and the alchemy done around the term. Even though the government botched the fuck out of that. I ain't even gonna hold you. Now they got it. The U.S., the federal definition of Black is any racial group that comes from Africa. The stuff that they did around the status stuff, I think that there's a legal loophole where they still using that. That's why nothing get done for Black people. In my heart of hearts, I truly think that they still, and it's very covert, and it's probably, there's some, we talking about gatekeeping. Now they gatekeeping the shit out of that information because there's something going on spiritually. I can sense it. There is something seriously going on with this benign neglect, and it's something that they're able to do legally and contractually. It's something they got set up. Now, obviously we know the basics, like, this Black Laws Dictionary and all this stuff, but it's something deeper. I'm researching it still. It could just be, what the American Indians were trying to tell us, or what the Moors are even saying. But my thing is, the government, the U.S. Census Bureau and the federal government did change that definition to any racial group from Africa. So how do you reconcile the idea of the condition of law of Black versus the fact that they literally mixed ethnicity and race into one, into the definition that was historically, or the label that was historically used for Black Americans? How does that happen if it's not, we talking about 5D, 6D, 7D chess, treacherous shit being done behind Black Americans' back to effectively ethnocide them? That's pretty much all it was. That's what they have been doing. And so I think that there is something more sinister going on, and we're gonna get to the bottom of it, when it's like, we can do nothing for y'all. They just did a interview with Darrell Scott, who was the advisor to Trump. Trump, how the fuck did that become your advisor? You let me just shut up, because I know I be coming at people and then they be getting mad at me or whatever. But come on, like, this was the advisor to Trump. But in the interview, he's a Republican. Once again, we can't do nothing for just Black people. He said the same shit that Kamala Harris said. Y'all see, I would love to play that clip of, we ain't gonna do nothing for just Black people. No. Okay. They both, that's why I said they do the same shit. That man literally said that. Darrell Scott literally said, well, we don't do nothing for just Black people. We got the platinum plan is for everybody. And, and we can't do race. We can't do legislative rights. And they got to pull up lineage. Lineage is not a federal protected class yet. And that's why I got a strategy for how, but I'm not sharing that on here. I'm not sharing nothing with I'm just pushing my own line because I'm done. I'm so, y'all have no idea. But the lineage, even when you want to make lineage a status, it doesn't have precedent for it. Even if you're going to go with the freedman stuff, free means you're free from a condition of law. Is it even necessary to give that a status? But there's more federally protected class statuses that would be easier to put it under but if it's structured a certain way, and that's the type of time I'm on. And I'll talk about that later on in the video. Okay. But I just want to make it very clear that to me, I'm seeing a huge social engineering military psyop being done on Black Americans who are the most restless among us and who are the ones that will speak out against the injustice the most. So they funneled us all into, certain silos of consciousness, whether that been on Twitter spaces, whether that been on Clubhouse. They found a bunch of niggas, okay, they talking too much about reparations and building, building their own parallel infrastructures and coming together to do their genealogy. I'm not saying I was the only one. I'm saying there was I can pinpoint. I know of at least 20 Black Americans who I know was targeted by this whole psyop. That's just at least. It's probably much more. But as far as those that just did naivete and not knowing what the fuck is really what this is all about, they just didn't know. But they're just, so it's not just me, and I'm not even saying we're victims. Like we thought that we would have influence on what was going on with the reparations and the claim. The influence was done in a different way, though. It wasn't just influence where, hey, here's these cool ideas. It was more so like, okay, we're going to take your sauce and your credit, spiritual credit, and we're harvesting energy pretty much. Because these are people, I'm telling you, these operatives, man, you can even hear the way they talk. They very low vibrational. So they was coming around Black Americans with the sauce or with just really cool ideas and copying, stealing, doing all types of shit to Black Americans, whether that been on Clubhouse, on Twitter Spaces, on YouTube, wherever it was been. They was just following people from literally platform to platform to platform. I literally know that some Black Americans literally have been stalked from platform to platform to platform by some of these government operatives and studied, just straight studied. See what they're going to say, see what you're going to do, see where you're going to lead us. And then whatever Black Americans had said something cool. Obviously, the first one was, okay, you can't use race-based legislation. That came from Clubhouse with all that stuff and with the status stuff. They took it from the Indians and then they came up with the freedmen stuff. Then the genealogy stuff. Obviously, once again, Black indigenous, they took that from them, come up with the genealogy stuff. That's why you have the Freedmen's Affairs Agency. They said the conditions is to have a genealogy office. I'm not giving no government my motherfucking bloodline genealogy. Hell no. They already looking for like codes. See, they can't study they can study like, obviously if they have your DNA, they could know some objective things about the DNA, right? As far as the hereditary diseases and whatnot, or some of the things that could be found passed down through the blood or through the DNA. But they cannot know the subjective, qualitative stuff about your epigenetics. That's done through genealogy, as far as understanding the subjective, qualitative aspects of your character and your bloodline. They can only do that with genealogy. So now the government wants this database, whatever, and y'all go put y'all motherfucking, give them the information, get them access to your bloodline like that. And now they can study your ancestors. Now they can bind your ancestors and all types of rituals. If y'all don't know that this government is ran through the occult, that's why I can't, because it's like people know, but they playing dumb, and I can't stand that coward ass energy around me. That's such a cowardly way to live. Like, y'all know that this government is ran by the occult. They get busy, and y'all about to sitting there encouraging Black Americans to give their genealogy to some damn government database and all this stuff, and they got access to all of our ancestors now. Now they can look and see, okay, these people, they come from a military priesthood bloodline. These group of people, they come from a background of a lineage of farmers. They come from a lineage of teachers. They come from a lineage of lawyers. Like they can see all this stuff. They can see that who's who and what's what, and act accordingly. Because the thing is, they are curious. A lot of them they know already, but they do want a more concise database besides having to go to the fucking Mormons. We all know they got all our records, the Mormons and all this. They've been had them records. They took control of it as a part of getting into that. But yeah, they if they want to go find who someone is, don't make no mistake, they can do it. I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying that they have to go through different loopholes to do that, and they don't want to have to do that. Why they get when you go to the people that got all the records and databases, and you saying we need this on this person, we need a record of this person's genealogy. But the Mormon's gonna say you gotta grease some palms. We ain't just gonna give you that. So why wouldn't you just go to the source and just set up a government agency and have the Black Americans put their genealogy in the database themselves? Why not? help them do their have Ancestry.com partner with one of these ancestry. What didn't BlackRock just buy Ancestry.com or some shit like that? So they're getting serious with this stuff. They want to know who the fuck is actually who in this country, because they do know that there were certain bloodlines that were hiding themselves purposely among the Black American lineage. Very powerful Black Americans who have been hiding among quote unquote grassroots or just everyday average niggas trying to act like they descendants of slaves too. And the government found that out. So that's why. If you, I'm just speaking spiritually as a prophet. Y'all could ignore it. Y'all could say she's crazy. It's gonna come out just like everything I fucking say come to pass on a weekly basis. And my whole life, everything I've ever said, it always come to pass. It's always be revealed. I just be too early on shit, way too early on stuff. I could see things before it happened, before other people could see it, and then it end up coming out. And so, yeah, the government found out some shit about Black Americans. I'm telling you that now. I don't care what they can deny it all they want and say, oh, she's just rambling on the internet. They found out some shit. They found out it was a group of y'all niggas that infiltrated Black American lineage. They are Black Americans, don't get me wrong, but they have considerably more power than what you think. And they did try to act like they was descendants of slaves and all this stuff. The Black indigenous have been trying to tell us that for years, and we thought they was fucking crazy. They was telling us about the Black Europeans and it. Or Steve Coakley been trying to wake that up, you know. But they had already knew something wasn't, you know. They like the government kind of like, it's something really, what's going on here? And so, it ain't nothing they could do to us with it. And I'm talking about the people that they found out about or whatever, and they realized, okay, yeah, you got boule niggas that sell out every day. I'm not talking about that type of thing. I'm just letting you know that now. That's not the reason. We're not talking about rich boule motherfuckers. We're talking about powerful occultist Black American bloodlines hiding, acting like they're descended of slaves, and they know some shit. That's all I say. They can do some shit. They've been running stuff behind the scenes for a minute, but they do know the traps of the government, and they know the traps of fame and fortune, and they know the traps of what they do with these contracts and everything. So they stay out of that, and they don't mind coming off broke, coming off like they don't mind living amongst the people who living in the hood and whatnot. They don't mind, and they chill, and they and so the government they have been watching Black Americans very closely, because they realize this is don't we want to go there. They realize that some of the prophecies are playing out, and that the group that the prophecies, the current group that is more of the public face, they realize that they are not the people that the prophecies are for. Read between the lines of what I'm saying, you know, because of ours. Oh man, I had to be careful, but they realize like the prophecies are not playing out among our people; they're playing out among the niggas over there, the ones that we enslaved for 400 years. Yeah. So these prophecies are. I mean, we talking about like on a Kabbalist level, like people that study this shit for decades and seeing something play out. We talking about people who could see interdimensionally, not just 4D, 5D, 3D, not just what y'all love to say. We all going to 5D. No, some of y'all going to 7D, 6D, 10D. But yes, there are beings on this planet, humans, literally humans, that are in positions of power that can also see 10D, 12D, 13, 20D. So they could see things that before it happened too, just like me, right? And they realizing like the sauce and the prophecies are playing out among certain groups. Not all. There are some that are playing out in Africa too. They have no relation with us necessarily, but there's some stuff playing out, and they watching them like motherfucking hawks to them Kenyans. Them Kenyans, oh, they on your asses. Be careful. They always watch the Nigerians, but the Nigerians, they so thirsty to make a deal with the devil. They so thirsty to try to be westernized and all into this. So y'all about to fumble the bag if y'all about to fumble y'all spiritual bag if y'all don't research who the fuck y'all are either. But they've been watching them, but they honing, they zeroing in on the Kenyans. So be very careful, Kenyans. And them Kenyans, they are fighting back over there, believe it or not. They not just rolling over like how they don't show us that in the news though. But they realized there was stuff going over there with them. And then what was the other group? The main group. They started realizing like the prophecies is playing out amongst them black niggas in America, Black Americans. Oh my gosh. And I'm telling you, I'll show you the forum. I kicked myself in the ass about this because I saw a forum where there was a bunch of white people talking about this amongst themselves. And I should have screenshot it and I had lost the URL, the link to where I was reading this stuff from. Like, and I'm like, oh, I should have just took some screenshots. And this was recently. Like, this was like, I want to say like 3 weeks ago. There's a bunch of white people saying, if y'all notice, like, it's a lot of people, they saying, I think we're screwed because I got a feeling that them Black Americans are such and such. I'm not going to say who, but they said, I think those are the people in that Bible. You know, it's just people, they just talking. There's some white folks talking. And they said, I think we screwed, man. I think if that's the case, you know, it's some shit about to go down. And so they could feel that. I felt that in 2022. I felt that clear as day. I could see things clear as day in a spiritual realm. And guess, you know, as with Sonar Wave Beam and with any DUW, they could, I mean, this government is no joke. This government is no motherfucking joke. They got equipment, DEWs, directed energy weapons. They admitted to this, by the way. So I'm not just some conspiracy theorist. Just, oh, you're just some quack. No, it's actually, they actually already admitted to it, by the way. They have DEWs. So there's this sonar frequency technology that can alter mental behavior, brain waves, all types of shit. They got all types. Come on, let's be real. They already admitted to it. The military been had this stuff. They have synthetic telepathy, all types of shit. It's called a voice technology. They had this stuff for years. And so when I started to see all this stuff spiritually, yes, they did come after me very horrifically. And I'm telling you, this government is not no joke. They got technology, man. They'll spray your motherfucking brain and have your ass out there butt naked, walking down, talking crazy down the street. They got all types of shit. Have your ass crawling like a dog or out there, butt ass naked or something. That's the type of technology they got when they want to hit you. If they want to hit you and get in your brain and fuck you up and have to discredit you, this is nothing but COINTELPRO. It's nothing but Project Phoenix. They've been doing that shit for years. That's what they do. That's what they do. They set up plays to have people fall out, have people thinking it's someone. They do that shit all the time. And sometimes it do be your own in on it. Most of the, to be honest, most of the time that's how they get it. That's how it's effective. They have to have they'll put a bunch of agents around your ass, pretty much. Yeah, but I do know that they use DWs on me multiple times. But I'm telling you, I saw all this shit in the spiritual realm. I saw this stuff with Black Americans and the prophecies and all this stuff and things around our bloodline. Not everyone. I saw it. So the government was trying to do was get in front of it with the Freemans. That's what they picked a lot of these people. They don't think that people just randomly just decided to get together. And that's what I thought. But now that I'm looking at this, look at the background. Y'all don't study the background. Actually, I'm going to give you one better. And I know you don't have to believe me. This is what it is. Do you know that they actually hid when some of these people came out in the reparation space? You could look them up. You could find all this information about them, right? I remember Organic from Clubhouse. Me and him had a 7-hour conversation. And he said, and mind you, I didn't know how he knew this. There was a lot of back channel stuff and back channel groups that were getting created. I never created them. I never asked to be in one. Like, these motherfuckers came around me. I got the sauce. And these motherfuckers they just put me like with all these groups or whatever in the back channels to talk or whatever. And I'm thinking, okay, these are Black people like me. We're going to talk about reparations and building. And me being naive, I guess other people saw that. Other people saw what was going on. And he had reached out, and I ain't going to hold you. He straight up said, you just got put in a group. How would he notice? This was a Haitian, mind you. He said, you just got to put in a group with 14 people, right? And I just denied it. Because I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't know where he was going. And I knew he was Haitian. I knew we were doing this delineation stuff and fighting on the internet with the tethers in the club, on a clubhouse and the African diaspora, all this shit. There's a lot of diaspora wars, as we say. And so I wasn't giving him any information, not because like I knew much of what was going on. He actually knew more about it than I did. But it was more so like, okay, you're trying to get intel so that you can, because I knew for a fact that he was working with people who push Pan-Africanism. So I was like powerful people that not just like people who got access to the media and to politicians and whatnot. So I knew like, okay, I can't tell him anything because he's going to go and run and tell whatever if I sell anything. So I said, no, I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. And he said, yes, you are. Yes, you do. And you are in that group. It's 14 people. And it was actually correct. It was exactly 14 people in there. He said they just added you in there. And they just did. So how did he know that? Because I don't talk with him. I don't fuck, you know what I mean? So I'm like, well, how did, and I asked myself, well, how do you know? He said, don't ask how I know. And I said, well, what you talking about? And he said, I want you to look up the background of everybody that's in that group because apparently you don't know who they are. And I said, no, I don't. What is it about? And he said, you don't know who they are. And you need to look up everyone that's coming around you. You need to Google them and try to find. So I did that. So I'm Googling these motherfuckers and I'm like, why are they hanging around me? Like it just didn't make, like, these were people that had considerably more experience to me and considerably more, we just didn't come from the same pedigree. I'll say that. Just zero in common with pedigree. These were, I would say, I would put them more in a category of either being involved already heavily with politics, being heavily involved with finance, politics, and media, entertainment industry, music industry, or what's the other one? There were some people that was like in the boule stuff, that type of that thing too. I think it was like one person I was like an AKA or whatever. But it just was weird because he said it's a play and they want you. This is what he said. They want you to take the oath. And I said, what? And mind you, I'm there like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because honestly, my mind was not on that type of stuff because my mind was thinking about reparations and Black Americans and building parallel infrastructure. My mind was also so when somebody is coming with something that sounds conspiratorial, you're kind of like, that's kind of paranoia. And I had said that. I said, are you sure you're just not paranoid, my nigga? Like, I don't know about that. He said, they want you to take the oath. And he said, how much is your soul worth? I'm like, it's priceless. And he said, you better always remember that. You better remember that. And he said, that's all I got to say. You better remember. And then I went, did the research like he said, and we discussed the research on the phone for 7 hours about like, this person is this and that. And he said, I told you. He said, he's not just some regular motherfucker. Do you know that I went back, like I would say a year ago, to try to look up information on people again? Do you know that stuff was removed or you couldn't really find it? You couldn't find like how I found, like in 2020, the stuff that I found I knew for a fact. I said, oh, these some Illuminati niggas. You can't even find that information anymore. It's like they went in and buried it. Like whoever was monitoring like whatever we were talking about or whatever we were doing, you know, I think they went back and just started like let's hide this stuff off the internet so that other Black Americans, they went around a whole bunch of other Black Americans. And I guess, you know, they didn't want other Black Americans to start looking up stuff and going to find stuff because they wanted to come off like they were so grassroots. We're so down with the cause. We're not. And these niggas, they are old money. And they do not come from the same pedigree as us. They ain't nothing wrong with that, though. I ain't got no beef because of that. You can't come at nobody because of the family they were born into or somebody set up their family nicely or whatever they did. Whether a lot of times they didn't do it through even meritorious means, but it is what it is, you know. But it did stick out to me, and I did think though, even though we had that conversation, that it was still a little bit like I can't trust this person because me and him ended up, you know, constantly in a battle, and you know, it was a lot of, he was fucking psychotic as hell, and so like it's not like, you know, I felt like I could even trust that information because they do that, you know, and I did know that he was involved in the diaspora wars and constantly getting into beef with Black Americans and constantly. So I did not take, I took what he said, you know, it was always in the back of my mind. But at the same time, I'm like, he could be trying to do some divide and conquer type shit or trying to, you know, mess up stuff or trying to just put a bad mouth about people in my ear and shit. And so I didn't fully just listen. And perhaps I should have, but I mean, it wasn't like there was he wasn't providing like much call to action or anything. It was just more so like, what name the price of your soul? And I said, it's priceless. And he said, okay, you better always remember that. And then we discussed not the actual people, because I didn't give him any names of anybody. I never gave any names. He knew the names. He knew. I didn't have to tell him anything. He already knew everything. He was like, okay, such and such is in here. And he said, I said, I don't know. And he said, I already know you lying. You're not going to confirm it. But he said, I know. Did you read da? And I'm just like, I just was uncomfortable because I'm like, how did he know the specific people in there? Like he actually knew like everybody that was in there. How did he know? And he said, if you knew what I really am and what I really do, you know. now that I think about it, I really do think he was intelligence. I do. Because I have seen, that's what I suspect that. I don't know. But I'm like, the fact that, because I went to certain people and around, I went to Black Americans and I asked them, how does he know all our business like that? Like, how did he know that? I literally asked several people that were in that group, like, how could he have known that? Like, why is he coming to me with it? And how does he know that? And they all said they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They just had no idea. And I said, how can a Haitian know that much intel and that much information? I said, so who's feeding them that information? Who was doing it? And nobody knew in the group. Nobody knew. Because I sure did ask about it. I sure did. I said, how the fuck did he know? I was calling people asking about that. Nobody knew. So there was somewhere somebody was a mole, or he had to be intelligence. That how the fuck would he know the identification of 14 people in a private group that is on Telegram, mind you? Telegram. How the fuck would he know that? And we're trying to get information on me. You know, I wasn't giving him anything. He kept saying like the name. I wouldn't confirm anything. I wouldn't confirm or deny anything, but he kept saying, "Oh, I know such and such is in there. I know da da da." And but in the back of my head, I'm thinking like, that's true. How do you know that? And so I say that to say that this is a fucking play, man. This is a social engineering psyop. It's been that way. I called it out a year ago in this video, and nobody listened. 5 hours long, May 30th, 2023, regarding this reparation. Now, them people in that group, they were reparationists, just so y'all know. They were all reparationists. And so, they were looking for licks. You know, these people came around free Black Americans. They came, as they call it, slumming. They came around us slumming for reasons that you would not even believe. And I got that tea from someone who's still in that space. He told me straight up. He said, believe half of what you hear and none of what you see. And he said, Satan needs sacrifices. This is a person that is very big in that reparation space that said this to me on the phone years ago. And again, most people would deny, because there's a lot of liars. They say, "Oh, I never said that." My thing is, there's a record. There's a record of everything somewhere, somehow. You can't say shit on them telephones or shit on them digital things without somewhere there's a record of it. You know what I mean? Even if you do lose your phone or you don't record a phone call, whatever, it's still a record of it. And for a motherfucker to say, believe half what you see, none of what you hear, and say it needs sacrifice, I'm looking like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Imagine what you would think if someone is saying that. But he went on to talk about like the things that Black Americans have been through, and how like for 400 years, Black Americans always have been like poached on to be like these blood sacrifices. Like this is, you know, that was the context of it. And it's true, you know, but I still didn't think that people in the reparation space get caught up in stuff like that, because I thought it was just a pure reparation space. But it is government backed. And so y'all could deny that. Y'all could say that's not true. Y'all could say somebody thinking too hard about it. Shit, that's on y'all. I know from experience that there's some truth to it, to what the dude was saying on that 7-hour phone call, as well as even what the dude in the reparation space, even to this day, had told me years ago. With believe half what you see, none of what you hear. And he was referring to that space. Because we were talking about reparations, just so y'all know. So it's not like he just said that out of nowhere. Like he was trying. It was a lot of people trying to give me some game on, because people around me. These are people that are in their 50s, 40s. They know this stuff. They know what it looks like. They got more experience than me. At that time, I was 29 years old, still in graduate school at Columbia. And to be honest, don't have much life experience. You know, even though I'm very intelligent, I don't have that. It's like I learn from the experiences of other people, and I'm very observant. If there's nothing else, like as much as you think, like you see all these videos of me just talking, think I like to talk or whatever. I'm extremely observant, and I research a lot, and I pay attention to people. I just watch. And so a part of that just being able to see other experiences. But other people could see what was about to happen to me. Like other people was like, yo, they about to, yeah, they chose her. They looking at her, and I guess in their ways they were trying to tip me off. I'll never forget, and oh man, I haven't heard from him in a long time. I hope he's doing good. Another black man, and he was African. Now he was supporting Black Americans in the delineation, and he was supporting because he was I think he was from Kenya. I want to say he was from Kenya, and he has his own little thing. And he was very proud to be Kenyans, but he really had was to see Black Americans, doing, the delineation stuff. And so I would never forget. He would support me just talking all my shit. He ain't care what I used to be talking to gang and shit about them Africans. He used to be support, but as far as delineation, not insulting or assaulting Africans, but just talking about the merits of the differences in ethnicity, how Black Americans create ethnology and the separations in the culture, the demarcations in the culture, those type of things is what I was talking about. And though a lot of people may say, oh, you just hate Africans, whatever, it was for those who are really intelligent, they could really tell like they are their own ethnicity, and we should not be trying to, by proxy, create some sort of ethnocide by denying that they're their own ethnicity. So that African was one of the ones that was pushing for our delineation, and in many ways were, enlightening his own people in that way too, because he would defend us when we would be talking. But I'll never forget, he sent me a message, and it was a link to government contract. It just said government contract. And so in 1 year, 3 different people try to tip me off. Mind you, I was literally thinking of the Queen Mothership and just writing books. I mean, you'll see stuff because I get so many. Sometimes I get overstimulated sometimes. At that in 2021, I just say I was very much overstimulated, and sometimes I could put myself in autopilot to where I have like a focus on one thing. And so even if I'm good at filtering out content or information that I don't know what to do with. So if it's information that if it's not transparent, or if it's not like you just send something, hey, look into this, and I click on it and it says defense government contract, I guess some stuff with military or whatever. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And this person just literally sent that, and I looked into it and I said, okay, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that's about. And just, you can go on about your day. And so same thing when the guy in the reparations space was saying, say you need sacrifice. You just look like, okay, I don't know what the fuck that's about. Let me just keep working on the Queen Mother. That's the one, that's just how my mind works. But people try to communicate in code, and people try to communicate messages, like pay attention, now that I look back on it, was more so like pay fucking attention to what's going on. Like, I'll never forget when a Black American female that's in a reparation space, comes from a Boule pedigree, she call y'all bottom cast in a heartbeat. She called a Black American, y'all niggas is bottom cast, poverty class, ain't got nothing to do with y'all, but anyway, she's very well connected, and I'll never forget, we had a phone call, and she did admit to being I won't get into all that, I'm not gonna, but she said MK Ultra is real. Now this was before the situation in 2022. This was still 2021. She said MK Ultra is real. I want to tell you a story. She told me her story. Now I'll never say her name, and if maybe she get mad at I will never say her name. I would never. But she said, I want to tell you a story. She said something happened with me. She had a similar story pretty much, and she said she didn't remember. She went outside, was walking down the street, butt naked. Now this was somebody that's really, really well connected. Walking down the street butt naked, jumped on top of a truck, took her hand and punched it through the truck, and she said, put the glass, the glass. She said she took her hand and just punched, boom, right through the glass. Like, why she's on it, jumped on top of a truck, and it was obviously she cut herself. She said it was blood everywhere, or whatever, and it was like she couldn't even control what it was. But they took her to the hospital, and they said, well, what's your name? And she said Oya, and it kind of looked like, what the, and so she was telling me, she was like, MK Ultra is real. She said, you do know that. I'm looking like, what the hell is she talking about? Mind you, this all happened before my situation and me talking about MK Ultra. It just literally came out of nowhere. And this person does have connections to the White House. They have worked for a White House administration. For them to just say that to me randomly. That was her trying to tell me, like, you know, it was people that were trying to tip me off, wake me up. And I'm kind of looking, I just thought she was giving me a cool story. I thought she was just, you know, expressing her story, expressing what happened to her. Then she started talking about cults. And I'm just looking like, what the hell? Like, I'm literally like, you know, I'm just listening. But when I review my interaction with a lot of, she was also in a reparation space. She had left, but she was in a reparation space, just so y'all know. So if y'all wondered, a lot of this is staccato, but everybody that I'm talking about, they had some dealing with the reparation space or with this delineation shit, with the exception of the Haitian that I mentioned. I'm not naming names because I'm not going to do that. But I'm just telling you, like, people had been trying to kind of tip me off on type of stuff. And not many, because there were some people that thought they had a lick. Like, it was people like, this is a free soul. This is a good lick. You know, we could come off of this lick. And so, you know, I'm not saying everybody was trying to tip me off, but it was enough. Like, those are pretty big fucking clues from 3 different people that are connected somehow in government, Boule, Illuminati, literally Illuminati, or they just keep themselves real shadow. They are in politics. They have connections to politics. And so I have to say, like, when people, like, the thing is, this stuff with this code stuff that I'm into now, I pay attention a lot more to what people say. Because I do know that certain people can't just talk and say certain things now. They can't just, like how me, I'm a motherfucker that I'm just going to say it. They doing this, they doing that, this did it, I did it. I can do that. But say another person, they may not can do that. And so they will speak in certain ways to try to get information to you. And if you don't get it, then you don't get it. But I have to say, I was not paying attention to any of the codes in 2020, 2021, 2022. I wasn't paying any attention to anything because I was focused on my own little shit. I'm telling you, I wrote 20 books in a span of less than 4 years. And so I was doing a lot of research and I was designing my own covers. I started doing my own YouTube. I was not focused on nothing that, like, I just wasn't so vested into what other people said or what other people were doing. And I did think I did thought that I came across like Black Americans that's like so like me, and said like the, you know, think for their people, want to support one another, want to be around one another, and want to form some coalitions. But that obviously wasn't the case. But what I will say is, when it comes to like this stuff, is much deeper, is what I'm saying. That's what you need to take, especially any Black American that's authentic, that is the authenticate of what you guys call grassroots. You do need to pay attention. Like, you have to pay it. You cannot be that fucking stupid, or you just a person that's in on it. Like, that's where I'm at with it. It's like, either at this point, if it's anybody that's claiming like they grassroots, they're just a regular Black American, either you are a part of the play and you know what's going down and you down with it and you took your oath and you down with him, or you just fucking stupid. And that's where I'm at with it in 2024. Because it's so, and I haven't been the only one. I brought up the occult aspects of this shit because I know for a fact that it's real. And just the conversations and things that people have said to me behind the scenes, literally behind the scenes, very powerful people. So I know that I ain't just some crazy motherfucker just talking about, oh, you just bringing in conspiracies. No, I ain't bringing in no motherfucking conspiracies in a reparation space. That the occult, come on. So I might have been waking out, you know, I might have been stepping on toes. I might have been pissing off a lot of people, but there is an occult aspect to all of this, as far as energy harvesting, Masonic credit swiping, soul snatching, body snatching, riding off of other people's energy, sacrificing motherfucker. That shit is real. Stop playing stupid and stop playing dumb. And that's the thing that that's why I don't want to fuck with nobody in that space. Is like, you either a part of the play and then you playing dumb. Like, and that is insulting to my intelligence and even to me as a high priestess, because I could see shit before it even happens. I have proven that publicly. even with my own clients. And I'm not trying to, promote anything one way or the other. What I'm saying is like, it's an insult because people can see things. Like I can literally see now. Now that wasn't always the case. And I think like the way they're approaching me is because is the same way they approach me in 2020 and 2021. A motherfucker that just is clueless about the way the world works and about the occult and about what we do and about how the government works, about how secret societies work. They knew clear as hell that 2021, 2020. Oh yeah, I was an easy motherfucking mark. Just clueless. I remember I had a friend. When we was talking, she said, "You're fucking clueless on how the world works, on how this." She said, "You have no idea what we're dealing with. Like these, you're clueless." And I'm telling you, I was sheltered, clueless about what that stuff was about. I knew it conceptually. Yeah, we know about conspiracy theories, and they doing that in the music industry, and they doing this and they doing that to move up, and they sacrifice. Yeah, you hear that shit in the music industry, but you read about it, you see it on YouTube, but you don't actually, experientially know what the fuck that's about. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what that's about. And so in 2021, when people were coming around me, they saw me as a mark. Like, okay, you an easy lick, and we about to steal any idea you come out with. We ain't giving you. You're gonna be the scapegoat. You're going to be the sacrificial lamb, and we're going to ride off of these electrons because you clearly have a limited amount of electron. Like you clearly are a light generator. And I'm not the only one. I'm just saying this is what they do to certain people, like that come around. But I didn't even come around. They came around me. I want to make that very clear. These motherfuckers came around me. I woke up and I'm in a group with 14 people that's in the Masons, whatever. I didn't have idea, didn't know what the fuck this stuff was about. And so, I'm not that same person though now, because now I can literally see stuff spiritually, and I have always been, I was always clairvoyant even since 2018. But I do have to say, from 2020 to 2022, I was not doing any readings. I was not doing any. I cut it off because I know how to cut stuff off. Like I'm a person that like even with telepathy, like I know how to cut that stuff. I don't just, if I don't want to dabble into something, or if I don't want to see, I'm not just open, and I could just see, all this spiritual stuff. I know how to cut that off when I want it cut off. And so I did take a 2-year hiatus, very purposely. I'm like, because I just didn't want to be dealing with all that energy. So from 2020 to 2022, I did. When I say cut off, because it's obviously still there, but I just was not opening any channels to see any energies around people. I wasn't looking. I wasn't remote viewing. I wasn't astral projecting. I just shut it off because I told myself I wanted to write my books. That's all. Because it was the pandemic and everybody at motherfucking home. Nothing was open and shit. Well, unless you're in Georgia, Georgia stayed open, right? But I've always been a homebody, anyways. I like my own company, and so I said I want to focus on writing. So that's the main reason why. And so I got kind of consumed with the writing and this trauma bonding over the Black Reparations shit. But I do have to say I'm not that same person anymore. Like I can literally see the entities on some of these people in this reparation space. I could see what the fuck how they gonna end up, what's going on. I ain't shutting it off no more. Because now I could see. After 2022, oh hell no, I could see. And they forced, like, because I had cut it off. So in 2022, in August 2020, I was forced to see. Like God said, wake your motherfucking ass up. Like imagine that. And I'm literally like, I'm seeing soul contracts, seeing what all this stuff is about, seeing who's a charm motherfucker, seeing CIA. I was like, whoa. And it does cause, it is a lot of energy to handle. That's a lot of energy to handle. And it is what it is. But nonetheless, they did come for my ass in 2022. They did come for my ass. It is what it is. But I'm not that same person anymore. And so these people, they still treating me or approaching me as if I was that motherfucker in 2021. And I'm like, y'all motherfuckers came around me. I wasn't checking for y'all. I just wanted to help my motherfucking people and talk my shit. And we go to do some of my reparations or whatever. We gonna sit up there and demand what this government gonna do. Matter of fact, we gonna get in that. That's how I was thinking of that shit. We gonna build our own parallel infrastructure. We gonna do this. We gonna do it. That's what I was thinking. Not the queen mothership. We need the divine feminine. That's the shit I was on. Y'all motherfuckers came around me. A nigga with the sauce. So I wasn't checking for y'all niggas. So I don't understand. But they still approaching it like I'm that same gullible, naive ass nigga in 2021. They don't know what shit going on. Everybody can manipulate you, deceive you, talk shit about you, do all this stuff behind your back, but they smiling in your face. So they still trying to play them type of games, but now they gotta play dumb because they know I caught on to them. So now everybody just playing dumb and being silent because they know they asses is like, okay, y'all into some fuckery. And they are playing our people, and they are playing in a lot of people's faces, and they know what's up, and either they playing dumb because they think that they're going to make a move or get put on or somehow or some money in it. And I could see a lot what's going to happen with this space and what's going to happen. That's how, so it is what it is. But any authentic Black American and that was just trying to do something for our people, was trying to do something about reparations, trying to see what it's about, because a lot of people, they would say, okay, we don't even need to go to government through this, let's just do it a legal matter and all this shit. If that's you truly is not bought and paid for, you truly don't have an agenda, you truly can stand on righteousness, you truly can stand on the truth, you truly I'm just saying, you still gonna stay in that space. I'm just saying, be fucking careful. Don't sign nothing. Don't let nobody tell you what to think about, oh, we should do this, we should do that. Like, if you got a plan or whatever, honestly, push your own line and find people that think like you or whatever. But don't go among a psyop or a social engineering honeypot and thinking that you about to, like, if that's what the type of time y'all still on after all these years, these motherfuckers are still, there's no progress. There's no progress. So if you are serious, I would just say branch off and do your own thing, whatever it is, just on principle, even if you don't have the connections. Because a lot of times we stay in that space because we know good and hell well we don't have access to certain, legislative offices. I wouldn't be like, we know there are people within those spaces that do have access to all of that, right? And so perhaps you feel like, well, if I don't, then it, I have to be around these because they got these access to this person, that person. Don't think like that, because that's how I like. Okay, well, shit, I wouldn't be able to do it on my own, or I wouldn't be able to just push it on principle. Push whatever you want to do, or however you want to do it. Just do it on principle, no matter what. And that's the universe will have your back, and that's most important. The universe will have your back. So if there's a group of y'all that want to put a move down, do whatever, do that in a space of freeness, in a space of authenticity. Don't let operatives come around you. Start looking up the background of motherfuckers. If you see them flip-flopping so much on stuff, they don't stand. If you notice a person that can't stand on something, they can't stand on nothing. They always flip-flopping. They jumping from one group to ADOS. They jumping to Negro. They jumping to Freedmen's. They jumping to FB. If you can, and instead of just standing on, okay, we Black American, and what y'all want to call yourself these things and all this shit, whatever, that's your business. But when we actually see someone jumping from this to that, to this to that, that's most likely an operative. And it's not for good reasons. It's not because that motherfucker is just so confused. We don't know what we're gonna do. We don't know. Oh, we gotta pivot. That's a motherfucker that's studying y'all. It's a honeypot. And so, if y'all were just trying to do something with just y'all, with a group of people, even if it's just 5 motherfuckers, 10 motherfuckers, push your shit no matter how small, off the principle, because you're most likely not going. If you're trying to stay free, you're not gonna get access to their stuff. You're not gonna get access to the table. And a lot of people, they want to sit at that table. Shit, I want to run the table. I don't want to sit at no motherfucking table and somebody tell me to follow no orders. It's not a human. It's not a soul on this planet that is qualified to tell me to follow no motherfucking orders. You don't have the sauce. Damn sure not in the government, because them motherfuckers, do y'all even got God particle? Like, I can't take that serious now unless I'm running it, or it's a righteous motherfucker running the government. Then that's one thing, but I'm not about to just sit and to go along and get along. And so if you want to know Black America, and I know what that feels to think like that in terms of thinking, people that are older than you, they're gonna have your back. You're gonna want their validation. You may want their guidance and their mentorship. They don't think like that. They look at you as an easy ass mark, a sacrifice for them to go further. Get the fuck real, Black Americans. So either you notice or you just a stupid motherfucker. Either you notice and you do it and you participate in that type of wickedness and you got to play dumb, or you're just stupid. And at one point, yeah, I was just stupid to not see that. And so I can see it now. And so, but I'm telling anybody, because I'm 32 years old, there's people that's in their 20s in that space. And you young as fuck, and you could say conspiracy theorists, laugh now, cry later. Laugh now, ha ha ha, she crazy, and cry motherfucking later. And we're not talking about because of how they lock you out. We're talking about what you do to buy in and the culmination. It may take 10, 20, 30 years till you realize you had your P. Diddy moment, where you're like, oh shit, I done fucked up spiritually. Like I'm fucked up. Like I'm in a bad deal. I don't want to play the game no more. I don't want to be in this game anymore. Yeah. So even if you see a nigga that you feel like, okay, they put on, oh my gosh, look what this person was able to do. Look what they were able to get, look, laugh now, cry later. I've seen things spiritually, things I didn't want to see, things I didn't ask to see. I did not ask to see. I didn't conjure up and do no. I was forced to by my ancestors to fucking see. And I'm telling my ancestors that come in and giving me messages from 2022 and stuff, and they just allowed me to see. It just was like, look, we got to take you up to a different dimension. You're talking about traveling in the future, future travel. That's when I say allowing me to see, like allowing me to see this universe for what it is, the dimensions, American government, certain people. Literally, I was able to see some of their soul contracts. I don't know how I was able to gain access to that, but I was allowed to see it. And many of the things I've said have come true. But I was able to see things that play out in the future and look back and say, oh, that's how that's supposed to be. And then come back and say, oh, okay. And I've been to the underworld. I have died 3 times in different timelines. But not in a way that you guys think of timelines, because I know it's like this new age thing where you quantum leap into a new timeline. I'm not necessarily talking about that. Through manifestation. I'm not talking about no new age shit. I'm talking about like your motherfucking ass is literally dead and Saturn pulls you down to the damn underground to go meet a Rish Kagal, and then you get back up physically and you resurrect. And it had nothing to do with the situation that landed me in Grady. This was a separate situation. And the situation landed, I dead and then die. And the motherfucking doctors wonder, what the fuck? They asking me to take pictures because they like, there's no way you should be living. So I'm telling you, like, I'm able to see things that it kind of got me where I'm like 1 foot in the world and 1 foot in the spiritual world. I'm literally, most of the time, I am suspended in multiple dimensions at once. Most humans are, they're just not aware of it. I'm not the only one. I'm saying humans are interdimensional. You call it multidimensional, whatever. I look at it as interdimensional because I do know that there's levels to it. So I don't think it's, maybe the terms could be used interchangeably. But when multidimensionality, that's true, but for me, maybe I feel comfortable more with interdimensional because I'm seeing it as different octaves of resonances. So I don't exist. You don't necessarily exist in multi dimensions at once, but it seems like there's something that you can do with your soul and interdimensionally for me. But for other people, that could be a different experience, right? Because everybody got different gifts and whatnot. But I say that to say is that I didn't ask to see a lot of the stuff that I saw in that space. I didn't want to see, but a lot of stuff started to come to pass. People started to see the situation with the Liberation Ventures and Rockefeller. What's the other one? Reparations Ventures and the MacArthur Foundation that was funding the quote unquote grassroots reparations. Rockefeller Foundation funding. MacArthur, Liberation Ventures was, I think they have some ties to Rockefeller. They're funding a grassroots organization. How the fuck is that grassroots? And here's my thing, Black Americans. If you was able to just go on Google and find out that out, because it wasn't a big deal to them. Because I'll tell you this, if they didn't want you to find that out, you wouldn't have found it out. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's just what you see on the tip of the iceberg. That funding and hands that got payments and palms that got greased. That's what the fuck you see on the surface. See, them niggas don't really care about what happens with that reparations shit because they already got their bag. And we're not talking about that little ass money, that Liberation Venture. That's little. That's small time play. Because if you could just go up on the internet, and it was Black Americans that did that. They was able to find out that the reparations organizations that were calling themselves grassroots were funded by Liberation Ventures and MacArthur Foundation. They had ties with George Soros and Rockefeller. If that's what the fuck you found and it was true, what makes you think? You don't know how this works. You know, they know how to money laundering is real. I'll just say that. The motherfuckers got their reparations. You just ain't me, you, the other person, that the other authenticates. We just ain't get shit. They use our sauce and try to do a Masonic credit swipe and see. I caught the shit, and that's why they blacklisted me or whatever. And I'm okay with that because I can't be around a bunch of coward ass niggas like that. Anyways, I can't be around some fake ass government operatives and all that shit. I can't take that spirit around me. Like my soul just. It will reject it anyways. That's why every time they kept trying to bring me in, something crazy would happen because my ancestors just did not want me fucking with that shit. They just did not want me around that. So I have to accept that, right? You have to accept what your ancestors got for you and the gifts that they put on you, the spirits that's on you. You have to respect that. You have to, and that's what I learned. And so, you know, Black Americans, you know, I'll get back to my point, but they have there's like they blacklisted me or whatever, and I'm fine with that because they know how to get a bag. These people are in their 50s and their 60s. They've been in the government for 25 years, 30 years. They've been in Hollywood for 25 years. They know shit. They know how it works in clandestine, how you got to move and how you going to do this, the type of moves you're going to make, who you going to shake, who you going to set up as a sacrifice, who you going to, you know, murder reality game is real. It's in politics. Politics is probably worse in politics than it is in the music industry. You cannot be that fucking stupid to not see that. And so most people, they probably even know what I'm saying. They just scared to talk about it. They just scared, but they know what I'm saying is true. But they got their payment. You think they actually care? And I'm speaking from something I know where a motherfucker was like, oh yeah, we about to get our bag. Y'all, we don't know what y'all gonna do. I know somebody that literally said that to me on the phone. We getting our bag. We don't know what y'all don't want to jump on board, jump on it. It is what it is. It's a business decision. You want to check or you don't. Like, shut the fuck up and just enjoy the ride. Do you know? And I think there's a lot of people that decide to do that. That's on them. But I know our ancestors cursed the fuck out of that stuff anyway. So that's why I'm not even worried about it. I know you guys probably like, oh man, we are getting our bag. They're not going to get a cash payment. You got to do it you got to push your own line. That's what it is. You can't just try to do it under them. You got to, whatever way you want to do it, however y'all going to do it, whether you're the Black, Indigenous, however names you're going to do, however creative ways you're going to do it, you just going to have to do it as authenticates. But I know y'all like that term grassroots. I don't like that term. I know it's a CIA term, and I know the people that's using it is government operatives. So they ain't fucking grassroots in my eyes. Grassroots is Black Americans that's, you know, in Buffalo, New York, minding their business, or in Atlanta, or in Miami, North Carolina, just chilling at the park, chilling, you know, barbecuing. That's Black Americans. Like, it ain't a motherfucker that got ties to Hollywood for 25 years that don't even live in a Black area. Is not a motherfucker that's worked for government for 30 years. That's boule and all. That's not no fucking grassroots. That ain't a motherfucker that just gonna go and get no millions of dollars from some liberation bitch from some George Soros. That's not no motherfucking grassroots. So I can't even take that serious. And you're not going to hear me really say that term too much. I'm going to say authenticates, Black American authenticates. I can get mad or whatever. I'm not trying to infiltrate nothing. I ain't trying. Y'all motherfuckers came around me. Y'all know good and well I was just some nigga on Clubhouse talking my shit. And like excited to find some Black Americans that's about reparations. That's all it was. And we thought that we was organizing in an authentic way, but it was a play from the fucking beginning. And that's what I'm saying. And the shit started in 2020. We talk about when this switch from ADOS to Freedmen, when they left Yvette or whatever, and then when the FBA shit stuff. That's what I'm talking about. And so I'm just saying. I am employing, I am begging, I am free Black Americans. We talk about you got your source particle and you're completely free. Free. I'm begging y'all to do whatever y'all want to do together and organize together in a way. You do not need no government operatives to get y'all organized. You can let this fall on deaf ears. I don't give a fuck. You're going to be a coward or you're going to be cursed. You're going to be a coward or you're going to stand up for yourself. And them cowards get cursed by their ancestors. They are cursed. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake. I see what's going on in the spiritual realm. I saw the anger of our ancestors. I saw the rage. I saw it. Like, because the thing is like, this is for them. And they like, if y'all gonna do something right, y'all do it correctly, but don't try to use our name and the shit that we went through and y'all just trying to get some money. If y'all just trying to and that's the thing. The Freedmans, they should have just had their own little conglomerate, their own little secret society, whatever, and kept it that way and not even why would they come around authenticates? Why would y'all come around us? Like, y'all could have ran y'all play and just left us completely out of it. Like, I don't understand what that was about because they were looking for source They was looking for source players. They were looking for source players, but they should have just had they play, like how CJEC do. You don't see CJEC all on, and they weren't really doing. But some of them were on Clubhouse. But I think they should have just not try to mush so much of that together and been transparent. And I think our ancestors would have opened them doors more for them in terms of if they had like this Moorish identity, because there are Moorish people that are Black Americans in their genealogy or in their oral history. That's valid, just like the American Indians' history is valid. Like when American Indians said that they got their genealogy and through their oral history, they are Indian. That shit is real. And these people are not just making this shit up. Then we talking about pedigree Black Americans that are generationally Boule, generationally from certain bloodlines. Again, we all don't have that slave story. Y'all can kiss that shit goodbye. All this, we all from Africa and came off the boat. Y'all can kiss that shit goodbye. Like I'm tired of. I hate of Royal Deluxe. I see you, Royal Deluxe. I see you. I just wanted to give you some acknowledgement because I don't be looking at my screen. I just put on my screen because I want to check my sound because I'm telling you, when I be talking, they be cutting off the damn sound. But what I was saying, let me make sure I get back to this. Yeah, it's Black Americans that know exactly who they are. Now we just now discovered genealogy. I speak for myself. I just now discovered genealogy in 2021 from the American Indians who say to go to, like, some say Black Indigenous, but they are Black Americans, but they have their hangups with Black, whatever. And then there's Black American Indians that don't have their hangups with Black, right? But they know that they're Indigenous. They were doing a genealogy thing, and we're like, okay, what's this shit about? But let me be very clear. There's these Boule motherfuckers and these rich ass Black Americans. They did their genealogy in the 80s. They got their genealogy done in the 1980s, 1990s, and they keep it. They have heraldry books, beautiful textbook. I saw Black American. No lie, Black American had a heraldry book of their whole motherfucking bloodline. Now they was using African, and it was kind of, I'm looking like I went through the genealogy. She had a whole book, like a hardcover book of genealogy of her bloodline. She showed it to me. It was a beautiful book. They hired an actual Black genealogist to go all throughout, and they put in a hardcover beautiful book. And I have to say, I was like, wow, I was very impressed because they had the like backgrounds of people from the 1700s, 1800s, and all these things. The only thing is that they assumed, because they didn't have like the in the heraldry book, it assumed that they were African. They just had everybody was African. And I had asked her, I said, how do you know that these people are African? And she did admit that she know, oh, that's because we come from the slave translation, that blanket ass history. No, not y'all can go, y'all keep doing that if y'all want. There are Black Americans that know exactly where they are from. There are Black Americans that know that they come from the damn Black European Moors from Ireland, from Spain. There's Black Americans that know that they come from right from America. There's Black Americans that have the slave ledgers that maybe say African Negro, because they did have distinctions: African Negro, American Negro, and East Indian Negro. Those were distinctions. I saw it myself, and I've showed primary sources on my channel of newspaper clippings, literally with runaway slaves, literally saying East Indian Negro with the straight hair, not an African Negro. From the Gazette newspaper in Virginia from 300 years ago, from runaway slaves that were East Indian, because they brought Dravidians over here too. In Maryland and in Virginia, North Carolina. I show primary source, peer review from JSTOR, primary sources of this stuff on my channel that are still available today. And so you have Black Americans with a multifaceted story. There's some that know that they descend from they got the story of the African, that was an African in our family. We had this story that gave us this, they have their own oral history. And so when they try to do this blanket shit, a lot of Black Americans naturally rejected that. And they taught me that because I was doing more of the blanket thing too. I said, well, why can't we just come together for doing something, And things did start to fall apart because there was a lot of Black Americans like, I'm not from Africa though, And there were Black Americans that were like, and we talk about people that did their genealogy, not just some because y'all love to say everybody just a self-hating nigga. You just a self-hater. You just don't want to be African. We are melanated. Ain't nothing wrong with melanin. Melanin is the power source. Melanin regulates radiation in the fucking universe. Melanin is a part of dark energy, just so y'all know. That makes up 95% of the universe. So nobody was ashamed of no damn melanin. Okay? Melanin was not created in Africa. It was created in the cosmos. So Black people are indigenous to every planet on every geographic location on this planet. I don't understand that. So, I don't understand like people trying to push a label on us and just say, oh, y'all was just self-hating. Y'all would like this stuff is real. Like there was a Pacific slave trade. There was a transatlantic slave trade. It was all, it was a lot of things. This was a money. We talk about big money. Human trafficking is still going on today. Human trafficking is probably the most lucrative thing on this planet. That's why guys cracking down, because y'all doing too much with that shit. Y'all got to evolve, and then it's hidden. The trafficking is hidden now, but back in those days, it was just out and open. They just hid it. That's all they do is just hide it. Y'all do know that. But as far as like this idea of having these slaves, it was big. It was always big money, as we know, and so they did not just get people from just one area. That is well documented in America. American chattel slavery did not just get one group of people from one area. They got the people that was already over here. They got motherfuckers from Fiji. They had grabbed motherfuckers from Panama. They grabbed motherfuckers from Australia. They grabbed motherfuckers from India. They grabbed people from Africa. They grabbed people from the Caribbeans. Whoever, and it was from certain bloodlines. It was done through masonry. And so they did not just go after every tribe. They did not just go after whoever was just running around in Africa. Let's just snatch them up and put their ass on the boat. It didn't work that way. This was deals, contracts, pacts, money, big money, enterprise. Royal chiefs selling out other royal chiefs. Royal kings selling out other Black people. It happened in Africa and it happened in America. And yeah, with certain bloodlines that's more fought than others. Yeah, and people could say the Moors and the Berbers or Arabs. Blacks are Arabs. There were plenty of melanated Arabs. It's already been documented. We know about the Black Europeans. So I don't even go into that as far as Moors in Spain. Like nobody needs to to me, that's just such a known thing that they ruled in Spain for 800 years. They have their pictures of how the Moors look. This is not just somebody with some conspiracy theory. They show black niggas all throughout Europe. It's still there. It's like it's still there. We're talking about old pictures of them in the monarchy. This is something that's real. Now they lost the wars and got thrown out of power, and they had to flee in exile and come to America and try to put a move down. And they did hide. They hide much better. How do they get to hide? How do they get to hide among the Black American? Acting like a descendant of slaves, hiding behind, letting the white people take all the hits, and they get to run the system behind the scenes. I saw that spiritually when we talk about Black Venetian nobility and Black Pope. That ain't just no motherfucking conspiracy. You could think that. They glad that you think that, but actually they're coming out all in the open now. Yeah. And the government is aware. The military is aware. They're like, them niggas, they ain't just they ain't just all one group from no Africa. What the hell's going on here? What's really up? We need them genealogy. We need them fucking records. We tired of going through the Mormons to get it, because the Mormons, if they want to act funny, we got to pay them every time we want some intel on somebody. Every time we need to do a dossier or somebody. No. We're going to do the genealogy our motherfucking self and be able to track these niggas. Because they all talking, how they saying we need to know, you Indian? Okay, you a Moor? Okay, you a African? And they'll be able to do that through the genealogy database. That's why the government wanted the genealogy database so bad, because they need to know who they fucking with. Because they certain bloodlines they are not going to be able to fuck with. And then they realize, and they probably didn't notice, but that the founding fathers and all this stuff, and they set this stuff up, and these slave trades, it wasn't just just random people just going to go get some random people out of Africa. Oh, no, they went after certain tribes, and they did do contract for hire. It's like you go to a royal. Come on, Alfonso the First, Alfonso the Second will tell you that. Remember Alfonso the First had made that deal with that Portuguese king about the other neighboring tribe. This was a royal black king, royal melanated king in Africa. Made a deal with the king of Portugal. These were both royalty, mind you, to sell out another tribe, only for that king of Portugal to come back and turn on him and enslave his tribe. It was a bad deal. So they've been doing it, but the king of Portugal came to him. I'm sorry, no, it was the other way around. He did go to him because he said they needed weapons. They needed weapons from Portugal, and they needed to fund it to fight the tribe. And they told him, they'll give you your land. You can take them as whoever's left over. You can take as slaves if you help us, if you give us the. And then only for them to do the okie doke. This happened throughout all of Africa. And that's just a case example. If you see the royal monarch, the nobility class. That's why I said you got to study the nobility class if you want to understand the moves that was made and how people ended up in the situations they ended up in. But they also wanted to buy birthrights. So they did go to certain nobilities, certain chiefs to buy birthrights, slaves. Birthrights. When you a slave, you controlling what that person does, what they eat, what they say, what they think. You're gonna brainwash them. If you're a slave, then you're controlling their soul, essentially. You're controlling their birthright. You're controlling their destiny. You have to do that through the occult. Generally, you have to go do it. You have to do it through the spiritual realm first, until you get it to the physical realm. So yeah, you could physically chain someone, put some chains on their legs and on their feet, drive them on a boat, whatever. But what has been done spiritually to even allow that to happen? Because everybody got protection. Everybody, you at least know the fuck to fight back. Somebody trying to grab you and put you on some motherfucking boat, put some chains on your ass. That at least you beating ass. I'm gonna die. You gonna be your eye gonna be at least. If I gotta die, your eye gonna be hanging out your motherfucking face. It's gonna be something fucked up with you, nigga. Because you ain't taking me onto some chains and putting me on no motherfucking boat, and I'm gonna just go and just be quiet. Nah, somebody is gonna be a bite. Your dick gonna be bit off. Something gonna happen. I'm just saying, if it's me, a dick gonna be bit off, an eye gonna be gouged out your motherfucking face, something gonna be stabbed in your head, like it's a pin or something sharp, something gonna be hanging out your motherfucking head, whether I'm here to tell the tale or not. That's just the type of nigga I am. That's my spirit. And so you gotta figure for that to happen like that on such a massive level, whether that been the American slave trade, Pacific, but they did in Africa. That was spiritual malediction. Somebody had to sell someone out. Motherfuckers sold each other out. The Africans did it, Americans did it. This is what happened. The Moors put it under spiritual malediction, but it happened when they did what? Overthrow the what? the queen mothership. That's what happened. That's when the malediction started. Because they wanted to work, the males wanted power. Work with these niggas, work with these white boys. And so yeah, but these white boys who got hold, who was able to study some of that, when Egypt had got taken over, when it became like Hellenistic Egypt, when Greek got in control, they started trying. Now they botched their shit. Don't get me wrong, they don't know all the knowledge. They'll never know. But they was taking certain knowledge from esoteric sciences, occult sciences out of Africa, out of Egypt, out of America, whoever, and then some of the Moors was selling it. The Moors was teaching these, but they went over in Spain. Hold on, I gotta turn my alarm off. Okay, plug this back up. Okay, so I'm back. Let me make sure that my sound is good. I had my alarm set to go off at 3:45. Okay, I'm supposed to have been done, but when these, I was saying that sometimes when the Moors was ruling Spain for 800 years, they was teaching them certain mysticisms, like some of them people, because let's be real, they was enslaving white people over there. White people never talk about their own enslavement in Europe. Mind you, they'll never teach you about it. But every 800 years in a monarchy with black folk, and you don't say nothing about it, you don't ever teach about it in history. That's mighty convenient, right? That's coincidental, right? But that's because they was plotting it. They said, man, we got to get these motherfuckers out of here. But they did teach them a lot of things. They was teaching them Hermeticism. And a lot of it had been botched at that point, I do have to say, because again, a lot of this stuff was when they overthrew a lot of their own queen motherships and matriarchies all over the highest levels of those societies were ran by. I'm not going to get into all of that, but because I already wrote about it, I already put it in books and shit. They came after me hard for even talking about a lot of that shit. But the Moors in Europe, they had been teaching them Western. They learned a lot about that Western Hermeticism. And I'll say this, and y'all can get mad at me. And I had said this, and I'm telling the government, I said it. I said what I said. That Baphomet stuff that was created by a black man, and who again it's still Western Hermeticism, it's still Western occultism, but they have brought. And then how do I know this? Because we can't get too esoteric in this video. This is a political video, and I cannot get too esoteric. I cannot. I'll just say this. He was trying to. I know the interdimensional being who created it. They came to me. Some wild shit. Some things is better left unsaid. But I'll say this: they wanted to reverse engineer some things, and wanted this idea of, and they misinterpreted, what it means for the divine feminine and the divine masculine to be complementary. So they created more like a transgender type thing. And they combined it, but it was originally a secret society, and I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but a secret society in Africa created an original version of that, and they had this group got hold of something of that nature. They didn't know what it really meant though, and they did misinterpret it and create more of this Baphomet thing, and started to form more so Hermetic occultism, a Western occultism, but it is based on botched science, and it is based on stolen knowledge from another order, an order that was ran by women. Now the society in Africa that has something similar, they have a more authentic version of it, but it's still not the shit that you see that's going on today. It had nothing to do with whatever they told you with they got with the Baphomet, with being a goat and male and female, and this is stuff these people didn't know what they were. They got their hands on certain information, they just didn't know how to really interpret it or what it really meant. And people was stealing stuff from other orders. It is what it is, and they was able to ransack Egypt, as we know, during the Hellenistic period. Oh, and I want to say it was the Ptolemy period, right? The Ptolemy period when they got invaded, when Egypt got invaded. Let's not act like they had them white women. They had them. They're not the Hyksos people and stuff. They was able to infiltrate. They was sleeping with them women, and they was teaching. These women were asking. They were again. They used the women as intelligence and as spies to ask these commissioned priests and commissioned pharaohs, what does this mean? What does that mean? What is this? Can you tell me what that means? Can you tell me what this means? And men, being as stupid as they are for pussy, was giving them information. They were running back to whoever their order was, because all of this is about nobility bloodlines. And nobility bloodlines operate as orders and many times cults. They go back and spread what they know. In Greece, that's how Greece modeled their empire after Egypt. And then when the Greece fell, Rome modeled their empire after Greece and Egypt. Rome, just like when Rome fell, Britain tried to model their empire after Rome. America gets set up. Obviously, Britain has colonies all over the place and colonies in America. America gets tired of representation without taxation without representation, and they go to fucking war with descendants of Moors who are the founding fathers who look white. But we don't even want to talk about how these 8 presidents that was before that, where did they go? They purposely went behind the scenes. A lot of times when you be thinking like America's trying to hide this, America's trying to hide that, America's trying to do this, America's hiding our history, or hiding the real history. These are white people hiding the history. If you got 8 black presidents before the founding father, before George Washington, they already set the play in motion and people was chosen to be there. The founding fathers, John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, they were put there. When people say that if they put the move down, where did they came? If somebody, granted, yes, there were people from British brought over here, but if we're telling you before that migration that there was some people that left Ireland and Spain because they had got exiled and they was black. Some of them was black nobility, and some of them were taken as slaves too. And they come to America, they could set up a shop first. They could set up some form of structure of governance. Yes, they even through obviously the slave trade, but even through their connections with the people that were already here, which would be the American Indians. They already had some connections. But then they bring in these Africans over, then they backstab the American Indian. Yes, the black Europeans, the Moors backstab the American Indian. That's why they don't really fuck with us to this day. They don't really like us, even if you half and half. You can be half and half, a black, half American Indian, half black European, and you go around people that's more Indian, and they still black Americans. They still don't really feel like they can fully trust you because they know intuitively what happened. They got backstabbed and they got enslaved. Then they brought all these white motherfuckers over here and put them in power. You're gonna be the power structure. We don't want you to talking about nothing about no black Moors, nothing, they'll mention nothing about it. Because we gonna run this shit interdimensionally because we are powerful wizards and we already come from the bloodline that's related. That's just like how they always talking about, oh, they come from the descendant of Nimrod. They come from the descendant of the Pharaoh Ramesses. They come from, and these bloodlines, they talk about these 13 families that come from Nimrod and they're related to the Nephilim. You got to be out your mind if you think that the black folk that's been on this planet for millions of years don't have them same light codes, and way more powerful than that. Because the fallen angels, I told y'all, they're a class of beings, but obviously there you have primordial entities, you got earth-based entities, you got Pleiadian entities, Pleiades, Orion, Sirius. I mean, come on, we ain't even gonna get into that. This is not supposed to be a esoteric video. It's not supposed to be esoteric at all. But yeah. You don't think that people know that? You don't think there's black people that's been doing that for? And again, when the American Indians were teaching us about this, everybody was saying they crazy, calling them pretendians, calling them, and they was bringing document after document, proof after proof after proof of what they were saying. And so they caught it, and they caught it because they realized there was infiltration. You could feel the different spirits. You could feel in your ancestry like, yeah, they saying they black American, but they not our type of black American. Like it feels different. And that's because they have decided to hide amongst black Americans to this day, act like they down for the cause, act like they grassroots, act like they niggas, act like they just like you and went through the struggle. And these motherfuckers been running this since the beginning. And they put the white boys out there to take the hits after hits and hits, and they got conquer and divide. And it was a part of the deal that they made to keep their power. And they don't have just money power; they have spiritual power. You know how I love to blame some of them 13 families for controlling the weather, controlling it. They do it. If they do it, oh my God. But like I said, they decided to hide amongst, and they realized some of them decided to walk away and plummeted your entire bloodline into generational poverty from walking away. And then some of them they still want to be behind the scenes, and they do what they've been doing, delivering for the beast system, whatever they got to do to keep them people off their back, and those entities rather off their back. Keep them entities from devouring them. They go and devour other people. That's why they do the sacrifice thing. It's real shit. But I mean, what other better way of a system to have? To have a bunch of puppets run the whole thing. You really think Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is coming up with all things? And I mean, when you talk about shadow government, that shit is real. You'll be shocked who the shadow government is, and it's not just who you think it is. But there are layers to it. There are definitely layers to it, and even the people that you think like, oh, this group controls the whole world. This particular group, they have been sanctioned. They have been given clearance to do that through the pacts and the things that they've made, but that's because somebody else is trying to hide. They're trying to hide behind them as well. But they all getting sprayed down, so it don't even matter. They all getting sprayed the fuck out. But what I'm saying is, their descendants are these people that like come among us, you know, because they if they are in the forefront, then they are not. They may be just a descendant of that Black Venetian nobility or of that class, like the Blaque, for instance. The Blaque they're not necessarily the same as Black Venetian nobility. They may have ties to that. They may have ties to Sephardic Moor royalty. They may have ties to African nobility. They may have ties to American Indian nobility, right? But it doesn't mean that they have access to full shadow government or to running the government. Like the Blaque is servants to the king. They're counsels to the chief. They're counsels to the chief, and they're counsels of the king. So they are not. Though they're a part of the system, they're not at the highest level. Is what I'm saying. They're not the highest level at the highest level by no means. They get a nice life. You get told what to do. We give you your orders. You better follow. And I mean, you see that just even the way they carried on at that NABJ interview. That was top down. Somebody made that call. Y'all doing this interview, and they didn't want to do it. And the Blaque thinking they got some clout. They gonna do this. They gonna do it. And it's like, no, you're gonna do this fucking interview with Trump, and it is what the fuck it is. And they feel like, well, that's just how it go. What I'm saying is, you know, if you want to set up a system and keep your power, you won't want to be seen at all. Just like how that one group that keep getting blamed. Yeah. There's higher levels of that is a part of that group, but they are really a part of that bloodline, and they're not just ish, and they're not faking an identity. They didn't steal the identity, but they still kept their identity, right? But they sold out the Black Americans and the Africans who also had that identity and traded the birthrights and to certain entities to keep another group in power. That group is the sacrifice. And then the main group, this Black power, the Black Venetian nobility, that's way above that is above even the group that's currently running it. They get to hide and keep everything. They keep their power. And I will say this, they are interdimensional, and they are not all human. I'll say that. They're hybrid. And they are descendants. Like when you have these people saying, they had these bloodlines, they got these billions of dollars, and they said, well, I am a descendant of Nimrod, or I'm a descendant of Gilgamesh, and all that, whatever this stuff. That may or may not be true, right? It may or may not be true. But I'm telling you that there are bloodlines that are melanated that have incredibly more. And we're talking about descendant of Nimrod. I mean, come on, this is a person that is Nephilim, that is half human and half fallen angel. And so imagine the bloodlines that are melanated that have direct contact to Nagas primordials that are descendants of those. They're descendants of primordial Nagas. They are descendants of not just fallen angels, but real angel, like literal angels. Not like fallen angels are still angels, but they are the descendants of Devis, certain deities that literally walked among this earth. And all royalty feels that way, by the way. I'm just you can look through the history and read this for yourself, but they still feel this way to this day. You think it's just something that they thought in history. You look at Japanese royalty, they always said that they was descendant of a Maratsu, the sun goddess. You look at Kamisha nobility, they all said it was a descendant of what is it, Ra? Would it be Ra, whether it be all set, whether it be Ptah? They literally know this because they know the rituals of how to interdimensionally connect. This shit is real. You look at the nobility, even amongst Jews, Hebrews, they have the same story. Even if you look at the immaculate conception and stuff, those stories we're talking about how to create zygote churning. This is an occult ritual, a zygote churning, where you do insert an entity into a human and give birth to them. That is an old science. It's nothing new, and it's been done for thousands and thousands of years, and it's still happening. And that's not the only. The immaculate conception is not the only. That's not the only story of such a thing. You see that in Egypt. You see that everywhere, and it is more truth to it than what you would think. It's not just a story of mythology. We're talking about occult practice where you can insert an entity into a human and they will birth that out. And they will be half this and half human. That is an occult practice, and it's a science that's been going on. You can deny it and say that's not true. Melanated people have been doing it. They created the science. They taught it to white people, and white people watched the shit out of it. And look what you have here. But yeah, you talk to any, or you don't have to talk to, but study any nobility class from all over the world, and they will tell you we are half this, and we descend from, like, even you look at Indian, the East India, they're people. We descend from Shiva. We descend from Krishna. We are related. We are literally the bloodline of Ajna. We are literally the bloodline of Vayu. And you think you go and tell them people, no, that ain't true. That's just mythology. You just making up. You gonna tell them royal people, and they're just gonna lay. Okay, you don't have to believe it. They know the practice and the science of how to do these things, and by technicality, they're not lying when they say that they are the descendants of Lucifer and they this and they that. That shit is real as a motherfucker. They can hide it from the view, the layman, the common people. You'll never have access to that knowledge. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to just be a worker and be a peasant. The feudalist system. The black man created feudalism. Okay, brought it. Let's wake these things up. But this is real. This is how these people think, and it doesn't matter about your race or your gender. That's just how they think, and because they descend from certain bloodlines, some of which are connected, some are not connected. But a lot of them, especially the melanated ones, they do come from primordial Nagas bloodlines. A lot of them do. And so a lot of these Black Americans that you see that are part of more of the nobility, they believe what they believe and they act accordingly. And they do believe in hiding. They don't want to be in the front of the scenes or anything of that nature. And they know how to run shit interdimensionally, and they're not fully human. And some of the time, some of this system has been set up in such a way where they don't have to, how do I say this? They don't have to be physical. Okay. That's why when Trump was trying to tell people we're dealing with energetic forces, we're dealing with these type of forces. That's true. That's true. And how do I say this? When it comes to, like, let's get back on topic to the reparations space. When it comes to Black Americans and our bloodline and various multifaceted genealogy, there are different ranks, there are different levels. And having this blanket story for all 40 million of us, 50 million, is just not going to work. Because there's too much differences in the DNA and the epigenetics. It's just, and you can see that. That's why every time we start talking, there's some infighting. There's always demarcation between someone that is a descendant of a slave and then someone who does not have that pedigree. And you could feel it. You're talking and you could see it. Spiritually now you could see it, but you could feel that. Just in a way, that's why there's always so much arguing. That's why they hated the freedmen so much. Because a lot of them, they found out, a lot of the Black indigenous had found out that the freedmen had been former Moors. You know, like, y'all want to be Moors, or y'all trying to use Moorish science law to fight, to do this status stuff with the government or whatever. And they didn't see themselves as Moors. Them people know who they are. They know that they clicked in with that system. That's why they was able. That's why they in front of it, and they came around us for loosh. They thought we was easy marks. They was like, okay, we got to get some credit system. We got to get some credit. And we talk about spiritual credit. You have to go around people with source players. So they kept coming down to us and snooping around, getting ideas, talking, asking us shit, trying to figure out what they was gonna find out, and then go back and work accordingly with the plans that they have and adjust their plans. That's why they kept adjusting their plans in real time, because they was listening to everything we were saying. But it wasn't because they was trying to help us or do anything for us. They just looking like we just trying to make sure we get our bag and make sure that, because we dealing with some smart little niggas. You know, they catching every little thing we do, every little thing we say that don't add up or don't make sense. They calling it out. They obstructionists. You're obstructionist to our bag, our plan. I said, get your own plan. That's what they tell you. Get your own claim. They told you that. They was telling us that. Get our own claim. And to be honest, we used to get so upset with them. Like, what? We're Black American. How are you going to tell us what our ancestors went through this and we did it? And they looking like we're for them, they were saying we're freedmen. We are a freedman status. We're using some things with Moorish law in the United States government. We use some things we discovered, and we're going to use these things. And this is our group, and and you have to say that you're a African from the transatlantic slave trade. They had already wrote that out. That was what they had wanted. That was the play, and that was how that was it. And so for us, the authenticates, or what you guys call grassroots, we came around. And we really, we thinking, okay, we're going to have an influence in this because this is all of our claim and our ancestors, and we want to get justice and all this. Man, they looking at us like, dude, this is a psyop. Get your asses out of here. We trying to get paid. And y'all talking about doing the claim right, and you got to say it this way, and we got to get the language right, or they going to try to do this to us. And they didn't care about none of that. They didn't care. So, and there was another Black American that had said that. It was another Black American that just recently said they felt like the only thing they regret was the naivete about thinking that we could have influence over what was going on in a way that impacted us for the better, like that impacted Black Americans for our best interest, all 40 million of us, and I think that that's what a lot of us feel like. I know certainly that's what I feel like. I thought that there was a way that like we that it was just serious. Like I thought it was just a something that just had an organic engine behind it. That's what I'll say. It's some different type of engine behind it. And studying this from the way from what's been revealed to me, and that it's not an organic engine. It's not an organic engine at all. It's a fucking Democratic play, and it is what it is. And I want to show y'all though the way that this lady looked like. Let's see what they're saying here. But I just want to make my point, because I know we were getting too spiritual, and I didn't really want this to be a spiritual video, but I just want to make it very clear, Black Americans, that the government is very much aware. Now, it wasn't always aware that there's a lot of multifaceted shit going on within our bloodline, and they getting kind of, they're not worried, because if it's so much shit popping off interdimensionally and with what's going on, that they have already pretty much accepted the truth and the prophecy. They just thought we just gonna we'll put the freedmens ahead of it, because they Moors, and they know that the freedmens are most likely come from a nobility class. A lot of them freedmens. We're talking about the ones that not just some random ass nigga on the internet calling themselves freedmen. We're talking about the ones that's at the highest levels, the ones who started it, the ones who conceived the idea of the freedmen. The government, they did think that, well, they probably are Sephardic Moors, if they're Sephardic, which a lot of them are not. But even if they are Sephardic Moors, they weren't chosen by our ancestors. And so that I know that the government thought that we could run this play, and we'll put them in as the new gatekeepers, and we'll put them as in charge, and still be able to swing the prophecies in our favor, because we got actual real Black American blood, like real Black American genetics, and that come from nobility because they have ties to more Sephardic, more maybe even African or American Indians. So the government already knew that about the prophecy. The thing is, the stuff is falling apart so fast and so bad because of our ancestors. I'm gonna keep it a buck, and they told me that themselves. Yes, they ancestors. You'll be surprised how many Black American spirits are running around here, boy. And they fucking that up, and they told me they fucking it up, and I'm telling you, like you should see them because like I don't know if you ever been dated with an egregore or a legion of Black American spirits. Do you ever know what that feels like? Do you know what that feels like? To deal with an egregore of Black American spirits that work like an engine, that work like I'm just on the spiritual realm, like how they work. Yeah, they a little emotional. They my babies. They see me. You should see how they be acting around me, boy. They my babies. But the Black American spirits, like they just like we didn't choose them. We didn't like this is not what the fuck are you, what's going on? Like no. This is not what we thought. Like this is it's not even so much what they thought. It's just like they had been warring against that shit since 2000 and since what in Cobra shit. They've been showing out because they're like, yo, y'all not gonna do it right, don't do it at all, and leave these motherfuckers on. Y'all not gonna touch some free ass source players. Y'all gonna touch with Black Americans that don't know what the hell going on, and y'all using deception and trying to get them to sign contracts and trying to get them to take no oath and all that. My ancestors was like, hell no, we'll crack this shit in half. Y'all keep fucking with us. Because we said the prophecies, but we choosing them. And that's what our ancestors want us to know. And they want the government to know that too. They're making the call. They're making the decision. Not the government, not no Freeman, not no Boule, not no people that's no Masons. No, they're going to make that decision. And so I know our government's trying to make this play because they do a lot of psyop masonry. They do a lot of, we got social engineering of how they going, who going to who, what puppet going to be what puppet, who going to be placed in the position, who going to be the next politician, who going to be the next Jim Clyburn. They got all that stuff worked out. And that's how they do it. But it's another force being placed upon this planet, and they don't want none of that anymore. They don't want this orchestrated psyop stuff, this scripted puppet type shit. They want real shit, real energy, source energy. But to run it, to bring the entire planet to a higher dimension, a higher level, bridging that gap between interdimensionality of the higher realms and planet Earth, because there are going to be some people on planet Earth that just stay here. Like we talking about 3D, 5D, and we're going to go to 12D and 20D and 125D. Planet Earth is a plane of existence, and it's a beautiful plane. It's a beautiful planet Earth is beautiful. The system is wicked, but planet Earth. I mean, there's people that like this free will shit. They like it. And they took it too far, and they violated a lot of universal laws. But there are people that are going to decide. Like say a primordial God came on this planet and said, hey, how many of y'all want to go to this dimension, 125 D dimension, or how many of you guys want to stay on planet Earth? There would be millions that would say, I don't want to go into the unknown. I don't know what the fuck you're taking me. I'm going to stay on planet Earth. That's just common sense. And so God has decided to create this bridge. Like, how do we create a bridge between interdimensionality of higher planes being able to access planet Earth, but this planet Earth itself still goes from 3D, 4D, 5D, 6D, 7D. You still got to fucking evolve. We're not going to have no 3D planet. Y'all sitting there human trafficking, all this weirdo shit, fighting over race and fighting over genders and this low vibrational shit, right? And so that's why they want the ancestors themselves. And when it's not just melanated ancestors, but the ancestors that are ushering this new day, they have to bring that up. So they have to choose who is the next people, who's next up. And so they don't really, all this stuff with these Masons, they're going to choose her. That's why stuff just keep getting torn down. That's why stuff just keep getting pushed to shreds. And I'm telling you for a fact that our ancestors are doing it because I saw them do it and they told me they were going to do it. And I see them doing shit all the time. I'm talking about in my dreams. I'm not talking about I've literally seen, spirits. They be on it. They be on it. And they did say, we know what they trying to do is not authentic. We don't want a lot of y'all a part of that. Y'all not listening. And so we'll have it. Well, it is what it is. And if I'm making this up, why the day before this hearing, or the day before this protest, with them talking about they not going they didn't have a meeting or whatever, they didn't pass the bills or the bills not going for the vote. I just said that literally that Friday, and we're gonna do that review, that there was gonna be something that gets that they try to pass and it don't go through. And I said, and then I also said it was gonna be stuff with planes and major telecommunications. You know, there was an airplane crash yesterday. They had a big ass airplane crash that's crashed into somebody's house, and and I said it was going to be major delays with the traffic and transportation. You know, like almost every city, and I have a list of these cities. Literally the next day of me saying this, and I have the proof, and we're gonna do that. We're gonna cover that though on Friday. Literally, like evidence of that plane crashing, and almost I would say probably close to 20 states were having major, like this about. In Mississippi alone, I think they had like 8 people just die yesterday from this big ass crash or whatever, and they had to shut down all the lanes. I said it was going to be something major with the transportation with buses. And then the accident with some bus just happened. I said it was going to be delays, and it's still going to be like this whole week. So y'all be very, very careful. And I didn't say that because I'm just trying to predict the future and look cool. No, that was for y'all. I had said prepare. Pay attention to the signs. If it's something that's getting delayed and stuff and they don't want you to go, it was so many crashes yesterday. It's not even funny. You wouldn't believe how many states had closed they major traffic lanes because, I mean, I have the evidence, but we're going to cover that Friday because they ain't got nothing to do with the video. But I did say that if y'all trying to push something through with things that's going through, it gets canceled. Stuff does not go through. And then the next day, this reparation shit don't go through. But I had already told you that our ancestors had cursed it on this day. This day right here, on this post, which was August 27th, because I had been I've been targeted by COINTELPRO by way of some of these black niggas in that space, and that's why you see me not really be so just as naive as I was, but I had said that I found out. See, nobody is waking up the occult stuff they do in that reparation stuff, or that the government do. They don't ever talk about it. And I talked about that in 2022, and he was all, oh, you crazy, oh, you this, you that, you this. When I could see that there was an occultist that was running stuff, and only for the person to actually come out and admit to doing hoodoo and admit to, it's like it's something that they a part of their little cell thing now. But I saw that spiritually in 2022. I'm like, this person is an occultist. This person is a Mason that's trained in radionics and psychotronics. That I knew. That I said they got some high level access to some like, and I knew it was something that was relating to intelligence. Like I could see this stuff, and I'm like, and I'm seeing this person. And I'm literally able, like, you know how you can remote view. Like there's people with the gift of remote viewing. There's people in my bloodline that can remote view. I know a person that can remote view. I know there's a person in my bloodline that they know telepathy, telekinesis, teleportation, all that type of shit. I don't dabble in all of that. I have to say, why would I want to be remote viewing some other motherfucking human? Like that's this me. So though there are times when I can remote view, I purposely don't activate certain things because that's a lot of energy to handle. I almost did go off the deep end because I'm talking about primordial beings taking over all types of stuff, and my ancestors like forcing me to wake up, forcing me to like see this. They forced that remote viewing shit, and I'm literally able to see, and I was able like, and I'm like, I don't want to see that, but I saw it. But now I don't be just sitting here remote viewing niggas. Ain't none of y'all interested enough for me to be spying on y'all spiritually. And that's it. The only reason why that happens is because my ancestors allowed it to happen, and it was forcing me to see it because I couldn't see it because I just was on my own little world. I was just in a daze, and so they forced me to see that. They forced me to see it. They forced me to see a lot of things around me. And so yes, remote viewing is real. The government already does. The FBI hires remote viewers all the time. This is well documented. If the FBI hires remote viewers to spy on people spiritually, the CIA does it. What the fuck? Like, y'all have to wake up. Like, this stuff is real. Like, and if I'm saying I'm not even trained in none of this, and I know in my bloodline that I have seen, I know that for a fact that somebody can remote view in my bloodline. I'll never forget. I used to go. Oh, I went to both states. I used to go study, and they had a library, and I would study. A certain part of the library in a corner by a certain computer and I would go sit in. And no lie, I had a family member literally say, you know what? You gotta, you gotta get out your comfort zone. You always want to go get a, because how would they know this? I never told this person this, right? You always want to go and get a lunch, get a lunch, and then you go to the library and you sit in there. And they actually said like the far right corner and do your study and all. And I said, how do you, and I said, how do you know it's a corner? How do you know it's this? How do you know? I remember saying, they just laughed and just brushed it off. Just so smooth. But also this person that I'm talking about, they got all types of, I'm talking about somebody that's like my immediate family. Not my adopted, because I'm adopted. I'm not talking about I'm talking about my biological fucking family. They had all types of gifts. Where did them gifts come from, God or whatever? Whatever you say, that's your business. I don't hide that I came from an occultic bloodline, but those bloodlines also tied to the other side. It's just that some people in the bloodline decided to sell out. Some people in the bloodline decided to walk away. It is what it is. Not every ancestor is for you. Not every ancestor had your best interest. Not every ancestor did the right things in the past. It is what it is. But yeah, that shit is real. And so I had told y'all that our ancestors had cursed that space. And I said why. And I said that there's something going on in this politics, this reparations space, where they're doing something that relates to occult practices on unsuspecting, unwilling people. And Black Americans, y'all know this. That's why y'all so quiet around me. That's why y'all so quiet. But y'all probably talk shit on back channels or whatever. But they know that I know that what I'm saying is true. And I think that they're trying to hide it. They got to cover for people they want to cover for, whatever they little brotherhoods or secret side they want to cover from. So it's like, okay, that was a glitch, because I wasn't even supposed to. I was just supposed to be some dumb nigga that I was supposed to easy mark. A person that's extremely gifted and talented and extremely intelligent, and some Masons will come around, you will steal, snatch that birthright off of you and sacrifice your life. That's what the plan was supposed to be. That's what they was, and I wasn't the only one. I'm telling you, it's like at least 20 Black Americans that they thought they had this easy, smooth lick. I caught it in 2022. And so I knew that the reparation space had been infiltrated. And I said it on the screen by is either a wicked secret society, or it was the CIA, or both. That I know for a fact. They'll never admit it, because psyops and stuff happen all the time. As far as if you're talking about getting some reparations and getting in power and talking about money from the government, there are people that are going to send things onto you. There are people that are going to send infiltrators, the people that are that set it up. Sometimes it could be the people that set it up itself, that look like they are part of that had a big voice in the movie. They could be in on the play. But I know that they got infiltrated. And I said, when I spoke out about it, they pulled that Kanye shit. Oh, we got to lock them up and call them crazy, but doing the Obia death spell ritual on them. I mean, they used the COVID on my motherfucking ass. And I remember God was telling me how to fight it, and I didn't listen. And I wanted to do it my way. And I remember when whatever demonology they were using on me, because the demonology is real, just so y'all know. When the people want to send a demon after you to take your ass out or to possess you, that shit is real. I remember God was saying, if you don't do it this way, the frequency, you're going to lose control over the resonance, and the frequencies, and their frequencies are going to be able to enter into your aura if you don't do it this way. But I was so angry and hurt and angry, mind you, angry, that I didn't listen. And I let that anger consume me, and it brought my vibration considerably down, because anger is not necessary. Righteous indignation is okay, and being angry is okay when you have your anger, but you have to still control your emotions. You still have to control your frequency, and you don't want to lower yourself to where you're on the same plane as someone that just trying to get at you because they on some COINTELPRO shit, or because they jealous, or they some stupid Mason that needs a sacrifice or something. Like there's ways to balance out a resonance that's higher than that, but if you go too low, they can get at you. They can. And that's exactly what happened to me in 2022. And I felt it when they came, when that energy was able to watch through my damn apartment. I remember it like it was yesterday. And it lowered me so much where I kind of freaked out, like panic. Just fear. Fear also lowers your vibration. Fear is one of the lowest vibrations, if not the lowest vibrations on this planet. I had a lot of fear and I had a lot of anger. The fear consumed me, but I remember God telling me, you cannot be, if you become a vibrational match to these people, they are going to be able to infiltrate your electromagnetic field. So you got to keep it high. And I just didn't listen. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, they sending shit at me. I'm sending stuff back. I'm talking. I'm taking out your mama. I'm taking out your this. I'm taking out this. I'm doing that. And I saw, like, at this point, I was remote viewing on stuff, and I did see it. I did see COVID. I literally saw groups of motherfuckers that were just praying on me. It was, I mean, witches, like these people who want to cover for for this occultist. They started doing work on me. This work that they was, I mean, we talking about a circle, like ceremonial shit. They were doing ceremonial magic on my ass and using this death spell. It's pretty effective. It's an MK Ultra spell that pretty much it's a horrific spell, but generally most people don't survive it. And so on some level, I thank God so much, because even though I didn't listen to that advice to not become the vibrational match, which I did become the vibrational match in frequency and was able to get tagged up spiritually, God still kept me alive. I still survived. But that was real shit. But they still wanted to, do the Kanye West shit where they leave you crazy, try to force you to take medicine, try to force you to say things, keep you against your will, try to label, like they pulled that on me. And the thing is, they made it seem like it was just isolated, but I now have proof that people in that reparation space was kind of behind it, because they admitted in a message, which I have the message, which I actually showed on my YouTube channel, that they admitted to contacting my family and contacting them. And so they had this all set up where they was like, we're going to get, it's a play. This person literally threatened, the person that's part of this reparation shit, that's connected to that occultist that I called out, literally threatened to contact my family. And so they did have something to do with that. But the thing is, they set it in motion because that CIA shit, they was already fucking with my mind. I ain't even gonna hold. They was already fucking with me, because I'm seeing stuff in a different dimension and trying to talk and get certain information out. And I literally felt a force trying to like grab one to like hijack my consciousnly and take over. And it was two of them. It was warlock and a witch. They both in the reparation space, by the way. And we fighting in the spiritual realm, and I'm trying to talk to Blaque men. I'm trying to write out stuff, and I can't even get, because I'm telling you, these motherfuckers, they was it's like trying to hijack. You trying to break a MK Ultra spell. That shit is real. MK Ultra spell is radionics, psychotronics, demonology, NLP, and sex magic. You don't have to use all of them at the same time, though. You don't have to use the sex magic. You don't have to use the NLP. But these practices are not inherently bad. It's just that people use them to control other people. That's what they do. Those who are not in the know, you're easy marks. You're looked at as fucking cannon fodder. And so it doesn't mean that those practices are evil or something like that. Like radionics is very powerful. You can heal yourself with radionics. You can heal yourself with psychotronics. It's very powerful. But there are people that use it for wickedness. There are people that use it to control other people. As simple as that. Like if you know the right techniques or whatever, you control somebody's mind 1,000 miles away. It just is what it is. And so you have to be initiated most of the time to learn those things. I had taught myself all those things naturally, because it's also in my bloodline. Like I didn't have that. Like there's so all of this stuff is naturally in my bloodline because of the my ancestors, where they descend from. And though there was a patriarch that walked away, you wouldn't believe who that patriarch was in a last lifetime. I saw 1,000 years of his life review, 1,000 years going back. That's why I was calling him what I was calling him, oh God, too heavy for this channel, too heavy for this video. But I would tell you, yeah, transfer of consciousness is real. People recycle, reincarnate. You guys all know that stuff. But you will be shocked who this patriarch that I'm talking about, who is still alive. You will be shocked of who he was in his past lives, going back 1,000 years. Not even worth talking about. Not even worth. Because right now, you break your oath. What happens? What do they do to you? Blood in, blood out. But they couldn't do that. They do that to him. I think he was just trying to offer me as the, how they had to get out of their deal, whatever. But yeah, that shit is real. And a lot of these bloodlines, again, those who walk away, particularly with Black Americans, we were either sold out or some people have actively just said, I'm walking away. But I'm telling you, Those type of things are already naturally in my bloodline. So I didn't have to be initiated. I don't have to be taught anything. I know how to do it. But people use those type of things for wicked stuff, for their own personal gain. People use radionics and psychotronics to fuck with other people. Now, the vibration of using those type of things is inherently low, right? Because you're being deceptive, you're being a coward, and if you trying to take somebody out and they don't even know what the fuck going on, that's a cowardly. Like you like to use witchcraft on somebody that never did anything to you. That is insane. That is literally insane, and that's what those Masons do, and that's what a lot of these motherfuckers do. And I'm not saying it's all of them. I'm not saying it's all of them, but I do know that the ones that's like intelligence and part of COINTELPRO and CIA that would take money. These people, you got to figure there are Black Americans that would take money and you never did nothing for them, and the government come to them and say, "Hey, we got 10 grand. We need you to go do this to that person," and they will take that money, no questions asked. And I'm telling you, that's what's been going on, not just to me. Wake up, wake up. If somebody come and say, "Hey, we need you to here's $20,000. Go. We need you to do. We know you're a occultist. We know you're a warlock. We need you to hit up this person and do your spell. This spell, this time, that on. We need you to do work on them. We need you." There are people that would do that. Like I don't understand why it's either you a person that do that. That's why I think in that space I'm like, because you don't know who you could trust anymore because then everybody is too quiet. So then you feel like, okay, either you know what I'm saying is true and you a person that is just trying to be quiet because you don't want to break no smoke, whatever, or you a motherfucker that's in on it. That's the only way. You a person that's in on it. Or you're not. But either way, our ancestors tagged that ass up. I'm telling you, our ancestors is not playing with these motherfuckers. People are literally going to die. These people are like, "Oh, that's COINTELPRO is going to kill you." No, y'all going to get killed by these motherfucking spirits, these Black American spirits, because there's been so many violations and wickedness that's been done in that space. And so again, this COINTELPRO shit, it did infiltrate the reparation space. It did infiltrate it. And they was able to run a whole, like the thing that they did is what they'll put you on a watch list and then try to contact your family. I mean, it was just a lot of stuff that I had to deal with behind the scenes with this stuff. But I also know that there were people involved in that space that set me up too. Stuff that I have never even came to the public about, that I can triangulate and know for a fact that what I'm saying has some merit to it, or merit, or because again, a lot of this is psychic phenomena, which I have proved that I am somewhat clairvoyant by predicting on a weekly basis everything that's going to happen in this on a global and viral basis. But also just the triangulation of certain phone calls, certain things, where if you put it together, you will know, okay, for one, the occult is real, spiritual shit is real. Just from the triangulation of methods that they use and the desperation that they got to take me out. People start, when you get desperate, you get sloppy. When people get desperate, they get sloppy. And so you started seeing, like, even when that person had just admitted to, we had to contact your family 2 years ago, and they were in a reparation space, very high up in there, and come from Blaque. For them to admit that, and it was like, whoa. And then to see, it's even knowing what I've said with certain things with family, the way certain family members had acted, and just the things that I discovered even with that. And I'm like, okay, this is 2 and 2 together. I was set up. There was a play ran on me, and I was supposed to be dead, and I was supposed to be a sacrifice, and I was supposed, and the reparations, they were supposed to ride off of my electrons, but it wasn't just, it was like the whole government was doing something. This was a play by the government, but make no mistake about it. Contract for hire type shit is real. I just saw it spiritually and fought back. I literally saw this stuff, and it wasn't just me. Again, we have my ancestors, we got the other Black Americans, other people that saw what was going on, other spiritual people that saw what was going on to help me out. Because if I would have been paying attention, they would have been trying to tell me since 2021 what the fuck was going on. People have been tipping me off. That story about, oh, MK Ultra is real. Yeah, this was a person that worked for the White House and intelligence that had told me that. Now they work very covertly because they're nobility. They're talking about shadow government shit. But I was told that on the phone. I was told that on the phone by that person. And even if you was to see the way, and they're a public figure, but you still wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that. But they told me that. Now, could they have been making that up? Yeah. But I don't doubt that because I did enough research to realize that they wouldn't need to lie about that. But yeah, like I'm not saying that I didn't have help or I did it all on my own by no means, because I do know that somewhere, somewhere, somebody was looking out for my motherfucking ass. Do I know who? No, because they know I got big mouth and shit. So, they always say, we love you, but we, whatever we need to keep from you, we need to keep from you to protect you. But don't be keeping shit away from me because you want to take me out. That's gonna be revealed. That's gonna always be revealed. But if someone's like, okay, we don't want her having no slip up, so we're gonna protect her, but we ain't gonna tell her our identity, that's fine. But and a lot of times that has been happening. So I'm not saying that, I'm just a cold motherfucker and I just fought all that off. Now I almost fucking died several times. And I was at times I was very scared for my life, and I didn't know what to do. And I do thank God for the people that whatever they throw me through a code, where they show me through a code, whether they astral projected to help my motherfucking ass. Yes, there was Black Americans astral projecting to help my motherfucking ass. Yes, there was spiritual people that was telling me, okay, trying to explain things to me of what was going on, and sending messages, in dreams and stuff like this is what's going on, and of course ancestors, and of course God, primordial gods, creator, and the creator God, but also demigods. It gets real. It gets real. But they had been trying to, and then they put me on a watch list and stuff like that, and I was fighting that. But again, even though I know I was upset when I wrote this post, because I had been dealing with some of the stuff that Kanye West had to deal with, and some of the stuff that other people had to deal with when they speak out about things, and it did trigger me as far as listening to that, and then knowing how people will gaslight you, and knowing how people that you think is your friend would just set you up like that, or people that would just turn on you, people that would just lie on you. Like, that's when I was just like, I just got so pissed, and I'm cursing these motherfuckers. I'm letting God do that, because I have a spiritual team of henchmen of the likes that is so cold, and I know for a fact that they have taken out people on my behalf, or fucked up people on my behalf. And so I did say that I'm personally not going to be cursing anyone, because I know I can't be doing that, because I'm emotional and I'm young and I'm not initiated, and I'm not initiated, and I'm 32 years old. So I don't need no spiritual blowback from doing something. I just don't want to go there when I know that it's already been set up for me, as far as my team. So I don't have to do that. Not yet, at least. I'm not mature enough. To be honest, I'm just not mature enough. And I admit that. And but when I say our ancestors cursed these motherfuckers, oh, they did. That's done. That's signed. I ain't got nothing to do with that. That I ain't got nothing to do with that. That ain't nothing I can call off, or nothing I have a say in. That was something that they wanted to do, and that was something that they decided, that they said, because of, they know the wickedness and the fucked up people. Y'all some gaslighting ass niggas. Y'all the treacherous, jealous ass niggas with uncreated, talented hacks and shit all in the way, trying to steal people's thoughts and ideas and stuff. And so our ancestors are have totally went to war with anybody involved in some sinister, fake, fraudulent ass shit. And it just is. Now, if you're not that person, you ain't got nothing to worry about. If you're not a motherfucker that's a treacherous snake, that's trying to get off on the people, that's trying to sell people out, that's trying to lie, that's trying to look for your next lick because you done sold your soul and sacrificed your done sold you in a fucked up contract and deal, and the government tell you, that if you ain't one of them motherfuckers, you ain't got nothing to worry about. If you're not a COINTELPRO nigga, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Right? We talking about only the people that had something to do with doing some fucked up shit to innocent Black Americans. Innocent Black Americans. And again, I'm not the only one. I'm not even saying I'm a victim. I'm not saying I even rolled perfectly. I'm not even saying I did everything perfectly, right? If I had my choice, I would have fought this all spiritually. When I made a public announcement when this person disrespected me behind the scenes and called me a stupid ass and a crazy bitch and all this stuff. I made the announcement. I said, I am removing any residences of protection from you that was created from when I was younger, and thought that this person was like a real activist. So I used to always pray for their protection so that nothing ever bad happens to them from the government or from them putting themselves out there. They had a lot of protection from me, believe it or not, that was set up some years ago. And so I said, you know what? Because I never had removed it. So I said, after that had happened, I said, I'm removing my fucking protection from it. You know what? Okay, nigga. This what you want to do? Okay. that same week, and this is publicly, like I literally said, I'm removing my protection. It's publicly documented, by the way. And for those who do the research, they know exactly what I'm talking about. But that same week, the product that he was selling removed from Amazon. He had to cancel all his screenings. He had to go back to his Jew masters on after he had said he wasn't gonna go back. Dude ended up sick in the damn emergency room. I didn't wish any bad on that person, just so y'all know. I just said, you're gonna pay for that. You're gonna eat them motherfucking words. You're gonna learn your lesson, because the thing is, he's not listening to spirits because his ego was tooling away. So he's not listening to the ancestors of the spiritual realm, and they are telling him like warning and giving him a lot of warnings of which directions not to go in and which direction, what people not to fuck with, what he's not what things not to get involved with. And to be frank, he's not listening. He's getting very arrogant, very delusional, very narcissistic. And it's not on me to cast no judgment like, oh, see that? But when he disrespected me behind the scenes, if y'all don't know that, go crazy bitch, stupid bitch, trick and all that, and you want to play dumb because you know I'm tired of your fucking occult ways. Okay, I'm gonna tag your ass up. And to be honest, I should have been doing that since 2022. I should have came on the public and said nothing. And my friend did tell me not to do that. People behind the scenes did tell me not to do that. And I should have. That's my only regret, is I should have just, whatever, for me to do that quick, and then that week, all that shit had happened just for me saying I removed my protection. There's time I have seen, and that's just one person. I've been able to bring earthquakes, all types of shit. I should have just stayed behind the scene. I should have kept that to myself, took note of it, moved out the way, then kept quiet, and just beat that motherfucker ass in the spiritual realm. That's all I should have did. Because honestly, that's what I've been doing, and because I didn't know how to do that. But now that I know how to do that, that's what I should have did. I should just kept my mouth shut about what I saw and what I knew they was doing in Black America. But it didn't work out that way. And what's done is done, right? But if I know what I know now, all the 1, 2, 3, it's about 4 of them that I would have just fucked their ass up in the spiritual world and just kept going at them, just like how they get that. And I've seen it. My ancestors already took care of it. But that's the role I should have took, because I made that publicly. I said, our ancestors on your ass. I'm removing my protection, and you gon' see what we talking about. And that same fucking week, the product was removed from the Amazon. Screenings was canceled. Literally the same week. It's documented. You could look at on my Twitter page and see when I was talking that shit, and then see look at the dates and the correspondence. In the emergency room for kidney stones, all types of shit. And you can't say, "Oh, she's putting curses on me." I don't roll that way. It wouldn't have worked if it wasn't unwarranted, anyways. Because you can't touch nobody that's innocent. You can't fuck with nobody that didn't do nothing to you, right? You won't be able to fuck with nobody else's algorithm if they didn't do anything. You know, if they truly is innocent, if they truly are innocent, you. Nothing that you say will harm them. Nothing that you do on them. No curses. Nothing that you speak against them. No lie. It won't work, because it's not a vibrational resonance to even tag them, and it's not even the way the universe works. That's not how the way God works. You can't just tag I'm just jealous. Oh, I don't like this person. Oh, let me just go and do this. That don't work that way. And if you do it, it's gonna get blowback. You're fucking yourself up. You're cursing yourself. It's not even worth it. And so, when I saw how that same week, just my words that I wrote like that out on Twitter, and I said, I'm coming for your ass, because I'm removing my protection off your motherfucking ass. I'm removing my protection from your motherfucking ass. And that's what I said. It's the same week that I did all that crazy shit happen. So I know this nigga, and he know where it's coming from, because he been getting tagged up spiritually by our, because the thing is, a lot of you be shocked who finds their way into your bloodline just from epigenetics and just from being, say, from Alabama or something. Like, I'll give you one better. Do you know that I'm adopted, right? I know my biological family's genealogy going back to the 1700s, and my adopted family's genealogy going back to the 1800s. They're both from the same area, Georgia and Alabama. The bloodlines knew each other. The bloodlines are both Masonic. So when I went to foster care, they didn't just place me with some random ass family. They placed me with a family that, for one, lived in the 1800s are surrounding each other. The Watkins and the Paynes are related to each other. the Stanleys, they literally, they mixed in with each other, and they also know of my bloodlines. The Stanleys, Watkins, and Paynes live near nuns, live near Jordans, all these other my biological family. They we talking about in the areas of certain places in the South. That goes for the Alabama. So there's so many Black Americans that are related to each other, don't even fucking know they're related to each other. How could that happen? I'm not placed in foster care. I wasn't. You guys think, oh, you were. That's because you was adopted by a family member. This was a random ass foster parent, foster mother. I just decided to do a genealogy. We don't have any. Like, you would think, okay, we don't actually have any relation because we don't. But when you go and study that genealogy, we come from the same exact fucking area around the same streets. You when you look at them records, you can get the streets of where certain ancestors lived, the area, the plantations. Maybe not even just plantations, but farmlands. Because let's wake that up. A lot of the farmlands was similar in similar locations from my adopted and my biological family. So you can't say, oh, no, this shit is real. So when I say that I can see things on certain Black Americans because it's something in the epigenetics where I'm just able to just freely look, because I could tell, I'm like, oh, okay, that's somebody ancestry. If I did a I'm telling you, it's something. So when that nigga, when I told him that and he wanted to ignore it, he kept ignoring it. And I'm talking about spiritually stuff. I let him know spiritually. I said, okay. Did you think we playing with you? Because we told you to stay out of their shit. See, a lot of Black Americans, we came down here to resurrect our ancestors and to correct some things with our ancestors and bloodline, and so we could free certain people, and so that we can awaken certain people of the bloodline. So honestly, so we can free the strongholds over our fucking ancestors. And so while we are placed into certain bloodlines, we still have our own galactic and ancestral and infinite genetics. Like, let's be real. Like, you got you some of we bragging about going 8 generations back, 7 generations back, 6 generations back. Okay, you go back to infinity, apparently, clearly, and then you will go back even into galactically, because you American Indians, you've been running around talking about your creation story. Start with the Pleiades constellation, Sirius constellation, Orion constellation. Same with the fucking Africans. They said the same thing. So what's really going on? What's really going on with your creation stories that your ancestors created in this shit that you're talking about, some out of Africa theory? Yeah, let's wake that up. We talk about in Africa and in America, all the melanated people saying they come from Sirius, they come from Orion, they come from Atlantis, so our ancestors just made that shit up. They just decided to stick their finger and lick their finger and stick it in the sky and say that's where I come from. But they more advanced than us. But they knew shit that y'all just now talking about. This NASA just said they just found out that there's an electric magnetic field surrounding the Earth. Bitch, I told y'all that years ago in a book. And Black people been saying that for thousands of years. You ain't discovered shit, NASA. You ain't discovered that. You damn sure ain't about to take credit for discovering the 5th governing law of the universe, which is resonance. And you damn sure not about to take credit for discovering that entropy is distribution probability, bitch. Because I already wrote about it, and I'm gonna put that in the book, because I'm making sure y'all ain't gonna be able to steal my shit, because everything I'm saying is coming to pass. Now they talking about we think there's a 5th governing law of the universe, but you don't quite understand it. Bitch, it's resonance. So y'all don't come to the people with the sauce with the God particle, but y'all trying to sneak and copy and try to hijack it and steal shit, and we not letting y'all do that shit no more. You did not discover no electricity field around no Earth, NASA. If I wrote it in a fucking book years ago, and I just told y'all on my YouTube channel twice, I said, yeah, the flat earthers I said they got to realize it's a plane of existence, or the orb of electromagnetic around the plane of the 3D realm. I said it twice in 2 different videos months ago. So now NASA literally 2 days ago, literally says that they discovered that. You ain't discovered shit. You ain't been discovering shit. You've been taking other ancient people shit, trying to understand it, don't know what the fuck you doing. Because NASA, y'all put the entity of Lucifer on it, but you should have put the primordial Lucifer on it and not the child angel, fallen angel that came down here, dumbass. You're just now realizing that Lucifer didn't even tell you all the information. Because when they came, let me shut up because we in too deep. And like I said, it's supposed to be a political video, but I'm a spiritual nigga. I'm telling you, I'll be zooted and booted. But yeah, I told y'all niggas that this was stuff, that they was doing this shit to our people and playing our people. And I took a lot of hits from this. from speaking out loud about it. But yes, our ancestors, as I had said here on August 27th, I said August 27th, that our ancestors are has cursed that reparation space. Not everybody, not every person that had, if you ain't had nothing to do with this and you was just a free nigga that just thought you was just going to, be doing something for our people, even if you was a freeman that just was even trying to go for the bag, you ain't had nothing to do. We talking about what that shit y'all was doing with coming over trying to sacrifice niggas, doing the occult rituals on Black Americans, and playing on ancestors' tops. You talking about some of these ancestors know they ain't from no Africa. You talking about you ain't no justice. That ain't no. That ain't how they thinking. Some of it they did smack the shit out of y'all for sitting up there lying like that, talking about we all from Africa and all this stuff, and we freedmen's now and we FBAs now. No, you don't do that. They got a lineage, they got a history. If you don't come with your bureaucratic government operative ass and tell nobody what they gonna call themselves. You don't do that. You don't have that choice. And so our ancestors is letting them know that. And they're going to continue to let them know that too. And I want to tell y'all this though. Because my ancestors did put me up on game. Because I'm going to be real. Some of my ancestors was a part of that boule shit. They were higher than that boule. Because fraternities and sororities are the councils of the chiefs, they get protected. Don't get me wrong. And I ain't saying they ain't got no power or nothing, but there are some that are high. Like obviously if someone's a Jesuit priest or descendant of like some of this Knights Templar shit and this Masonry stuff, they technically that would be like boule. And so I'm telling you that yes, some of my ancestors are that. I'm not that. I am not a part of any cults. I'm not part of nothing, no sorority, was it fraternity, all that stuff. I'm not coming at them or attacking them. I'm just saying that I've had the opportunity, and it just did. My ancestors been blocking shit because they don't want. We were here to free. We were here to do some things correctly this time, and so they don't want nothing about no damn losing no free will or having to be a no cult group. They don't really like that shit. But I'll show you this. This was the protest that they had. Look at this protest. First of all, if you can't tell that this looks staged, like I don't know, but I want to show you the look on the Congressional Black Caucus lady's face, and I'm going to tell you why she looked like this and why this didn't go through. Watch this. The vote. Look at the lady. Look at her face. Look at this. Look at this woman's face. Let me make sure that y'all can see it. Look at this lady's face. She is smiling from ear to ear. From ear to ear. Knowing that she's not giving him nothing. This is Chris from CJ. And there go Camila Moore. I guess, so they're putting this pressure to, this staged protest to say, give us the vote. Give us, they know ain't no motherfucking vote. CJ, no, you ain't getting no damn vote. And look at this lady face like, bitch, please. She's boule. She's part of the Congressional Black Caucus. Was it not Congressional? Legislative California Black Caucus. Whatever, or whoever this person is. I don't know who this person is, but I could tell just from the look of her face that she's oozing with joy, knowing that she's blocking this. Oozing with joy. Look at her face. Look at this. He's talking all this shit, he's trying to explain to her. Now look at Camilla's face. She's just shaking her head. Look at this. You see how that big lady walk away? But did you see the smile though? See, y'all got to understand what this is about. Look at the smile. Y'all can't see. I know y'all can see that smile on that lady's face. I know y'all can see it. And then she just walk away. You ain't getting shit. You ain't getting no vote. Now they not doing this to the average Black American. She's not trying. The thing is, the Black Congressional Caucus, why would they give, when we talk about grassroots or authenticates that are talking about voting for Trump or for Kamala, and these people are Democrats? Well, just logically, why would they give you a vote? You call them boule, you don't call them stupid as fuck, you don't call them sellouts, you don't call them fat mammy, especially this lady right here. Y'all call her. Y'all don't think she saw with the grassroots, which I was doing all on it with them FBA niggas and all that stuff? Look at this. She's smiling. And she know that you come up and get some real gatekeepers and they really about to lock your ass out. The thing is, don't think that that Camila and all them, they don't know about this. They already knew that. They just going through they just playing the role of an actor. I'm not coming at Camila. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying, like, I know how this shit look. Y'all can deny it, say I'm crazy, but I know what the fuck I'm seeing. Even just now, I can see the resonance behind it. I know that this is staged. And this lady is got a whole smile on her face because y'all don't. The thing is, and I remember, I was listening to. It was a room, but it was mainly FBAs, and I was listening to them. This was recently. It's about, like, I'm gonna say maybe 3 weeks ago, and they was just tearing the Boule ass apart. We hate the elites. We hate our black elites. They ain't shit. They sellouts. They this. They that. Oh, the Congressional Black Caucus can do this. They need to die. They need to do that. They was just saying all this crazy stuff. And I'll never forget my ancestors. And I remember they said, just so you know, we don't support no elites here. We don't rock with no black elites here. We don't give a shit about none of them. And I remember my ancestors, some of them said, don't expect shit from us then. And I remember I got kind of spooked because I was like, what was that about? You know, spiritually, I'm like, damn. And it's like, don't ask us for nothing. Then stop thinking that you're gonna get something. Don't do it your way. And that's and I had to accept that too myself because I am not Boule. Now I when we talk about elite and elite bloodline and all that stuff, we got descended by choice because somebody walked away. And then we okay with that. But yeah, I remember one of the ancestors, and they were like, you know, and that's why sometimes I always feel like pulled in both directions because I'm from the hood and Buffalo and all this stuff, and you know, it obviously resonate a lot with authenticate Black Americans, people that are on the grounds. But I have been around elite Boule and Black Americans Boule, and I have felt just as comfortable around them. I don't feel anything, you know what I mean? Like I didn't feel it. Like they were different from me or they were better than me or they were learning from my motherfucking ass. I don't feel, I just, so sometimes I do feel like a tug of war, even in my own blood DNA. I'm telling you, I always be feeling the tug of war from monarch, the nobility Black Americans and the Black Americans that are angry at the Black nobility for selling them the fuck out. I'm always being pulled by my ancestors, and they did work together. They do know how to work together. I have to say that at least they're fucking organized to keep my ass alive. You know, they organize and they get shit done. But they are like, no, we don't want nothing to do with the nobility. We want nothing to do with it. They pulling me this way. Then the nobility is like, this is your fucking birthright, bitch. Like you ain't getting out of this one, honey. And we ain't do it. But they did say we believe in righteousness this time. They've walked away. And a lot of ancestors, they said, we believe in righteousness. We're not going to sell out the people. We're not going to do, we're not going to do none of those things. And so that's where I stand on. I'm like, we're going to do things. If you're going to do it, if you want the right things to happen, you got to do the right things. If you're not going to do it the right way, don't do it at all. Truth, justice, and righteousness, the habitation of my throne. Mercy, truth, and love go before my face. Everybody know. What's that? Psalms 89:14. So yeah, this is serious shit. But this lady, she looking like y'all don't sit up there and call us Democrats, rats. You hate the Boule, you hate us niggas and other. And she not really directing this towards Chris or Camila necessarily, as far as this energy that I'm feeling from the Congressional Black Caucus. I'm sorry, the Legislative California Black Caucus. It's not them. That because they all in the same team, they just on different, you know, they just is good cop, bad cop type shit. But for the grassroots, authenticate Black Americans, they do not like you, and they don't feel like they got to do anything for you because they sat in an anonymous section and listened on Clubhouse and sat anonymously and listened on Twitter Spaces and listened to you call them bitches and fuck D9 and we hate the Masons and the Easters. They listen to all y'all niggas say that shit. They heard y'all saying that shit. I remember I have talked with D9 members and Boule members behind the scenes, and I remember they would say, these niggas don't understand nothing. They don't understand nothing when you talk about what these people know their bloodline. And I remember when the girls was telling me, she said, you know, my aunt, they had the name of the African king that came over to America that was like her great. This is like literally this lady's like great grandfather. And yeah, he was a slave trader. Yeah. He came over here and messed with Indian women's. Got Indian women's, set up shop or whatever. And now she's a descendant of that. And she admitted, and she did admit that he was a Moorish king. She literally told me this behind the scenes. This person, these people that just lie. And every time she says she gonna go and get something from the government, as far as like she got her Indian classification, all types of shit, or she able to do it. These people make moves. They don't think like us. They don't think, and they was trying to teach me like this is how we think, and this is what we're trying to bring you into because we recognize our own. But like with me, I'm like I'm getting pulled in this different direction. My ancestors didn't necessarily want me to take that route. Not in that way, because we do believe in our Black nobility, but we don't just like we believe in we're gonna take over this system. I want to be very clear, like no Black Americans. Like if we're gonna do some Black boule shit or some Black set up a new Black power class. The only way I'm down with it is if we running it completely, or at least partially. At least give me like we have to have some say. Credible say, like when I say this, and that, this get this done. Other than that, I don't want no part in that. I don't want a part. I'm not no fucking slave. I can't just have somebody tell me, oh, get along to go along or do this or give me orders or direct me to do this. No, I come up with the infrastructures. I came up with the Black enterprise architecture for Black Americans. Talking about the parallel infrastructure building, community, all types of shit, frameworks and trusted methods. My mind thinks of global governance. My mind is like the entities that are attached to me that was given to me by my ancestors. I ain't do no ritual. I ain't go get no pacts or do no ceremonial magic. I don't even know how to do any of that shit. I'm telling you what my ancestors put on me was not designed for no motherfucking water boy shit, water carrier shit. Nah. And y'all can see, if y'all see the breadcrumbs of everything I put out, it come to pass. May 30th, I put that shit out about Trump. I demanded Trump. You could watch the video. The video is freely available. I demanded Trump very nicely. I ain't go just disrespectful on his ass. I just said, you got to add to this Space Force. I said, you got to finish your legacy on the Space Force for your upcoming term. And you need to study JFK. I said, you think about your legacy with JFK. I said, think about those legacies compared to. They just come out with this video yesterday with RFK and Trump talking about continuing the legacy of JFK. And this week, Trump announces adding the space combat reserve to the Space Force to continue the work of Space Force. After I asked both of them, I asked him to pardon Julian Assange. He said that I literally put that in a YouTube video less than a month. He says he's considered pardoning Julian Assange. So yes, do you think tanks in the Illuminati? Yes, they watch all my shit, even though I'm shadow banned as fuck. They be studying it, whatever. And that's how you run a system interdimensionally. I know I found a way to glitch it somewhat where I can get the things I need to see, because there is a certain set of things that need to happen before Black Americans just get open. You ain't just getting an old White House in 2024. But I'm trying to set something up where I'm like, shit, I'm gonna see my mother. We got to get up in that shit. And that's why they try to set up this play with this reparation stuff to kind of quell the prophecy. They wanted to quell us and have us dangling, walking around in a circle with a carrot dangling in front of our face. We get all excited, we getting reparations, get reparations. You ain't getting shit. But they would, they getting us, and the people that got the actual heirs are getting dicked around. That's when they came around Secure the Tribe and the American Indians and the Black Indigenous. It was coming around people who they knew were heirs. They actually know who we are. And they sent their government operatives around us. Wake up. But they wanted us to take the deal and the oath and to go into their system so they could control us. And our ancestors fucked the whole shit up because they said, no, the treaty was to hand over that power in 2019. I didn't motherfucking do it. 2020, we go to war spiritually. 2022, we wake up primordials. Y'all fuck with the CERN machine. They ran a whole reconnaissance mission to get into this bitch through CERN because they knew there was other stargates that were closed. So yes, primordials, who are the creator of all, they say, oh, that was just a joke. They was just trolling humans like that. They told me that too. And so I was like, why didn't y'all just bitch? She said we wanted to have irony. We wanted to give you some irony of. Yeah, you fucking with shit you don't know, and you messing with power you're not prepared for. And so they came right on through that CERN in August of 2022. Black American announces it. JL, she announced, she said, be careful. She said, he opened that CERN portal. Because I guess I don't know if she could feel what was happening with me, but I knew when that portal opened. I'm so glad she said it, because I felt something open. August 2022, boy. I felt something open. And these were ancient primordial beings that came through that CERN portal. They could have came through another portal. They could have busted up a Stargate and come through this bitch if they wanted to, but they just wanted to troll them, because they wanted to let them know, like, you thought you was gonna open up a CERN so you could open up the demons and the gates of hell and all this stuff, and you got cosmic, melanated, primordial beings that came through this bitch, and we are not demons, and we are we taking over. We taking over. And that's what they wanted to bring in, you know. But and I don't know if humans really thought that it could have been something that they knew at the higher levels, you know, and it maybe it's just propaganda to say that they messing with CERN and CERN is inherently evil. That could be something too, but I know for a fact that when I felt that portal open, and I know I know the exact entities that came through. I don't know all of them, but I know the primordial ones that came through. And I knew that they had decided they was going to take over the system, because they was not going to ever give over that power willingly, like they had agreed to when the treaty was drawn up. They was never going to give over that power, so they already knew that they had to come through. And so I say this to say that I'm not going into no system with no motherfucking handler or I'm not going to be no politician that's motherfucking controlled and none of that shit. I'm not taking no handler. It ain't a soul on this planet that can give me an idea that I damn sure can't enhance, or just, you know, it's not a soul on this planet that is worthy to be my motherfucking handler that can program me. And the niggas that try, I need to be their motherfucking handler, because apparently, you know, in terms of objective programming, those sciences that they're using was created by my bloodline, and they don't understand them, and they perverted them. And so it's satanic and wicked in our eyes. And so the only way this prophecy is playing out now, yeah, Trump got to deal with the deep state, crack down on child trafficking, get rid of the corrupt. We need somebody to get rid of the corruption. You can't just, when we talk about quantum leap, you got to start creating the environment first. So yes, we need somebody that's going to get rid of this corruption as much as possible. He team up with RFK, which has policies that Black Americans can even get behind, even broader Black Americans that are still Democrats, right? And they like RFK. That was a move. You know, and so, you know, when we look at RFK policies and whatnot and see what he's talking about, a lot of Black Americans can get behind those things that he about healthy eating. I mean, come on, he's talking about getting rid of all them fucking chemicals and all this stuff that's in the food. They got 100 chemicals that's banned all rest of the countries, but they allowed here. So we got to deal with that. Corruption in the FDA, corruption in the EPA, corruption in lobbying, corruption in all types of shit that they're doing. So RFK is addressing those things. So Trump brings him on the team. We needed that. That was perfect. And then Trump's talking about some death penalty for anybody that harms a child, that you know, essays a child, that rapes women, that human traffics, death penalty. Oh, hell yeah, I'm supporting that. And it's not like he's lying about doing it, because he already had the executive orders about fighting human trafficking in the first term. So I don't care how, I'm not no motherfucking cooner. You're trying to say, oh, y'all trying to crash out for Trump. I ain't crashed out for nobody. I crashed out for Black Americans and for speaking up for myself. Yeah. But what I will say is, when it comes to the play that we need, the setup that we need, as far as disrupting a lot of these fake ass deep state motherfuckers that's trying to steal birthrights, that was the best bet. Now imagine if Kamala Harris was doing everything that Trump was doing. Imagine if that was her. You don't think that all the Black Americans will be on her, voting for her? Would anybody, like, if she had that, if, you know, that maverick willing to go in and challenge you know, these things and come up with them same type of things that he's doing? And I don't agree with everything. And yes, I advocate for things that's specifically for Black Americans. And I'll advocate that for Trump right to his face. Y'all see my videos. I be talking gang of shit. I take gang of shit for anybody. I don't give a fuck who it is. But I already had said we want to add things to that platinum plan. We want things for Black Americans, and we want, you know, that I don't have a problem doing. But I also know the bigger picture of the environment has to be set up governmentally. So in 2028, 2032, 2036, somehow we get in there. And so this quantum leaping, this quantum entanglement, this timeline jumping, yeah, all that's true. And there are things playing out. But I've been able to figure out how to run this shit interdimensionally, at least for the time being, so that I can start putting things in play. So we could start putting things in play. So we're in 2028, 2032, we could actually start to see the manifestation of those type of changes that we want to see. But our ancestors don't like these coward ass niggas just trying to go along and get along and not questioning and just, you know, they tell you what they come back to us and say, they said we can't just have a policy for Black Americans. They said we can't do nothing for y'all. We said, get the fuck out the way, bitch. Then what the fuck is you around for? What is you doing? Don't come and tell me no shit like that. Because now I'm about to tear the frame out of everybody's ass. Who said it? Tell me who said it. Who wrote it? Where the law at? And we can't have nothing for just Black Americans. We got to do it for everybody. We can't do nothing. We can't have no housing policy. We can't do this. We can't do that. Y'all gonna do motherfucking something. You're gonna do something. And so I'm telling you, what come hell high water, there's going to be major changes in this country for the better and for everybody. There will be a golden age globally because we are bridging a gap interdimensionally between the heavens and the earth. If you want to get spiritual, I know what's going on. I can't, if I was to tell everybody and sit up on the internet and tell you what the fuck is really going on, yeah, man, man, you think I'd be talking some shit now? Man, they'll take that they take me off the air so quick. But you always see they be doing that shit anyways. But I can't sit and tell you every damn thing. But yes, there are. Look around, pay attention. You hear stuff about dooms being exploded underground everywhere. You see them talking about military tribunals. You see the way our intelligence agencies and our military is moving. You just saw what Mark Zuckerberg did with Meta. Come out forward and admit it to swaying the election, hiding Hunter Biden's story, and censoring the pandemic information. And that was done because General Attorney Daley had just filed a lawsuit exposing it, so he wanted to get in front of it and confess. Facebook was funded by DARPA. And so it's real. It's real shit going down. And you have and if you have it newsflash, the world is run by the code. It is what it is. Because we talk about hidden. We're talking about hidden forces, hidden knowledge, hidden mystery sciences that are being used on people unsuspectingly. Psychotronics, radionics, all this stuff is being used. This was what the biggest spell is your motherfucking news station, propaganda, repetition. Come on. Because all of these things are to manipulate the forces of the energy of what you do that through controlling what's in somebody's heart and what's in somebody's mind. That's the only way you can control somebody's frequency. That's the way you can control somebody's narrative. And so while we're trying to bridge this gap, y'all don't have no say over. Y'all ain't about to tell no damn primordial beings what the fuck we gonna do. Oh, we can't do nothing for Black people. We can't do nothing for you ain't doing this in this hostile takeover. Or do you want a smooth transitional takeover by Saturn herself? And Kali Mama and yeah, they saw that. Yeah, I saw that they just built the third largest statue in the world and unveiled it on August 16th, $8 million. Who is that a statue of? Who 2 weeks ago just was on YouTube talking about that particular statue? I mean, that particular entity. This government is switching. Kitty, I don't even know if I should be talking about all of that on here. I'm gonna do that after. But yeah, it's getting real. Third largest statue of Hanuman, a primordial being. Who is the gatekeeper to Kali? He works for Kali, just so y'all know. Just so y'all know. Like literal, no. In the Ramayana, there is a story of Hanuman in Kali, and he prays to Kali. So I don't know why, I know that this is a government play, and the largest statue in the world, 8 million. Yes, it was a Hindu temple that built it, but in America, the largest not in the world, in America, largest statue in Houston, largest statue, third largest statue in America of Hanuman, and Kamala is the East Indian vice president. And the CEO of Vanguard is just an East Indian as well. Y'all better wake the fuck up at what's going on in this country. They are switching the sciences of how to run it. And they know that there are certain light codes that they need and certain primordials. My thing is, y'all don't put that statue. I don't want to get into that because that's too much over y'all head. But yeah, it's about to get real. But my thing is, I'm gonna tell that temple that built that, do one of Kali and Yeshua. I don't understand why. Hanuman answers to Kali. Y'all do know that in the stories in Ramayana, he had to pray for her to get help to beat the ass of them dudes that stole his Lord Rama. And these Indians know what I'm talking about is true, because how they like, damn, how the Black American know about all that shit? Oh yeah, everything, everywhere, all at once. You might as well do one of Kali, and you might as well do one of Yeshua, because that Yeshua was Isa in India studying under who? Studying which mystery science? Advaita Vedanta? Anybody? Shakti Agori? Tantra? In his lost years? And so they know them Christians would showed up to the damn Hanuman statue acting a damn fool, so calling it a demon and screaming. I gotta do a video on that next. Fuck it. We doing the next video. I ain't even gonna talk no more about it because I gotta break that down. Oh, it's so hilarious what's going on. The Americans are freaking out because they don't know what's going on. See, I esoterically know that the government is switching how they're gonna run this country and who they're gonna do it with. One thing I want to tell y'all, you brought that statue of Hanuman in America, and you think you're about to do some black ops human trafficking on shit? We don't play that. So that's how you know this stuff is coming to an end, because ain't no way in the world you're going to put no third largest statue in America of Hanuman and think y'all going to have all this motherfucking corruption going on. That is not a being that would tolerate it. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You ain't having that entity looking over America. Third largest statue of Hanuman. And Hanuman is that's homie. That's what I say. That is homie. And so, but he told me that y'all know. Y'all better clean it up. And it will be a Black American president. We ain't playing with y'all. And y'all think that them Vedic guys don't look out for Black Americans. You out of your motherfucking mind. And I just told y'all that they had Dravidian slaves from East India in Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina with documented fucking primary source of the newspapers talking about the East Indian slave runaways. So y'all don't see, they went back and had to study all this shit that I'm talking about. They're like, yo, and the stuff I put in on books all them years and all that stuff. I have oral history about this East Indian shit because my mom had told me something about it when I was like 19 years old. When I was talking about Shiva and Kali coming to me and all this shit in dream and talking about Kali and all this shit. When I was, that ain't nothing new. I'm talking about that shit since I was 19 years old. It's of the Black Americans I knew in the hood in Buffalo that grew up talking about Krishna. Literally talking about Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Talk about Chana Sag. I make Chana Sag. We've been growing up eating Chana Sag. And I am full Black American on both sides. Now, I'm talking about, yes, I do the Black American. We do. You know how we roll. We know how we do. But let's not act like there are not some of us that we had different. Come on. If I'm making this up, why if I'm making this up, then God will deal with me. But I know that I know that this is a fact. I remember hearing, I was telling a family member about Shiva and Kali, and they said, "Oh, that ain't nothing. We already had some oral history about some." Like they mentioned, like something about. They was like, "Yeah, obviously, American Indian, like Black Indigenous, and then obviously African and all that." They talked about that, but it's like, "Oh yeah, we heard about that, about the East Indian," and I'm like, you know, because when they first said it, they first said, "Oh yeah, we already had some Indian. We already knew about some Indians in our family about that." And I said, "Oh yeah, we all know about American Indigenous," and they said, "No, not American Indigenous. Yes, that too, but." Motherfuckers from India, that type, you know, like, oh, and I said, really? And so, yes, that had already been something we had been talking about. And you can ask my sister, we had Kali, I was like 20 years old. We had them Kali and them Shiva. That ain't nothing new. And I'm telling you, I grew up with Black Americans when I was 10 years old, 11 years old, 12 years old. And they were talking about Krishna. No lie. A Black American, like literally from the South. And we in school, they talk about something about they had a bracelet with fucking Krishna on it. A Black American in a hood on Utica on Main Street, and this is just what it was. And so you could stop trying to make it seem like we all just one big nigga, and we all just from some slave from Africa. You don't know everybody's story, and everybody got different things. So you don't know what this country is setting up. They are setting up a play spiritually to have new governance over this country, and it is the primordials. And my thing is the primordials ain't backing up. If they want a Black American in that White House, that's what the fuck is going to happen. So they thought it was only Kamala. And see, no, I mean, theoretically, you would think like, oh yeah, that's perfect, right? But it can't be a go along, get along situation. It cannot be some shadow shit and motherfuckers with handlers all over them, controlling them, some damn puppet. Nah, we talking about royal monarchy. It right in the front, just like how they did in Egypt when Osiris, when we see Ramses and all them stuff, and they said that they was the the descendants of Osiris and the descendants of Ra and Akhenaten and Hatshepsut, and they knew they was related to Sekhmet, and they actually had them entities on them, and they had the power and the mindset to build out some of the greatest civilizations on the planet because of the spirits that are on them, because they are related to them. They are part that, and that is true. And so I don't care how crazy I sound. I don't care how y'all say, oh, that's too far-fetched. Y'all confidence could be low. No, I am 100% all in on Black Americans somehow getting in that White House, somehow getting in positions where they can make their own motherfucking, where they can write that check themselves, where they can do whatever they gonna do. And yes, you're a part of, you cannot be a corrupt motherfucker though. Now I'm telling you, they ain't gonna put you in there. They not. Them ancestors are gonna block it. Them primordials are gonna block it. And now you got Hanuman, a big ass statue of Hanuman in this country. And I'm telling them to build. You should have built one of Kali, because Kali is over Hanuman, and your stories confirm it. Your stories confirm it. You can do both, but you ain't about to have no statue of Hanuman in America, the third largest statue, and y'all think y'all about to be trafficking children, doing all this stuff. I'm telling you, that is not a being you want to do. That is not a demon. That is not. That is a primordial cosmic god, and you're not about to be doing that bullshit that y'all be doing. That corruption will end, and the sellouts and all that stuff. No, that's not the type of being you want to, So if y'all they trying to tap into that, that's why they got the East Indian Kamala, who's named after a goddess in the White House. This is serious deep stuff. They trying to change over from the Commission Moorish science to the different, because they know they bashed it. They know that the teachings was fucked up. They didn't interpret the information right, and the power, they losing power. That's all it is. And this is occultically. If you can't see that, I know a lot of people can't see that spiritually, but I'll break that down in the next video. But yeah, this lady is smiling. She walking. Watch that. She just walk away. But she said, y'all FBA niggas was sitting there calling motherfuckers mammies and big mammy and all this stuff. I ain't giving your vote for shit. This is how these people think. Because I'm telling you, I heard them behind, not heard, but I be hearing how they say, like, that's why you can't do nothing for that bottom class ass niggas. Because they disrespectful. And a lot of these women, they feel you're very disrespectful. And so she walking them, she gonna go on about her business, go enjoy some damn, probably go to Chop House something with her friends later on and keep it fucking moving. They don't care about this type of stuff. That's why I told y'all, if y'all was gonna have something real grassroots and real authentic and organic, y'all should have been did that shit. But y'all let them government operatives into play. Y'all so fucking stupid, because like it's so obvious who the fuck they are, fucking operatives. And I'm like, so either like all these Black Americans, like y'all all cannot be that. Like I'm like, are these NPCs? Are these like bots? Like it's like, no, you cannot be that simple to not see that. And people could say, oh, you crashed out, or whatever. Telling the truth passionately and speaking passionately, or even getting fucked with spiritually and talking about it, that's not crashing out. But if y'all say that's crashing out, well, let me crash out one more motherfucking time then today, because I'm so sick of your wicked ass niggas sitting there trying to play on the top of innocent people that's just really trying to do something like for our people, and also the disgrace to the ancestors to pull the shit that y'all been pulling. That's all. That's it. And y'all and I know I'm gonna be vindicated. I don't care how much a motherfucker try to blacklist me or try to go around spread rumors about me. You don't think that I know what the hell? I have literally seen the future. I have literally saw what I was, and then had to come back and be like, whoa. And then I couldn't really tell. The time lapse was gone. The time and space. Time is an organizing mechanism for energy, for the galaxy, for the universe rather. Awareness of time and change organizes entropy, which is your distribution probability, which is continuous variable how you create outcomes. This is how you start to shape your life with information and data. That's why I talk about V2 the Nakti philosophy. This is how people create you create your reality. And it's all this thing about timelines and stuff. You have to organize your entropy to do that. That's your probability distribution. So if someone has a quantum entanglement, I'm able to see like, oh shit, this person is CIA. Oh shit, oh my god, this is what's going on. Oh my god, and then come back and then see my own self. That's when I'm like, oh hell, oh, that's not crashing out. And then for a cult, you've got to. I crashed out, but a secret society came after me and the government came after me. But I'm the motherfucker that crashed out, and they got set. A boule gatekeeper calls me and say 7 state attorney generals is asking, why the fuck am I still bopping around here? Why ain't nothing happening to me? Why are they doing? Why she's what's going on? And he telling me that the some bloodline 13 families told they ready to go to war. We ready to go to war. And he was talking about spiritual too. I knew. And I mind you, if I don't know what the fuck going on, I'm like, you really be thinking like, what the hell is actually going on? Like, but I do have to say, when that was said, I was still in a quantum entanglement when I was on the phone, so I was just able to look through a database of what he was like. I was able to look through what read between the lines, what he was saying very clearly, and I had no fear, and I know it's spiritual, and I know that it's a fight for power, and there is a fight for power with certain bloodlines on this planet right now, and it was just like, let's go to war then. And it was not easy. I'm talking about spiritual warfare, like occult wars, like motherfuckers tagging you all ass up. And I'll never forget, one of them was like, with me, when we see like, how like the Luciferians and the Christians, how the Satan, I won't even say Luciferians, because some of the Luciferians don't even get involved in that bullshit either. But you know how the Satanists and the Christians be always fighting with each other, they go to certain areas and pray over, and they release demons, or they release spirits, or they do hardcore prayer, spiritual prayer circles and stuff. And they do that all over the country, believe it or not, because they got to keep forces at bay. And this is very real. And see, when it came to me, they both started taking my ass because they didn't know what side. I would never forget a Christian was like, in a dream came to me, you have to pick a side or you're going to get fucked up by both sides. Like what side? And you got to figure like primordials don't have a side. Like primordials are like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you down here fighting for? Like, what? Huh? And so we had to do an investigation, even study what the hell is, what are y'all actually doing? For those who know, remember Max Pierce talked about this, how let's wake some shit up. But I'll never forget, he said, you got to pick a side or you're going to get hit. You're going to get hit by both sides because we don't know who you are, what you are. And them Christians was hitting my ass up praying, oh, she's a demon. And then the Satanist was hitting. The Satanist. And so you got to understand. And I'm looking like, what are y'all doing? Like, because we're talking about something that's a structure that's set up on planet Earth. That's y'all planet. This is y'all like we don't think like it's like that's because contrast is on this planet. Taxonomy, duality, and the ability of a dissension and ascension through going through those different resonances. You can experience all of that on planet Earth. That's very rare. It's a very special planet in that sense. But then you got people that see each other as enemies, or they want power, or they feel like that's wrong, or you have lack understanding, or you may just be ignorant. But and the side has been picked. I do have to say, because I remember getting hit by both sides, and so I'm like, okay, what the fuck? Like, what is this? So I don't have to announce that on the internet, what side I picked or whatever. But on planet Earth, it is wise to just pick because people who don't know, and it's people that know very much so that we are in spiritual warfare, and they will tag your motherfucking ass. And and people who will not be able to recognize who you are, they may think they think everything is a demon. Especially religious people, these Christians, they think everything is a damn demon. They think Hanuman is a demon. I'm telling you, if Yeshua came back, they would probably kill him within one day. That's how ignorant they are. They don't understand the and it's not all of it is their fault, because there was a lot of people that lied, hid information. Even a Jesuit priest, Catholic Church, they did a number on these people. But it is what it is. But I'll get back to what I'm saying. Black Americans, you have to be aware. For those of you that's free, just come among one another, and start to craft out. You said y'all want to do something that's legal. Stop looking at you arguing with these people are government operatives. They don't give a shit about you. They live good at night. The government tell them to go do something. They go take somebody out or go set somebody up or go and run this play and this psyop. That's what they do. go around these people and study what they doing and go come, that's what that they ain't thinking about actually getting shit done. And so if you're a free ass Black American, you really thought that you was in a reparation space for good reasons. Work amongst each other, no matter how small. If it's 5-10 of y'all, set up y'all shit up nicely and push y'all line. Whether you think it's a legal matter, or you think it's a legislative matter, but you got to stop with this groupthink type shit, or we all got to get on the same accord. We all got to do the same thing. That ain't ever gonna happen. That ain't ever gonna happen. When they was telling us to get our own claim, they kind of were right. Like we've spent all them years, like, huh? Because we all thought we was all the same. And we couldn't see that this is a different place. These people have different, this is a whole nother thing. And so when they was telling people, hey, when the indigenous get your own claim, that's probably what should have just happened. Now that I look back on it, now that I can see as far as like the differences in our genealogy, the differences even in the ideology, but also even the way something gets set up governmentally, and how people will come around, people without sauce will come around people with sauce, right? People will use Masonic credit rituals on your ass to snatch and harvest your energy. They bought and paid for it, and they know you not, and they see, hey, you an easy lick. They'll steal your ideas, they'll steal your shit and whatever they can. So this is very serious. And it's not just, I know we're coming hard down on the freedom, but I know y'all want to blame everything, put everything on the Black Caucus. This was top down. This ain't it's infiltration everywhere. And it ain't just no damn CBC and you see they protecting Governor Newsom. Everybody protected Governor Newsom. Ain't nobody coming at his head. They should have let the bill die at his head, but the CBC, they taking a hit because they always been taking a hit. But they also felt like, let's get our get back for them talking all that shit about us. Because I will say that grassroots Black Americans single-handedly ruined the reputation of the CBC. Let's be real. By calling out, rightfully so, they don't do shit for us. They undermine us, but then they say, okay, y'all call us mammy, you call us demon crack, you say that we fucked up, you hate the Democrats, you don't want us. And y'all are all reparationists, and y'all all in the reparation space, and we know that these freedmen niggas, we know that y'all all talking about Trump and conservatism, and y'all want to go to the CBC and had them do the vote. What do the lady say? She'd smile in this dude's face, and she walks away, and they screaming, and then she just walk away like it's nothing, and she is gleeful for joy, going right to the chop, her big ass going right to the chop house with her friends, her link friends. And they about to enjoy a nice dry age ribeye, probably, and relax and talk about some other shit, probably about some other shit that, that's just how these people think. But I know that that smile right there, that's a smile of, I'm getting my get back. Because I was calling us mammies and all that stuff, and Kamala, mammy, and Kamami. That's probably her friend. Yeah, in California. You don't think that lady know Kamala? That's probably her AKA sister, while you know. And y'all done talked all that shit as freedmen's about Kamala. And I'm just telling you how it go. I'm not saying I agree with it. I am telling you how these people think. Like you can't see that y'all spend all them years on Clubhouse and Twitter Spaces and on YouTube coming at the CBC, calling them fucked up Democrats. We hate the Democrats. We doing this. We want Trump. And then thinking they're gonna pass something for your ass. No. And Camila, she think just like that too. That's quiet as it gets. I mean, I can see energy now, and I'm not sitting up here. I'm trying to judge or I said what I said. I meant what I said, and I ain't taking it back. But my thing is this good cop, bad cop shit is what I don't like. How they just trying to put it all like on a Democrat. Yeah, okay, we don't like Democrats. Okay, cool. Okay, but it's a lot of these conservative ass niggas is government operatives too. And they coming around us and they trying to do this play shit. And so what I want to tell people, you be careful. If you find out that you suspect is, just pay attention to people. Are they constantly distracting you? Even among whatever group you or whatever line you with, whether that's the American Indians, whatever, Black indigenous, are they constantly distracting you? Are they trying to push something with any of the current actors that fucked up the first bill? Have they proven to be sharks? Are they failures? Are they not too intelligent? Are they crabs in the barrels? Are they cowards? Are they set up people? Are they jealous hearted? Are they not creative? If you find any of those things, don't fucking work with them. I'm talking to grassroots. I'm talking about you authenticates that love to say, oh, we just outside. We outside. We Black American. We grassroots. If you really grassroots, I got a whole operative just watching the whole. So crazy. If I'm talking about, you can't have a nigga that's been in Hollywood 25 years talking about they grassroots. You cannot be that stupid. I'm thinking of like grassroots is somebody that is literally, and I'm like, do we not have a definition of that yet? And that's why I put that definition on here. But I'm talking about authenticate Black Americans. If that's you and you serious, just do things on principle. I'm telling you, the universe always will back you. And you can, the perfect example of that is RFK. He did things on principle. The DNC shit on him for decades. Nobody would let him run. They kept shitting on him because he had them radical ass politics, and that was beneficial to all of Americans. So they never wanted to give him the mic. They always censored him. They always hated him because he did not want, he said he was going to expose the deep state, and he wanted to get rid of the corruption and get rid of the chemicals and bring back healthy foods and bring back fruits and veggies for Americans and stop the lobbying, stop the corruption in politics, stop the corruption in the Congress. This is what is on his fucking website, and even for years, mind you. And so when he says that, and they keep dicking him around, never letting him get the mic or whatever, now he's on the front page. Now he's with Trump. So doing things on principle pay off, and it can take a long time. But just do things on principle. It don't matter if they try to censor you, blacklist you, keep you out the paint, fuck with you. Just do things on principle. It don't even matter if you're serious about it. Like if you're serious about, okay, I really wanted to help my people. I really wanted to build some programs for our people. I really wanted to do something where we have an alternative society. I really want to do something creative and clever for our people that we can all benefit from. If that's you, even if it's just 5 of y'all, stop thinking it got to be all 100 million people or 1,000 people and shit. Just do you and push it hard. Stop looking for validation. Stop looking for approval. Stop looking for attention. Just do it on a small level. And I'm telling you, on principles alone, because a lot of us don't have access. Let's be real. A lot of us don't get access to our legislation, our Congress and our Senates. And, some of us don't have access. We don't have people on speed dial, so we have to do things. We have our creativity, though. We got God particle. We got source particle, and we're free. So just do our own thing. I don't understand why it's all this obsession with trying to and you could push things, but you push it and they will come. You build it and they will come. And another thing, if you push something hard enough, you end up cracking the matrix, or you either gonna glitch that shit, you're gonna break that shit, or they're gonna copy your ass and then come to you for the sauce and have to bring you in any fucking ways. Eventually they'll come to you if you need, but then you gotta leverage, which is I said a year ago. I said this shit a year ago about building leverage. I'm sorry, right here. 5 hours long of just straight strategy game. This was a video that a Blaque gatekeeper called me about, talking about 7 state attorney generals is asking about me. And that's when they did all them rituals and they tried to kill my motherfucking ass. And they can lie and say, oh, we never did that. I never said that. The NSA got recorded phone calls for everything. What the fuck? So I ain't lying about that. On May 30th, I told y'all motherfuckers, May 30th, 2023, I told y'all. So y'all could blacklist and, oh, she crazy, oh, she this, she that, she this, oh, ho, ho, ho. Y'all know I'm a spiritual motherfucker. That could be proven. There's stuff that I have been, okay, how would she know that? She wouldn't be able to know. That's actually true. How would she know that? Oh, shit, this is something really serious about spiritual. Like this shit is real. And I said this a year ago what was going to happen. Everything I said came to pass a year ago. And so I don't care how obnoxious you think I am right now, or how upset and triggered y'all get. Oh, I'm triggered. I'm triggered. I'm going to unfollow her. I'm going to spread rumor about her. I'm going to open. I don't give a fuck, because I already know. Man, y'all guys, man, this stuff, man, I'm so glad our ancestors is on this shit, and I want our ancestors even more and more and more to fuck up these damn government operatives that's been playing on our top, fucking with Black Americans, innocent Black Americans. They have been fucking with innocent Black Americans. Like I said, watch some of these freedmen people. That's y'all sit up there. Y'all could dog the Congressional Black Caucus. That's easy. We all know they ain't gonna do shit for you. Y'all motherfuckers got snakes right in front of y'all face, and that's why I can't fuck with y'all, because either you too stupid to see it, or you a snake yourself, or you a follower. and you don't have no integrity, and you're a coward. And I say that to your motherfucking face. Anybody got a problem? Look, you hear my energy right now. I have to say, you feel it. And, what I've been through in this fucking space, it did change me, I have to say. It made me very less naive where I had to grow up. And since I know the things that behind the scenes, the stuff that y'all would not know in my triangulation methods as a military scientist and as a powerful high priestess, I know what the fuck. When I say I know that there's some corruption in this space. I don't care how many times they fucking lie to you, and I know that government came for me, and I know that they did it through certain people in that reparation space. And I know that there are people who are jealous of me as fuck of my gifts and that try to take me out. So it did change me. And so I believe in love, and yes, the love. That's always going to be me. That's always going to be me. I ain't going to let that change. I ain't going to let nothing you weirdo ass, whack ass, talented hacks do to me change me. No. So yes, I got a lot of love in my heart for all of humanity and for planet Earth. And I'm always have that love. But I will tell your motherfucking ass this. I will fight anyone who come for me. I will fight anyone that's against me. And you could hear it in my spirit. And even that's why that's why I say, okay, any of you niggas y'all can debate me. I want to sit up there and call it. Y'all, anybody can call me out and I'm on it. And you could feel that I just want to beat your motherfucking ass for your wicked ways. You can hear it in my voice that I will fight. I will fuck your ass up spiritually and think nothing about it. And go play a peaceful 528 hertz frequency, but meditate right after with no regrets if you come for me. So I do find myself in battle mode a lot. I do find myself maybe even hypervigilant, maybe even unwarranted. But I know what the fuck happens I know what happened in that spiritual realm. And I know what happened behind the scenes. And I know that these motherfuckers are cowards. And I know that people in that space came for me and played dumb. And so yeah, the ancestors cursed that shit. It's cursed like a motherfucker. It's cursed like a motherfucker. After the wickedness that was pulled behind it on some fucking CIA shit. I'm not playing with these. You could hear it in my spirit. And for those that may not have seen the side of me, yes, for a couple of years, a lot of shit had been going on in my life, behind the scenes. Some of it, if I would have moved smarter, I could have prevented it. Yes, I admit that. Yes, I take accountability for the things I have said. And I do know that when time, space, collapse, and you will see that shit, and you could see certain things in the spiritual realm. It's different than when you in 3D and say if you in 20D, 45D. I mean, let's be fucking real. That shit is. I mean, you'll never understand. And I can't even explain that to you. But I do know that's where that anger that you hear, and that's where you hear that combativeness in me towards that type of, and I know you would think I'm supposed to just trauma bond with you niggas and be sad that the reparations ain't. I already told y'all a year ago that shit wasn't gonna pass. Because I don't even know what the fuck y'all, I already told y'all a year ago about everything. I already told you how to build leverage. You didn't listen. You tried to blacklist me, steal my ideas, and kill my ass. So, and it wasn't all Black Americans, but it was certain people in that space with the help, with the government that did it. And they were doing occult rituals on me. And many others too. I actually see there are Black Americans in the reparations space that are clearly under MK Ultra. Oh yeah, for sure. I can see it now. I can see. I'm like, oh shit, they doing that same thing. They doing it. They trying to do that to her. They trying to, and then some of them, they trying to set you up the same play with me, and they trying to set y'all up too. It's two people that I know in that space that I can spiritually see that as they did to me. They're trying to do to the two people. Since I had tipped some of them off, one of them kind of, I guess one of them kind of appears to be listening. The other one is walking into a fucking burning house, and that's on him. I had literally cried in a public video trying to warn that motherfucker. So that's on you. I already told your ass. I don't want to hear it. He crashed out blocking people talking about some Jesus because he could feel wickedness on it. In a video, I have the fucking video on May 31st. I was crying, said his name and warned him. I said, they're going to come after you. Gonna come after you because the way you talk just like me about all that shit, about all that stuff that I was talking, and they came after me. I said they gonna come after you, and then that was in May. That video is still up. Next thing you know, 2 weeks ago, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, dude crashing out on Twitter space talking about something. If you ain't with Jesus, get out of here. Oh, y'all talking. Oh, it's some wicked stuff over here. Oh, we talking about we gotta build our own societies. We gotta build. And he sending blocking motherfuckers from the FBI. And I said, this nigga ain't got no foresight for nothing because he disrespected me. He moved. He said, you don't love Jesus. You gotta go. And he moved me out the room. Said, you don't have. You're not Christ-like. And I'm like. It just sounds like if only people knew. If only people knew. You know, these humans are not ready. But I'm like, ugh. So he messaged me and said, "You're not Christ-like." So I moved out the room, and I only want Chris. And I thought, and I said, "Dude, I warned your stupid ass 2 months ago." You know, listen, I said he's totally under spiritual attack. He's totally under spiritual attack. He's totally, and I saw it. Now, had he listened. And that's what he's still following a person whose name is Lucifer Morningstar. Obviously, that's not his. That's what the name translates to in Arabic. This dude is fucking stupid. And he's running around talking about something. You're not Christ. This dude removes me out the room and say I'm not Christ-like. As well as he follows the person. He's under MK Ultra, by the way. But he follows the person that's calling himself Lucifer Morningstar. Be talking about I don't want nobody that don't believe in Christ. And the reason why he's freaking out like that is because he can feel it spiritually. He knows something not right. He know it. And he said something not right with this space. It's people that's cultists in this space. It's people, some shit I said. And for me to pick that up on May 30th, and for this shit to play out where he talking about Christ only and people is coming at, we need to call out people that's against Christ in the reparation space, but only for him to crash out about that. For something I said in May 30th was going to happen to him and warned him. And see, y'all, this is, again, let the record reflect. I'm telling you. All this stuff that people try to do with me, but all this, let's just blacklist her, say she's crazy, and have everybody, and spread all these rumors about her. I'm telling you, this stuff is all on public. It's just public for anybody. Like, say, even 50 years from now, 200 years, people are going to study this and know what the hell happened. Like, people are going to put things together. Like, I'm a cold motherfucker. I'm a bad motherfucker. So I know the breadcrumbs that I'm leaving on purpose for people 200 years from now, 500 years, people to study this stuff because they'll be more advanced. See, I'm just too ahead of my time. So I know everything that I'm crafting out so where people could be like, oh, shit, there was really something going on over there. Or that girl really was spiritually gifted. Was able to see some shit. This video was put out a year ago. May 30th. It all came to pass. The video where that I talk about Negro Nights Black Heritage out May 30th, May 2024. I'm warning him, crying. Only and he the irony of him saying, "Oh, I am not Christ-like." You don't know who's who, sweetie. And he's personally going to learn a lesson about that because you don't know who you're like. You cannot sit up there. That's why I said. That's why I said if Christ came in 2024, Yeshua, knowing what he knows, knowing what I know he knows, knowing what he knows I know. Man, these raggedy ass humans will do the same thing they did 2,000 years ago. Just like it is what it is. I mean, it's just fucked up. Like, and you can say, oh, okay, well, the powers that be hid this. It was the secret society that did this. They harmed. They kept humans brainwashed. They put them under global MK. Yeah, that's true. But they attack people that be trying to help them, and that shit is like that shit gets frustrated after a while. It does. It gets annoying. They attack. They'll attack the motherfucker trying to help them. They attack the motherfucker that's linked to the people that they claim they follow. And they claim they're following Jesus, But I'm like, oh my gosh, like, Lord have mercy. It's just a mess. It's just a mess. But they doing that shit over to a couple of them people over in that space still. But I told y'all a year ago. I try and so. You gotta watch out for these motherfuckers that's acting like they grassroots. They acting like they didn't know what was gonna happen. Like they supposed to, I didn't know what was gonna happen. Man, these motherfuckers knew. That should be dead on arrival most of the time. Especially that shit with like the OMB. They try to act. They be playing the fuck out of y'all, man. Y'all getting played. I don't know if y'all that stupid or you just in on it. And yes, I sound upset. I'm not talking to no everyday Black Americans. I'm talking to the Black Americans that's all up in that reparation space, thinking they about to do something, they make a move and shit, and they don't even know how rigged it is. They don't even know what it's about. I'm 32 years old. If I saw this shit a year ago, how the fuck didn't y'all see it? We talking about 60, 50-year-olds. Now I'm a cold motherfucker. I'm a motherfucking genius, but I ain't that damn genius. If I could see it, then other Black Americans saw it too. Why didn't y'all, the Black indigenous who saw it? So how the fuck didn't y'all see it? But they wanted to silence people for calling out them logical fallacies. They wanted to silence people. They were calling people obstructionists. They were obsessed with convincing Black Americans. They were obsessed with labeling good people obstructionists, labeling good people crazy, because we were calling out Black ops. They got Black ops involved. I'm telling you that, man, the shit they pulled on me, I was the biggest target by them people. Yeah, I wasn't. I don't care which is the Black indigenous was not. Nobody was the biggest target in that space over me, based on the shit, evidence that I have, behind the scenes stuff. And that could be because I had called out certain people, but shit, y'all did too, and still didn't get smacked up like how I did, and I had to fight back. See, they figure, okay, 32, you uninitiated, you don't know nothing that we know, you don't know ceremonial magic. We run with a code, and they got the government on their side, all type of shit. They came, they got a secret side that's gonna hide from them. All the Black Americans are gonna be on their side and cover for them, and they thought they were just gonna come for me continuously. They told y'all. They probably told. I'm telling you, the only reason why that person probably is trying to make it seem like, oh, I'm protecting her, oh, let's leave her alone. No, it's because he tried already to fuck me up, and he couldn't. But if he could have got away with it, he would have got away with it. Shit. That's all it is. But he probably told her, oh, we just got to protect her. Oh, she just crazy. Oh, he telling y'all niggas that she just crazy. Shit. If he could have got me out the pain, he would have. Trust me, you don't know what I saw in the spiritual realm what that nigga was doing. Trust me, stuff that I would never even say in public anymore. But I had to realize, okay, this is spiritual. I didn't learn how to fight spiritually. So I don't know what, thank God I always had ancestors and protection and stuff. But as far as the motherfucker just being able to just go in your aura like that, hell no, you got to fight that. You better learn how to fight. A lot of you Black Americans is doomed. I already see it. There's 2 of y'all that's under fucking MK Ultra. It's a couple of y'all already. Told y'all a year ago. I ain't that damn genius where if I'm the only one that can see it. And get out of here. Y'all saw it and y'all was quiet. You were cowards. Okay? So y'all want to say, oh, she crashing out again. You can say it to my motherfucking face, bitch, and let's go to war about it. I'm so sick of these wicked ass niggas in this space, man. Because you could feel it. Like, I could feel people was jealous of my light the whole time. I could feel it. Even in 2020, 2021, 2022. I could feel that shit. I felt it and I ignored it because I'm like, well, we just going to be for our people. I'm going to give all my ideas. I'll give whatever I can and contribute that way. I felt that shit. Been felt it. Okay? Speaking for what's right and telling and going hard on what you believe in and standing on principles is not crashing out. But if y'all want to say that, oh, I'm crashing out this time, my thing is, I can't wait till one of y'all niggas actually like call me out, because they got all of them. They say, oh, ignore, because they know how powerful I am with my methods in terms of I see things that other people can't see. I'm not bragging, but if someone was to come for me and try to like, oh, this person is just make up, like, just say somebody just try to publicly come for me, they know I will tear their ass to shreds. That's pretty much why you don't ever see people. But I want one of them fake ones, not just some random niggas. I want one of them fake ass government operatives that publicly come for me. I really do. And you will see they'll probably die within a year or two. For one, spiritually, because I spiritually, and then mentally, I'm gonna call out all of their logical fallacies, all of their lies, all of their indiscrepancies, and I'm gonna show it in a methodical way where no one can dispute it. I'm not playing with you raggedy ass niggas, because y'all are so hateful and y'all are so wicked to me and to the Black Americans in general. You know what you did. And you got desperate and you got sloppy. Desperation always lives in sloppiness. You left breadcrumbs around because you got sloppy. To take someone's sauce that you didn't earn, to try to snatch somebody's birthright because you ain't got no sauce, because you signed your fucking contract and signed the deal. They ain't got shit to do with me. And again, not all contracts is about soul selling. I'm not saying that. So I'm not saying that everybody that got a contract is this and that. No, please don't think that. Some of them are just arrangements, but most of that shit, that's that on that level. No, what I saw spiritually, that ain't what that is. That ain't what that is. That's why they keep bringing up contracts in the reparations space. It ain't nothing but Luciferian, Babylonian Samaria. You know where the contract law come from? Contract law comes from Samaria. That's where contract law come from. It's a Luciferian Babylonian magic. That's where contracts come from. You can study. I actually showed that on my fucking YouTube channel once again. If they love the shadow band. And I know I'll come off so harsh today. I come off so harsh today. Because I already saw this play coming, and I know that it was. I knew it was a fucking play from a year ago, and when I announced it, they all turned on me and started concocting another way to get me out the pain. You can't fuck with somebody and then get mad how they react and act like you didn't fuck with them. You did wrong. I did a 5-hour video crying. In this video, 5-hour crying, talking about everything that was going to happen, how they was dicking us around, how it was a Democratic play for Newsom and for jobs and for a bureaucratic agency. After this video was released, a bootleg gatekeeper called me. That's when he said about the 7 state attorney generals and said the elites, these certain bloodlines will have no problem going to war between them. Going to war. And I'm looking like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. And then after that, I would say a week later, all that shit popped off between or me fleeing Buffalo and all this shit that, all that crashing out on the internet, all that stuff. Because they do fuck with your mind. They got all types of technology. They can scramble your shit up and have you. But some of that stuff be true. Some of that is just quantum entanglement and you just reaching from your heart. I would say in 2023, that was me interdimensionally talking to a higher self of mine. But I knew it was completely me, but it just in a different dimension. But they were fighting me still. They fight your ass. They fight you. Yeah, they don't care that you what dimension you in. You trying to get a message out to people or write something, and I'm telling you, I was literally passing in and out of consciousness or passing out like I'm literally like these motherfuckers will work. I don't know what that shit is. I know it's an obvious spell that they use, but they got something. And then obviously that shit with all the wires connected to that house, and they could surge your electricity and fry your motherfucking ass inside. But I'm telling you, I'm going in and I'm trying to just get something out. And it's like some of that stuff was not supposed to come out, but it did. Because but it happened for a reason. And I see everything I've said about interdimensional, all that stuff, they all coming out with it. They all coming out, the government admitting all types of shit now about interdimensional travel and quantum tech. They mentioned all types of shit about that right after that happened. Admitting that there is a fifth governing force of the universe. Admitting to certain shit. I just was required to go to another level and pull it from certain people and places. It's as simple as that. And they wanted me to stay down there with it. They wanted me to be, no, you got to stay, because they want to harvest energy or whatever. They didn't want to accept the fact that you can't be in control of no fucking primordial being. What the fuck is wrong? Like that is crazy. I cannot be handled. You can't, even if you, I don't care how many MK, you don't think that was the only time they tried it. They're doing it MK Ultra shit my whole life. It never worked. Somehow it's going to break because it was illegal. I ain't signed nothing with y'all niggas. I ain't sell my soul. I ain't just, you can't. Now, I'll never forget, I had a family member. No lie. After I explained to this about what happened to me in the hospital and with the contracts and them coming to me 3 times trying to get me to sign something, and a long as 50-page contract, and they wouldn't really let me read it, and they was shaking it like they came 3 times in the fucking hospital. And then that's when they sent the manager of the manager of the Grady Hospital with a whole suit on, asking me, "What do you want? What can we do for you? How can we make your dreams come true? How can we make Knox University come true?" And a fucking really, that's random. After he wanted me to sign it, and I didn't refuse. I didn't sign the contract. Obviously, I just kept refusing to sign it because I didn't even know what it was, and then they didn't really want me to read it. I mean, to read that would have took like hours upon hours upon hours upon hours. There's no way that you have to have a lawyer. I don't even know what the fuck this is, so I didn't sign it. But this was something that somebody was over my head trying to get me to do, so that they could benefit. It had nothing. And it didn't work. But I'll never forget that family member. I was telling them this story that I'm telling you that's in this video right here. That this is all you can hear. This what happened at the hospital and the occult stuff that was going on in this video, by the way. And the phone calls and the conversations and stuff that was like you would have to get that there. This all relates to the reparations space. But I'll never forget. I was telling that family member there. See, and they know things. They're very spiritual, and they said you are not allowed because I guess they had been trying to finagle me into. Mind you, I would say that's not the only time that they came to me with these contract shit. It was like a session would get me to sign this, and it relates to this fucking space. And I would never forget the family member. They said, "You're not allowed to sell your soul. You're not allowed to." It kept getting blocked. Like every time somebody come with me with this stuff, it just keeps getting blocked. Like spiritually, something crazy keep happening. Or I'm not supposed to, like whatever that is, it's not supposed to be done that way. And that's why stuff like that keeps happening. But I'll never forget that family member said, "You're not allowed to sell your soul." And I remember looking like, I didn't know what they meant. And because they were talking it over my head because they knew stuff that they knew I didn't know. And I knew that, so they thinking they looking at me as an easy mark too. Let's be real. Some of your family members look at you as an easy mark too. A free soul, and they look sad, like, damn, like we can't get her, like we can't, like, and it was like, it seems like if you have to know you have to know what you're getting into. We can't deceive. Like she said, you can't be deceived into selling your soul. It looks like, and whatever it is you're not allowed to sell your soul. And they said it just like that. And I said, real? And I just was confused, right? September 13th, 2022. That family member said that, right? September 13th, 2022, Lucifer pays a visit in a dream. And he had this chest, like this grin. Because I guess the thing is, it was like a honeypot for them to get trapped. They on a hamster wheel running, thinking but something that's rigged against them when it comes to me, and they didn't know. And see, he knows about. He hid information from these humans. That's what y'all don't get. Like as far as like this primordial aspect of even the octaves of what. I kept telling her that is an angel, the fallen angel that is even in today's time would be the equivalent to a primordial would be at the age 17. Right. But ever again, he comes in a dream and he says, that person is right. You don't sell nothing. Don't sign. Don't get involved with whatever is down. Don't get involved with this shit down here. Don't sign nothing. He said you was right not to sign nothing. Then he says, stay out of it. It was just like you have an incredible amount of brilliance. We already know what's going on, and whatever you came down here to do, we know. But it was made clear, like, don't get involved in that stuff. As far as like the contract stuff with that selling of the soul and all, whatever that stuff is, it's a bigger play. That's over your head, and so I got a feeling that entity set this whole thing up as a honeypot for dangling a carrot in front of those that's trying to get out. So everybody was bidding and thinking that they was going to bid and go to the casino and have put a contract for hire on me, set me up and do all these things to try to snatch my soul. And it was already a bigger play spiritually where it was like, he's whatever. I didn't set this up. I'm just letting you know, I didn't spiritually set this up. I'm saying I think that entity set all that up to play the fuck out of them. And so they end up getting, but he didn't tell them who I am. And he did. And if y'all don't think this is real, this shit is real as fuck. I don't give a fuck. Y'all could be stupid and bury your head under the sand. The occult is real. I didn't ask for this. I was born into this. Okay. But he didn't tell them everything, and he doesn't know everything. If he been down here for all this motherfucking time on planet Earth, ruling y'all motherfuckers secretly, some of y'all already know that's true. Everybody knows that. They got any sense, knows who the system, who planet Earth is ran by. This turned over to the Prince of the Air. They already told you that. There's a lot of woo-woo shit around it. But as far as like, there's some truth to it. I'll just say that. But he didn't tell everything. And so I think there was a bigger recognizance play here of what was going on. And I do think that there was something where somebody got played on their part as far as whatever they thought, okay, who I was, as far as like, okay, we can, this is an easy mark here. She ain't got, she's single. This is an easy mark here. Her family's willing to sell her out. Everybody, we could all just pow on. And I know for a fact that being Kane at September 13th was laughing. Very bright. I mean, it wasn't scary. He wasn't scary. It wasn't no pitchfork or nothing like. He was laughing like, and I was laughing too because it was something. Again, it's something higher order going on. You got to read that book of Job, and you got to read how things play out, and God allows things to happen. God, it's something deep going on, and it's not in a religious sense that you think. If you approaching this from a very religious, childish point of view, this is not that. This has nothing to do with religion at all, or any religion. I'm just telling you how this stuff works. But it seemed like they were doing a recognizant mission to see who's on a spiritual level, recognizant spiritual mission to see who's involved in doing what with this when it comes to MK Ultra, when it comes to hijacking souls, hijacking, harvesting, violating laws of the universe. Pretty much, when it comes to violating laws of the universe, I think that there was a much bigger thing going on. It was a much bigger thing going on, and there was a recognizance going on. That's what I suspect. I know people can say, "Oh my gosh, that's just too much. I can't handle that." That's fine, but I mean, motherfuckers were selling out for the cheap. I mean, people were selling out for the cheap. Like that's to me is crazy. Like you selling out for the cheap. Like, and it ain't even work. Like, and with me, I don't even try to because it's always gonna get blocked. Like it's something. There's bigger order going on, and I do think some of them people were trying to help me. I don't think everybody was against me at all. I do know that. I do think that people were obsessed with controlling my energy marker, but I don't think everybody was against me. And I do think that there were even Black Americans in the reparations space that are not against me and that tried to help me and understand what was going on, even if they were clandestine. I could see some things. I've seen some things spiritually with some people. So I do know there are good people in that reparation space. I don't want everybody to think, but that I'm telling you, like some of these actors and some of these people that's trying to, like, they are frauds. And I know there's some people that had nothing to do with what I'm talking about. And so don't think I'm talking about you. You ain't have shit to do with what I'm talking about. But I know for a fact that there are Masons, like I know one of the homeboys, he be talking about, we got to get rid of the Eastern Stars and the Masons out of our reparation, out of D9, out of our space and out of power, the Boule, and I'm just looking around and I'm like, dude, do y'all think we stupid? Like, this is all ran by Eastern Stars and Masons, this whole reparations freedom shit. Like, y'all gotta stop playing dumb. And if that's what you roll, that's how you roll. But why are y'all going around people that don't even know that? Why are y'all hiding that? And why are you going around people that don't know that and then fucking with them? That's my thing. If that's what you do, that's what you do. That's what you are. I don't give a fuck. It's not for me. But why the fuck y'all going around innocent motherfuckers that they ain't got nothing to do with that, don't know nothing about that, and then fucking with them? And y'all know that y'all cultists. And we talking about 50 years old, 60 years old and shit, fucking with people that's in their 20s and shit. That's crazy as hell. Because they panic and they want to get out of the deal or make a new deal and they can't. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Don't bring your ass over some free ass Black Americans. They ain't got shit to do with me. It is what it is. And then a year later, that treaty did get turned over. That's September 13, 2022, when I had that dream about Lucifer. And then 2023, July 2023, we demand that treaty get turned over. Now, he turned it over, but there are beings on this planet that's not turning that over. That's not walking away. And they're willing to fight to death, and they are losing. And they know they're going to die, and they don't care. They can't live with having power stripped completely away from them in the spiritual realm. They just can't live with that. So they will fight to the death, and that's what they do. And that's what's happening now. And so, yes, I know we got spiritual there, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm just tired of people playing dumb. And you know what? Sometimes it takes years for people to understand what I'm talking about. Maybe it takes years, and then sometimes you be thinking like I don't associate with a lot of people, so I don't know where people's level of consciousness is at. You know what I mean? Like, so maybe it's not so wise to just talk so openly about these type of things because people do say you're crazy, but at the same time, at what point when is fucking humanity going to wake up? When are y'all why y'all so secretive about shit? Man, and y'all trying to conjure up primordials and shit and fuck with Hanuman. Nobody does things in motherfucking secret. No primordial is like you lay down, you get your motherfucking ass spray down. This is what it is. You ask a question, we'll answer it. Put all the information. You may not understand it because most of you are not advanced enough to understand it. If you ask, you will be told. If you do the work, you will get rewarded. But I don't understand all this deceptive ass nigga shit. And it's not. It's deception. And it's just the way the system is. It's even the government is that way. And I'm just like, I can't. And y'all erecting a big ass 90-foot Hanuman statue and thinking y'all about to continue this shit. Good luck. Good luck, government, because that ain't how it works. And yeah, that space is cursed. The people that was involved in that shit is cursed. It is what it is. It ain't had nothing to do with it. You innocent, righteous motherfucker. Don't worry about nothing. Don't worry about nothing at all. And anybody got a problem with me, fucking say that. Stop going behind back channels and being a pussy ass bitch and going around talking about, oh, she crazy, oh, this and that. Ain't none of y'all niggas gonna ever call me out publicly. I want it. You can hear in my voice that I will fight you. I will fight you. And I ain't never been that way to think about that about my own people. But I saw the wickedness in people that you think is family and friends and reparation is like you. I saw that shit. What I saw for the last 2 years, and I said, So y'all want it, y'all fucking with me, and I don't fuck with nobody. And I like to love on people and just be a sweetheart. Anybody that knows me know, but that girl's so sweet. Oh, I'm sweet. I know I'm sweet. And I will give you the shirt off my back if you need help. I will help you. If you fuck with me, I fuck with you. But I only love those that love me. I had to learn that. I didn't always have that. I only fuck with people that fuck with me. It's as simple as that. I ain't fake. If I'm coming for you, you gonna know I'm coming for you. I'm not a coward. That's why I don't like all this. Oh, I'm gonna go behind the scenes and fuck with that person and behind the scenes and get a whole organization, the whole government behind you, and you still get your ass slapped up in the spiritual realm. That's how pussy you niggas are. If I'm coming for you, you gonna know I'm coming for you. We gotta square the fuck up. Put your spiritual dukes up. I'm gonna put my spiritual dukes up. I don't understand how you could just innocently, how you could just go after somebody that don't know what you fucking with them for all them years, and then you smile it in their face, or you trying to act like you don't know them and you don't. Oh, I don't know. Playing that's some of the most cowardly ass shit, man. That's why I can't stand about them occultists and them Satanists and all that stuff with the people under the oath, and that make them so cowardly to me. I don't understand that shit. If I don't fucking like you, you gonna know I don't fucking like you. If I got a problem with you, you gonna know I got a fucking problem with you. Most of the time, I don't have no problem with nobody. Most of the time, it's not nobody I don't really like. So you don't see me in no beef. You don't see me in no real beef because I don't have no real beef with nobody. Motherfuckers, you know what I mean? But I know my energy marker. I know what people have told me behind the scenes. I know what I've heard my whole life. I know what people can see. I know there's spiritual beings on this planet and spiritual human beings that know who I am. I already know that. I don't fuck with nobody. I don't plan on fucking with nobody. I don't just go after nobody. For what? I worry about myself. But if I did, you're gonna know why. I ain't gonna just conjure up and make something completely up. Nah, nigga. Nah. But you got some pussy ass niggas, man. I can't believe it. Then men going after women, the old ass men going after, like, come on, this is what they do. That's what the Masons do, man. And I don't care what any of you niggas said. I know what the fuck I saw in the spiritual realm. And if I can't see what's in the spiritual realm, watch this. Let's play this. Now everybody know that reparation shit did not go through. Did not go through. Watch this. Watch me say this. This was, let's get the date. August 30th. August 30th. I want to shadow ban my shit. I like my own shit. Fuck y'all niggas. Watch this. I like my own shit. I'm the only person that matters.
Another thing I see is that they might have been there's a decision with something major. So this could be like some sort of partnership or some sort of celebration or team coming together, and they think they have like some sort of deal or some sort of something that's working out, and the decision is made to just take that risk and to throw caution to the wind and do it, and then it either gets halted or there's something relating to not enough funds or not spiritual malnourishment. And
Boom. And if that reparation space ain't got spiritual malnourishment, I don't know what the fuck does. August 30th.
in relationships, something with spiritual malnourishment, possibly even something that has low self-esteem to it, or
Yep, low self-esteem. Niggas in the reparation space got tons of low self-esteem. I'm not saying everybody. I'm just saying the niggas that's coming around, grassroots niggas, authenticate Black Americans, real grassroots Black Americans coming around us trying to take our sauce and trying to copy and steal from us. That is a low self-esteem motherfucker.
it's just something slowed down though. But it seems like they could have been like a fallout with the potential partnership or venture or a decision to do that. To think it was like something that thought of or something that
Yep, decision to do it. Freeman's Agency, all that, them bills.
planning, and it comes to either like a halt or stand. It's not a standstill, but like a halt.
Standstill. Yeah, that's what it was.
Due to some sort of problem with money, fiscal or the actual spiritual malnourishment.
Spiritual malnourishment. That's that reparation shit. That's what they get into. But in this same video, I was talking about there was gonna be I said these planes will get fucked up, all types of stuff. Next day, plane crash into a fucking house. They get with the whole block burning up. The whole block burning up. The whole block was literally burned up. Y'all do know that. Of a plane crashed into a house, and the whole it was like a bunch of houses that got caught on fire. I said there was gonna be delays with the transportation of bus. Then they killed 8 people. The next. In this same video, by the way. So
it's something relating to that as well. And so
yeah, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. And this one, this one is one of the more vague ones, to be honest, because I got shit that's way more accurate, that has more details. But this one is more that stuff about the transportation on the air stuff. That one is dead on, because I'm telling you, like, oh man, with so many accidents yesterday, it was kind of scary. It kind of seemed orchestrated. So, I mean, like over 20 cities, like all these different cities has had all these stuff just delayed, major, closing all of these blocks and stuff, like closing all of their lanes and highway lanes. And so that's what that was about. That's what that was about. That was that reparation space. Then the next day, they hold that hearing, and that comes out. They hold this thing, and they do, and that's what happens. This was August 31st. My video came out, and I said halt. Something gonna halt it partnership. But I was throughout this video, because I'm not gonna just keep on because this will be covered this next week. I did mention something about some things being canceled. Yeah, as you can see, is pretty long. So I mean, I'm still going, but I'm not about to play this whole thing. I'm not about to play this whole thing. And so it is what it is. That was the spiritual malnourishment. It's got blocked. It's getting canceled because of the way that is written, and just the whole spiritual fucking malnourishment of it. It is a lot of spiritual malnourishment in it. And let's see what he say. This is what he say. I'm about to go to the bathroom, so I'm about to play this, but I'm gonna be back.
Speaking of to bring the bills up now. These are their bills. They have their names on the bills. They killing their own bills because they scared of the government. Now, listen, they gonna see this and they gonna get mad at us. They killing their own bills, then they gonna get mad at us. They killing their own bills and they scared of the government. Okay? We don't care.
We need to
Bring the goddamn bills up now.
The governor needs to understand that the world is watching California, and this is going to have a direct impact on your friend Kamala Harris, who's running for president. This is going to have a direct impact. So pull up the bills now, vote on them, and sign them.
We have
We've
the
been
votes.
waiting for over 400 years.
The speaker needs to bring the bills up now. These are their bills. They have their names on the bills. They killing their own bills because they scared of the government. Now, listen, they gonna see this and they gonna get mad at us. They killing their own bills, then they gonna get mad at us. They killing their own bills because they scared of the government. Okay? We don't care.
We need to
Bring the goddamn bills up now.
The governor needs to understand that the world is watching California, and this is going to have a direct impact on your friend Kamala Harris, who's running for president. This is going to have a direct impact. So pull up the bills now, vote on them, and sign them.
We have
We've
the
been
votes.
waiting for over 400 years.
The speaker needs to bring the bills up now. These are their bills. They have their names on the bills. They killing their own bills because they scared of the government. Now, listen, they gonna see this and they gonna get mad at us.
Okay, I'm back.
They killing their own bills.
Sorry about that, but I had to go to the powder room. See her bumping my gums. Y'all know I bump my motherfucking gums, if nothing else. But yeah, y'all hear him. He's saying they're killing their own bill and all this stuff. It was a place from the beginning. Y'all acting. How if I said that was gonna happen a year ago, how the fuck y'all didn't know? How the fuck y'all didn't know? Y'all knew. They got their money, they got their bread, and that's what it was about. It was just what the play should have been about. Don't come around no grass, no authentic Black Americans, some random ass Black Americans that don't know what the fuck going on, and y'all got your own little play. Don't do that. You know what I mean? Like if that's what the hell y'all was doing, then that's what it is. But why the hell y'all coming around us for? And I'm not talking about CJ or Chris. They ain't never really. They do their thing or whatever. Whatever people have to say about them, they gonna say about them. They ain't, but because the reason why I say that is because they didn't come around a lot of the grassroots. They were saying they were grassroots, but they didn't come around us trying to. Well, maybe I would say with the Black indigenous, but I'm talking about the Clubhouse. I'm not familiar with these people, to be honest. I have to say. Let me make sure my thing is working because they are doing shit with my computer. Let me just make sure that my sound is up. Let me make sure that my sound is good. Okay, there we go. Yeah, but they talking about some killing their own bill. Let me just make this. Okay. They killing their own bill. They killing their own bill.
Then they're gonna get mad at us.
And they're gonna get mad at us. Yeah, the Black Americans are gonna get mad at y'all motherfucking ass because y'all know it was gonna get killed anyways. If I said it a year ago that was gonna fucking happen, how the fuck y'all didn't know it was gonna happen? And I told you how to build leverage. I told y'all motherfuckers how to build leverage. Y'all some scary ass niggas that was cowards and bought and paid for it. So y'all ain't gonna do y'all wasn't gonna do that stuff anyways. That I was talking about to build leverage. Y'all gonna have to do it eventually. So you should have listened. Anyways. Instead of trying to get me out the pain, kill my motherfucking ass and tell people I'm crazy. And then come using the occult and masonry on my ass. Y'all can lie about it and try to cover for that fucking Luciferian. I don't give a fuck. Because I already know it. Nobody get away with nothing. You can try to cover and just cover it up. Let's just cover it up. Maybe she'll stop talking. Yeah, nobody get away with nothing. Nobody. Not a soul. Not a soul. And if you fuck with the wrong people, you don't know who the hell you fucking with. You mess with the wrong person enough, your shit get fucked up. Trying to mess with somebody else's stuff and trying to fuck up what somebody else got going on. Your shit would end up stuff that's backfire. You could just tell that shit ain't never been the same since August 2022. I don't care what nobody say. The whole space never been the same. Then this stuff with all that shit in the September and October popped up with the pull-up stuff. All that stuff started happening. And so fallouts upon fallouts upon fallouts. And that's what y'all get for fucking with people. I'm not talking about secure the tribe or the pull-up stuff. I'm just saying just that whole energy was so wicked and nobody could really see it. Or y'all knew and was okay with it. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, are y'all really just like, I just don't understand that. I'm telling you, that was some wicked ass energy to feel. And I'm not one to be like, oh, because it's not religious or because it's not this or because, oh, that means it's bad. Or I'm not one of them niggas. You know what I mean? I'll take the time to understand some stuff. And if it's something I don't understand, I don't just label it demonic or something. I try to really understand shit. You know, I'll listen and study it. But what I felt in August 2022 in that space, pure, and that's why I kept saying it's wickedness. I was just freaking out because I'm telling you, it was just what it was. And I'm not saying it came from everybody. I'm not saying it was every Black American in reparations. I'm talking about with certain people. That's all I'm saying. And I felt it from, and they just happen to be directly connected to higher ups, is what I'll say. It wasn't just some Joe Schmo Black American I'm talking about. No. This is not just some Joe Schmo. No. And so, any free Black Americans, are you still over there? You're going to be harvested on. Haven't said that credit swiping done. And you can laugh and say, "Oh, that sounds crazy. They ain't doing that. They just doing some reparations." You laugh now, cry later. Laugh now, cry later. It's too many chiefs and not enough Indians, and that's your problem. The whole thing was rigged. All they want is people that's going to go along to get along, set up a play, and get in where you fit in. That's pretty much what's all about in exchange for a job or some sort of political aspirations. But then they selling niggas out for the cheap. I see Lucifer, man. That nigga know I don't get down like that. That's why his stuff is so gridlock every time they try to come for me. But this guy and him gridlocking and shit. That's what they don't realize. They got played. They both in on it. They all set up a honeypot. They set up a honeypot because he already knew he had to give up that treaty. He already knew that they was turning the system over. Yes, Lucifer. And so I ain't had nothing to do with that. But it looks like they were doing some recognizant shit. They had a honeypot. And it's deep. It's some wild shit, man. But these niggas be selling out for the cheap. And if you were deceived, you do know that as far as the recognizance, the things that we got set up for anybody that was deceived in the contract or deceived into doing something, it's based on the fucking teachings of a 70-year-old fallen angel. It was initially 5 to 10 when they came down here. You don't have to worry about that because you can't do that. It's a violation of universal law. So those things are handled. But when you walk away, or if you decide to, you still have to. And in a time lapse, things still have to play out. So I know what's already taking place interdimensionally, but you still got to allow things to play out in 3D. Because for one, they don't want a bunch of panic. They don't want a bunch of panic. They was to tell you even if I was to say what I would be, they just label me crazy. I'm shadow man or whatever. But say if the authorities were to tell you the stuff that I'm telling you, the stuff that I know is going on in the spiritual, then y'all will freak out. Y'all will freak out, panic, and they got to keep that under. Y'all can't. And so, yes, thankful for people that are more mature than me and not just so obnoxious. But yeah, it's going down, and so they can't tell y'all. They can't even go there. They can't even go there and just go and tell everything. Yep. But now I want to talk to you about I don't know. To me, this don't look staged to y'all. But you know what? Social engineering is not necessarily staged. Like things could play out and people could be thinking that they're acting under their own autonomy, but they're just not. Sometimes it's just that. Like sometimes it's not. How we like those of us that is so like that we can see beyond like 3D, and we'll be like, oh, that's the Matrix. Oh, that's the. Oh, they stage that. They stage that. Sometimes it don't be like the people that's involved in the psyop don't know that it's staged. You know what I mean? And so I can see something. So just because we can see something spiritually, or we can know that okay, something not, this is a psyop. The people involved, like this person, Chris, whatever, he may not even know what the fuck is going on. That's how serious this stuff. This stuff could be above all they pay grade. But as far as is going to affect Kamala Harris, that's how you know it's a play, because they brought in the election and Kamala Harris and all this stuff. Y'all won't vote for that lady any damn ways. Maybe I think Camila is probably the only one that's the Democrat over there, and like maybe some people in CJEC may be Democrat, but them people weren't gonna vote for no damn Kamala Harris anyways. They weren't.
They weren't gonna vote for her, and they know that. They know that. That's why they killed it. The plant, they know niggas failed. They got infiltrated by some conservative ass operatives, and they took over the play. You know, and there are some Democrat shields that's also in the reparations space, but it's not as much as there are more. They don't call themselves Republicans, they call themselves conservatives, but they know what they do. The job was to get a lot of Black Americans on the Republican train. My thing is they trying to get us on the Republican train for nothing, and I don't play that. I ain't jumping on a train for nothing. And I know how to glitch this. I know how to glitch this system and at least run a couple of things interdimensionally. Trump looks nice as far as the status and strategy of his campaign. And anybody that's smart enough that could follow every little thing that I've put out, every little thing that I've asked Trump to do, he has done it. Now, I'm not talking about like, I know him I'm talking about just me on the video saying, hey, you need to pardon Julian Assange. Hey, you need to add the Space Force and continue that. Hey, you need to study JFK's thing. Hey, you need to go hard on child. The week that I said, literally the video, I said, Trump, you need to go hard on the death trafficking and the child trafficking, human trafficking. You need to bring that back. You need to go hard on it and to make that stuff go viral. That same week it goes viral. So somebody on his team, he probably got one of his handlers. They monitoring my video, watching what strategies I'm saying, and they write that and go give it to him. But I know that I'm setting something up because I'm setting stuff. You're probably like, oh, you're not talking about reparations and stuff. It's a long game, sweetie. Long game. You ain't getting no reparations in 2024. The only way you're going to get that shit is if your nigga ass is in that White House. And you got a bunch of government operatives that are Black niggas that's going to try to prevent that. And so that's my goal. And so I can't be around people that I know is going to thwart that. And so I have to build up. I'll just do it. I'll do it interdimensionally. A little thing I said to come to pass, but we need them going hard on that deep state shit. You ain't getting in there with the way it's set up. The way it's set up, y'all ain't no nigga getting in there. Not no Black American. And put an East Indian in there and tell you they Black American. They put Barack Obama in there and tell you that he's Indian. And these both was high level Illuminati priests. Whatever. And get mad at me, say, oh, no. I ain't got no beef with nobody. I'm just saying it how it is. Shit. I can fool them. You can't fool me. You can't fool no damn primordial mother. And fool them. But we told y'all what we wanted. We want them in that White House. That's what the fuck we meant. And Kamala Harris is not Black American. Yeah, she cool and all shit. You know, as far as like around the way, you know, as far as you chilling, but as far as the position of vice president and even president, no. She needed considerably more development before that. Even if that was her aspirations, if that's her personal aspirations, she need more development. She is not qualified. This lady just said that COVID killed 220 million motherfuckers, 220 million Americans in a span of some months. That is crazy. That anybody, the average American knows that there's like about 320 million Americans or 318 million. Last time I checked on the records, it was like 314.2 million. But that was like 318 million, right? Or some shit like that. How, if we just know that off the dome, how doesn't a vice president know that? Like that is crazy to me. I don't understand that. And so she's saying 2/3 of the American population is dead. And there's only 318 million, but she's saying that there's 220 million Americans that died. And she said it twice. Either that or she's, you know how they do their little rituals and do their predictive programming. Either that or she's script writing about what's to come. Because I don't think she that dumb. She be talking in code a lot that be flying over people's head with that little cackling laugh and saying the same shit over and over again. And what's that then and what's going to be? I've caught her a couple of times conducting out rituals and shit right in front of the public. I'm talking about speaking in code, like when they speak in code and when she do her hand up and then down. And when I showed you how she was literally regurgitating a Sun Ra lyric, I showed that. It's on Rumble. They took it down off of YouTube. They put it on Rumble. Trump do the same thing, isn't it? Obama do the same thing. All of them do that. I don't understand. Either you know or you don't know. But if you don't know, then you don't know, and that's okay, right? But you can't get mad at the person who can see it, the person that does find out. And I ain't trying to throw no rock in nobody's way. But what I'm saying is, yeah, y'all wasn't gonna vote for that lady, and I think that lady, you know, whatever play that they got, they ran a course, and she is not. She talking about if she don't know something simple like that, and can't do an interview without a script and a teleprompter and wanting notes for the debate, which I think the notes are okay, but it's still a little like, it's not a good look. I mean, they teach us in grad school, you go do your speeches, you can't have no notes. You're not even allowed to present with notes in your hand. No lie. You're not allowed to present with notes in your hand. You got to talk up there from the dome. You better remember that shit. You better write a note on your arm and be able to move your hand in a certain way and hurry up and look at the note as you're talking. But you ain't got no motherfucking notes in your damn hand. No. You better practice. You better develop. And see, they don't develop her. And so they wanted to control her. They only want puppets so bad. But now they wanted people that completely control. And it's coming to bite them in the ass. It's coming to bite them in the ass. The person can't even speak to the public for 30 days and shit. It's been 35 days and she hasn't done any public. She did the interview with Tim Wall, with the Walls guy, with her, with her running mate, and that they edited the fuck out of that. That was pre-scripted. And so we're gonna see what this debate is about. But but a lot of the people in the reparation space, they always dogging Kamala Harris, and they weren't gonna vote for her anyway. So it doesn't even matter. Well, I guess what he was probably referring to is the fact that California is liberal, maybe. So he was just saying, like, okay, the black people in California is not going to vote for her because this is what you did. Let's be real, a lot of black Californians don't even know what the fuck going on when it comes to this because these people hide it from them. They don't tell them what's going on, but that's purposely. And my only thing is I wish that they never came around us because we were just on Clubhouse and on Twitter Spaces just talking about, thinking we talking about regular shit, Black American shit and what moves we gonna make and reparations and stuff, and from a very organic, authentic space. And then like these people come around, and then they doing all this other shit. See, look at it.
Yeah, no reparation, no vote. If you don't give us no reparation, you ain't getting no vote.
Now look at this lady's face. Now this is a lot better angle. I don't know. To me, that just looked. Again, this could be like they don't even know themselves that they playing in the script. They just following the programming that's in them. You know what I mean? That could be that. But to me, I guess it just looks scripted to me. It just. But I'm not saying that the people that's protesting is staged actors or anything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they probably don't even know it's a psyop, and that's how things work, and this is how intricate this system is. And I don't think y'all see it that way yet. You saw that? They saw that cold pass only event. Pass only event, and and that lady walked away and had that big ass smile on her face, like fucking. Because that's Kamala Harris, probably her friend, and he threatened her. This gonna affect your votes and and all this stuff, and that these people don't think that way. And they were probably two sides of the same. Again, people be working. I'm telling you, people be working together behind the scenes and stuff over y'all heads. We was the niggas that got played. We was the ones thinking that this shit was real, and it's as simple as that. We thought it was fucking real. Now, if y'all gonna do something and carve something out for yourself, then y'all could still do that. Like literally, Black American, real, But your thing is, y'all want that, and it's like y'all want whatever that space is, and y'all don't even see the energy behind it. Y'all can't see it spiritually. And so for those who are doing their own thing, I really do think that that's the best bet. I really do. I think that's the smart thing, is for them to just, even if it's like 5 of y'all or 10 of y'all, 20 of y'all, and don't let people try to shame y'all for that, because them people are bought and paid for. Don't nobody get no influence in this society unless you done took that damn oath, unless they could control you on some level. Stop letting people think. I know how it works. I saw that spiritually too. You got to get clearance, and you got to get down with the get down. And a lot of the Black Americans are willing to do that. So they think they'll be able to influence it. Now 10, 20 years ago past, they realize it'd be the worst decision they ever made in their life, but ain't nobody going to say nothing now. See, the people that know, they already know what it's about. They know it's a trick. That's why they keep it. That's why they work so deceptive and clandestine and secretive. That's why they have when people be trying to sell you out on the low. They do it so secretive because they don't want you to know that You setting yourself. That's what they don't want you to know, that you setting yourself up for failure. They don't want you. They don't. That's why they went around niggas in the hood. It's Black Americans in a reparation space that are homeless. That literally don't have no money. There's people in that reparation space that didn't have no money, and they told you they, and so they going around, but they free, right? They free and they good people, and they sent them type of Mason ass niggas around them. Ugh, it's deplorable. I'm saying spiritually, you don't have to agree right now, but time tells all. And yes, I do sound angry and upset because I'm telling you that I know that there were nefarious actors in that space that worked with the government to concoct coming at me, taking me out, fucking with me, fucking me up. And though there was Black Americans also in that space that tried to tip me off and let me know what was going on. That happened more so on Clubhouse, though, I have to say. Once the shit migrated to Twitter space, it was a whole nother ballpark. That's some crazy ass shit. And they always tell you, you can't do nothing based on race. We can't do things based on race. We can't do nothing just for Black people. That's because it's something that they got finagled with the way that Black is set up in law. I don't care what nobody say. It's something that they'd have done that's a legal loophole, even though they define Black. Let's actually look at this, because now we're about to go into pivot, because I want to get into at least some solutions, right? We have to get into, you can't just be bragging and ranting and not offer regular Black Americans. I'm not even speaking to them operative ass niggas, but you can't, as far as the regular people, authenticates. You guys can still say grassroots. I'm not saying that term grassroots because I don't like nothing that have to do with mind control. Federal definition. Let me get the definition of Black. Okay. So you see it right there. A person having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. I mean, you see that. They changed this definition about 20 years ago. It could be a little longer than that. But we all know that Black referred to, this group of people that had been in America. But then there was this condition of law thing that originally was Black was originally a status as well. A lot of people don't know. These are hundreds and hundreds of years ago. That is not the case now. Then Black went to ethnicity, and then it went through, the 1960s. I'm Black and I'm proud of it. That was social engineering psyop shit too. To kind of get Black people to be okay in that status. But it's something, even though that this may not be the case anymore, it's something to it. It gotta be, because the way we get nothing. I mean, this government just has completely screwed us over. Completely. And so it makes me think that there's something deeper going on that has to do with civil death. I do think that there's something with this, like that, how we want to now granted, I think it was obnoxious for all them American Indians to just come from Clubhouse to go on Twitter and go around all them Black Indians and tell them Black is dead, and they like and they don't know what the hell you're talking about. These some hood niggas, and they like, Black ain't dead, I'm Black American, what the fuck, I ain't dead, they just jumped out the hit, and then they started fighting. But on a high level, I researched this stuff, and I was wondering, I'm like, it's something to this, like this thing with the status and all this stuff. Our government have finagled. I mean, imagine just somebody just taking a thread and just winding it and tangling it and knotting it all crazy to where you can't get out. They take some yarn and just wrap it all around you, all type of crazy ways, all intricate, all over the arms, and then you have a hard time getting out of it because they got all these knots everywhere, And that's what I think the government did stuff like that when it comes to laws. We have benign neglect, and you can't have to do anything on race is unconstitutional, and it is this conflation between race and ethnicity. Okay, Black was referred now to anybody from fucking Africa. And so it says the condition of one who has lost civil rights and capacities and is accounted dead in law. That's what Salvatore Murtus is. So the United States Marshal Service Post. Socially and politically, Black implies Salvatore Murtus, which means that, and this is not the real definition of Black. I want you to understand, this is a system that's based on admiralty law, a lot of it which violates the laws of the universe. So I want Black Americans to understand that. I'm not saying that this is the definition. I'm saying this is the system's definition, the government's definition. Even though now they have said it, it's racial group from Africa. Something about this is still in the books. I don't care what nobody says. I think they say it. Everybody in Africa. I think they just put all you niggas is getting civil death because they bringing a lot of Africans over here. Now it's just racial groups of Africa. That won't even really mean Black American when you think about it. Now, as far as this Black is dead thing, and these people that's close to the government, that's why they came up with the freedman status, because you can't have the Black status. Because now you guys are saying it's a race and you can't do anything based on race. So you see, it's all this circle stuff. All this circle stuff. So this is ancient doctrine. So let's take a look. William and Mary Law Review, Civil Death, a new look at ancient doctrines. It's something that they have. It's something, I'm telling you, in my soul, but I haven't studied this enough. I'm not a lawyer. And I don't study law, to be honest. I mean, I look at it like, you know how we just looking at this together, I'll do something like that. But as far as just like going hard and studying law, like Sada Shakur, I'm sorry, not Sada, Tupac's mom. Tupac's mom was a self-taught lawyer. She became, she was able to get out of Black Panther. Like that's hardcore study. Huey P. Newton as well was also always studying law. That's never been my thing, and I admit that. But when these Indians and when these people have been coming forward trying to tell us this, they have really studied this stuff. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable just writing them off. I never did. But I always took a backseat and listened. But I did. I will admit, I did think that they were being dramatic. I did think that they were overdoing it and being dramatic, and that it may not have been as deep as they had thought. And now the people that have taught me this are people from our Blaque class, the people that are connected with, that are admittedly, one of the persons that taught me this is admittedly connected to Black nobility. And it can prove it through their journey. They keep their stuff secret. And they are Blaque. And it is what it is. And they told me this stuff. And apparently the freedmans know that too. The Moorish niggas, they always drag them American Indians niggas, but y'all fucking with them freedmans, and them freedmans think the same thing too. They know this. They hide it. They are smarter at hiding the wording. That's what it is. See, the American Indians, they just come and say, Black is dead, Salvatore Moduis. And they run off the Black Americans and say, no, we ain't listening to that shit. The freedmans think they know that. They think the same thing, and they just hide it better. They know, it's not even they think, they know that there's something in law that's blocking us as a people. Now, some of these people are okay with it. I don't need the pronunciation. But I have to study this more. The thing is, when we talk about, there's a lot of Black Americans, there's not a lot of Black Americans that's not going to give up Black American. But let's be real. It now includes, definition, any racial group from Africa. So it doesn't even speak to you anymore. You put the American on it, but then they tell you, oh, that's not specific enough. You need to use foundational and all this stuff. And let's be real. You can't even take a lot of that serious because it doesn't have any precedent. You have to set it up you have to set it up under a protected. If you say I want to keep Black American, right? If you want to keep Black American. What I'm thinking, and I'm carving. I was carving this stuff out in real time, because right now what they're trying to do is make lineage a status by going with freedmen. And to be honest, there's some it's not successfully done yet because everything getting kicked to the curb or whatever. There's an easier way to do this that doesn't even involve going through, if you ask me, them yet, as far as like the legislative stuff. It doesn't involve you. It's a way to set that up to get federally protected class status by proxy of using another historical precedent that's already legally that anybody can use, and tying that with lineage, the legal definition of lineage. But you could set it up in a way where the whole thing is set up where you could still get into politics, and there's a legal way to do this. I've studied it. I'm not coming out in public all on Twitter talking about this.
There's a legal way to still set it up, as far as with the IRS and whatever else you need to do, where you could still get that federal class protection status and be able to talk about politics in the government. Now, follow me. We see a lot of Black Americans want to keep the term Black. They want to keep the term Black. They love this term Black. And so my thing is, knowing what I know what this government has done and knowing that it refers to a racial group, they changed the definition. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm not saying that that's what they should do. But this government is treacherous, man. They'll find a legal loophole on your ass. And and the thing is, I do know that the government uses admiralty law, and I do know that contract law and admiralty law is based on the occult. You can get mad and play stupid all you want, Black Americans. The legalese, the law system is the workings of the occult. And so you have to do a lot of spell crafting, even within your own legalese, and the power that you use on things and the power of words. Everything is Heka. Everything is sound resonance words. In the beginning was the word, and the word was God, and the word was with God. It's resonance, Heka. Going from void and primordial darkness and creating light. Then creating chaos. Well, chaos intelligence comes first. Chaos intelligence comes first. That's your entropy, your dark energy, your consciousness. And melanin. Yes, melanin is very primordial, guys. Melanin is very primordial. Then what do you go to after that? Create your chaos intelligence. You create your governing laws of the universe. You create your resonance, electromagnetism. And they all know this stuff. This is all, and then you after you get your laws of the universe, you get your laws of energy, thermodynamics. Then you start breaking it down to mechanics. What can you do as you get down denser and denser in density till you get to this dimension, planet Earth. And that's where you start to get the actual ways you can, as above, so below. That's where you get that from. See, they already understand all this stuff. And that's why, like, I have to like, it's a lot of brainwashing. And honestly, I don't know if it's brainwashing or if people is just ops at this point. Because I don't know what's in somebody's brain that can't allow you to not see that law and the way it was even constructed in this country. That stuff in contract law, especially. I mean, that comes straight from Babylonia and Sumeria. I mean, it's stuff that anybody can study. And I know I get frustrated, but it's like to be so dismissive and just say, "Oh, that's crazy," and then to see this government just ram your asses, just ram you raw with no motherfucking Vaseline time after time again, and to know that it has something to do with, it has to do with the spiritual, and it has to do with the way they got this shit set up in law. And so this government, as you can see on your screen, it uses legalese to cast certain residences that are used as a legal loophole. This is how they was able to create a caste system. You have to swipe somebody's spiritual credit. You have to get control over birthrights. That's what slavery is, control over someone's birthright. And if you're Black and you're dead in law and all this stuff, they finagle. They use their contract law and admiralty law to keep you enslaved. And if you don't know, you enslaved through a caste system. Now we know that the word Black referred to Black American ethnicity. So I was thinking, like, if there's a group of Black Americans that want to keep Black so bad, they never letting it go. The average Black Americans still say Black, and you got the weirdo Africans want to use the word Black too. So I'm thinking, okay, you don't want to share the ethnicity with these Africans because it's not specific enough. Why don't you change the spelling of Black? And so I have been working on changing the spelling. I did do this one. I followed the gematria of this one. It wasn't powerful enough, so I wrote this off. But I meant everything I said in this post. Okay? You have to do your own spellcrafting of legalese. I did say I'm not pushing this on anybody. I'm just getting my thoughts out and putting this shit out there and whatever happens. So first I was saying, okay, well, it was BLCK enough. And I did check it didn't resonate with me because I was checking the gematria and the numerical meanings and all this stuff. And I'm like, nah, it's not powerful enough. Like I actually had to like put some effort into this because I was just a lot of stuff I'll be throwing shit out there and I'll be thinking too hard about it as much as people probably be thinking. And they love running with my thoughts, and that's fine. But a lot of the stuff that I have put out, it don't be that it comes, but so it comes naturally. I don't want to sound arrogant, but I had to actually sit and say, okay, that's not good enough. Spelling it BLCK is not good enough. And so I was thinking, like, for the Black Americans that want to keep Black, you have to, in addition to spelling it different, because now you're changing the cadence, you're changing the resonance of it from the government, from what the government said. And not only that, you're going to define it. You're going to change the spelling of Black, and you're going to define it. Okay? They got stuff gridlocked with this race stuff, the definitions of what it means for the people that use it. Like I said, they switched Black from the term. They switched the term Black to a status, to an ethnicity, then to a race, and then they combined it to fuck everybody up and to put you niggas on status, on par with them immigrants in Africa, with some immigrants that may have come from Africa. That's pretty much it. Then they got the Civil War II status shit still in their law books that they done hid and did some occult shit with, and they definitely ain't telling you about that. And so the American Indians try to wake that up, and the Moors try to wake that up, and they got their ass tore out the frame because a lot of Black Americans don't want to hear that. Now, it's the way the word things. The Freedmans, they kind of secretly know, and they keep that to themselves. That's why they are obsessed with making a Freedman a status and coming up with a new ethnicity. My thing is, keep it simple. These Black Americans want to call themselves Black. You should be changing the spelling of Black. You should be defining Black. Even if it, and then, see, now you got Black American. It's not spelled the same way, right? Follow me. Follow me. When we do this, I don't know if I should cover. I'm gonna cover this person, then we're gonna get into the gematria. I'm gonna cover this first, though. So I did do the gematria of the new way of how you can spell this and change the definition. And so this will, and one way to set this up. Now you got the term, as you can see on the screen, Black American spelled BAQUE in value. So it changes its value and it changes its meaning. And okay, I know you guys are like, well, we need something political that has historical precedence. Y'all saying that this reparation shit is a legal matter anyways. So watch this. This term Black American, you're defining it specifically just for your group, but you're going to define it as a group that does genealogy, because you need to put this, it's a denomination that's under a different, it's already, and I'll get into that. I'm not talking about that on the internet. I'm not talking about that shit on the internet. That will be under a federal protected class that already has precedence, that has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with race. See, now the Black American, this group, is technically has nothing to do with race or ethnicity. And whatever y'all do, we're talking about a denomination. You just happen to be Black American, like literally Black American, the ethnicity, and Black American, the genealogy group. I'm speaking in code here. Again, I can't get into all these details on a fucking YouTube. Like, be real. Like, be fucking real about what I'm talking about. But you can put it already, you can set it up already under existing federal protected class. That is easy, that has access to anybody can do it. It can be set up probably within 30 days. And then you would view this this term, this Black American, BLAQUE, Black American, already this is as a denomination under a higher order, where the higher order is set up in a way where you can still confront the government on politics and confront the government on legal matters, because it has to be set up properly. If that's not set up properly, then you can forget it. But you set up as a denomination that practices lineage. This is very different, right? It practices lineage. You are the lineage, but we're just talking about getting out of these fucking legal loopholes. And then also these Black Americans want to still keep this term Black. You got to change the spelling and the residence of it, and you got to change the definition of it. It's as simple as that. Now, you guys, the reason why I say practice is lineage, because lineage has a very specific legal definition.
The legal definition of lineage is to do your genealogy. No lie. Like, look it up yourself. Actually, let's look it up together. Let's look it up together. Lineage and genealogy. Let's look at legal law of lineage. Okay, look. Lineal descendants, genealogy in the law. The genealogy of law. Lineage relates to genealogy. That's why I said practices lineage. I'll be talking legally. You practice genealogy, and you are this Black American denomination, but you're spelling it QUE, mind you, and you're already set up. The higher order is already protecting that denomination under already historical federally protected status already, and that way you don't have anything to do with race. You got it set up real nice. And I'm not going to get into what all this stuff is. Again, I'm not sitting on no damn giving none of you fucking niggas that hate me no free game anymore. I'm not doing that shit. Hell no, because I'm gonna do this shit myself. And even if it's just me and one other motherfucker, two other people, shit. Because I know what I'm talking about, and I have seen, especially when that pandemic shit popped off, I've seen the moves that people was able to make, how they was able to merge politics, and I was able to get shit passed and stuff. With them exemptions and whatever, when they was trying to get when everybody was required to do that mandate stuff, there was a lot of pastors that had figured out some loopholes how to get at that government and keep things, still be able to still talk legally and politically and fight them without even losing their federally protected class status. But you got to do it as a denomination. Black American spelled QUE under a denomination that practices lineage. And that means to do your genealogy. And then if you guys want to think that the claim is a legal matter, then do it that way. If you guys want to do it another way, you could do it that way, but it's already set up. It's already set up. And so, like, I don't have any backing. So to push this, I'm going to push it myself, but I'm saying I don't have nobody that's like, oh, hey, here, do this. This is just some stuff that I was just thinking about, but I already, I have not released this stuff publicly, but I already, have the infrastructure in place. I just always lack funding, if you guys haven't noticed. I don't have anybody that funds me. I always funded my own stuff, and it is what it is. I never had that, and I never went looking for it, I have to say, because I never wanted to be controlled. But I did look for ways. I'm like, well, how? And knowing that I don't have access to, because I walked away, to like these people that's all into this legislation stuff, they got access to laws and all that stuff, and into the politics stuff. I don't have access to their resources, and so I have to just rely on my creativity to come up with things for our people, and that's what I'm gonna be doing. Even if it's just, at this point, it has to be done based on principle, because I already know my ancestors got my back. I already know the Black American spirits got my back too. And so, what I am thinking about is, again, this is a setup. This is and I know you may not follow everything that I'm saying, because I'm not expressing everything right now on the internet like that. And I know, and like if I was to show you, if I had like a private group of like 2 of you guys or whatever, I would actually be able to show you, like, legally, like what I am talking about, and show you a map of like how this could actually work, and still be able to get shit done as a people without having to fight for freeman status, and without having to, they say we can't do nothing on race. They say Black is dead. They say this. They say that. I'm tired. I don't even, and these motherfuckers is using that system, and the system is playing the fuck out of them and just dicking them around and running them around in circles. And I'm like, okay, the one thing, I'm not thinking of fighting my own people or fighting them I'm looking at that motherfucking system. I'm looking at the governments. I know how they work. I know how they get down, and I know they use the occult, and I know they use interdimensional stuff on our people. And maybe our people know about this stuff, and maybe they don't. Maybe they don't give a fuck, and they are beholden to the system, and that's what it is. That's what it is. I'm not. And I am going to speak out, and I am going to say that we have to craft things out on the value and resonance of it. It has to be back. Like you got to have a lot of energy charged in your words for one. Then it has to make sense. They got federally protected classes besides race. All that types of shit. They got all types of stuff. And there, if a small group of us, because that, and I'm not about to mimic and try to get all 40. Like if you try to get all 40 million of these, that's not how that works. Even if you got a small group and y'all know you practices lineage, practices to do our genealogy. And hey, we got this legal matter that we don't came across based on the genealogy. And you can push it that way. Or legislatively. Even you can even do it legislatively. You can even and the way it's set up, because I know they say, oh, you can't get in a no. There's a legal loophole around that shit too. It is. There are ways around stuff there that has already been done. I have been studying the way these people have been getting. I saw with that COVID stuff, they had to pivot. People had to pivot because it was things that was okay. Say you were tax exempt or you were federally protected or this and that, and people were speaking out on politics and they was losing stuff. That's why you don't see the Nation of Islam talk about nothing relating to politics or anything. It's for a reason. They can't. The way they structure is set up, but no. You wouldn't do it that same way. You wouldn't structure it that same way. There are different types of structures. And so I always knew that. And I was never going to go with that structure because I you know, damn hell well, I'm going to be speaking out, talking shit about whoever. And politics is one of them. Hell yeah. So ain't no way in the world I ain't going to structure it. No. But, yeah. You know, I just don't want us to keep burying our head in the sand about something that's very, very, very serious because these people are not playing with us. They was going to ethnicize your ass if you didn't wake up. They was going to do all these things to your ass if you didn't speak up for yourself, if you didn't catch the plays, if you didn't catch all the immigration shit, if you didn't realize, you know, this difference between a status, ethnicity, race, lineage, all these things, and the things that's even on the books and preventing us from making the moves that we want to make. You know? We have to do better with the relationship between the those in the government and the things that getting things that we want done. Because again, you saw that lady was smiling, all that disrespect, and I remember my ancestors said, "Don't ask us for shit. Then don't ask us for nothing." All that we hate the Boulets, we hate the Democrats, we hate the elites, we hate this, we hate that. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's how I know it's a lot of operative shit in that reparations spaces. They shouldn't have been telling y'all to talk stupid like that, knowing that you need them to pass shit for you. I mean, that was just common sense. You ain't got to kiss no ass. And there's a difference between kissing ass and diplomacy. There's a difference between scratching someone's back and they scratch your back. But just, oh, the Boule is this, the Boule is that. And you got all these grassroots niggas talking like that, and they already see themselves as different than you, and then you want them to go and vote for that. You know what vote means? And they said, no, we ain't doing it. And you got to pay motherfuckers too. Y'all don't pay no. They passed all that shit up on immigrants. And Latinos paid the black. They got them in their pocket. The Latinos bought them off. Y'all do know that. And they could come at me and get mad or whatever. But people. I mean, did y'all see y'all did see that clip with the one of the recruiters from BlackRock? He admitted that. He's a recruiter, data analyst and recruiter for BlackRock, literally admitted that any politician, most politicians can be bought off with at least $10,000. Most. We could have been raised at. Get 25,000 K. $10,000, we could have bought one of these politicians off already. And just so y'all know. We talk about small, and he said that's just for Congress and Senate. He said they usually come cheap. It's out there. Y'all can read it. You can look it up yourself. Recruiter at BlackRock. So I'm not talking about bribing somebody like illegally, like doing it legally. You can pay and contribute to people's campaign and get them motherfucking asses in there. And as far as when they are in there, you can lobby or whatever. And I know people say that's corrupt or whatever. I'm not saying we got to do that. I'm saying it could be another way, a more ethical way or whatever. I guess people don't like the lobbying, but to me, I whatever's gonna get us up in there, whatever's gonna work. That's how I see it. But yeah, I mean, we got 10K or 20K. We raised that shit ourselves, and we got to pay some of these motherfuckers too. Y'all get mad at them Latinos. They get everything. The gays get everything. They pay. They palms got to be greased. And they get they shit done. Look, we need you to do this. We need you to do that. We need you to do that. And sometimes you know what's What's known don't need to be said. It ain't like you probably got to even tell them. They know what the fuck it is when they see that money coming, and when they see that proposal that you write or that legislation, whatever it is, they say that you wrote it. But yes, I'm pretty sure that there are, and I I ain't talking about bribery, but I'm saying like when people get elected and when people whatever, you got to pay for these people for their campaign. So yeah, you can vote them out for the Congressional Black Caucus, but who gonna be running to get voted in? They ain't gonna pick y'all nigga asses. They gonna put probably some more motherfucking either black immigrants or more sellout niggas. You gonna have to even pay. You don't look out for your sellout niggas, and they know you ain't gonna look out for them because they know I'm telling you, they know you ain't gonna look out for them. But what if you did? What if you did look out for some of them boule niggas, and gave them incentive to go hard for you? And they used to, but things are the way they are. Yeah, a lot of them. I think the reason why they be so high, so easy to do stuff for these other people is because them other people pay them. That's what I'm thinking now, because I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. They do all this shit for the Latinos, all this shit for the immigrants, all this. They don't have no problem passing all this other stuff. They ain't got nothing to do, and these are black folk. Why they don't ever do nothing for us? But I'm like, I don't think we don't be paying them. We be thinking they gonna do things off principle, and they are politicians. They don't think like that. What you gonna do for me? How is this gonna help me, motherfucker? And if somebody else will pay, another group will pay them to block it, and they'll take that money and block the shit. Just like how one of them groups, they took $50 million. The next thing you know, they decided to. I think it was NCAAP or something like that, or the Urban League. One of them, they had like took $50 million. The next thing you know, they changed their whole motherfucking stance on reparations. Boy. That's how they roll. That's how that fuck they think. You can get mad. But this government told everyone from the top down to bury me, and that's fine. But this government knows exactly who I am. I don't care how much they want to keep shit classified or whatever. Do what y'all gotta do. Do what y'all gotta do. But I know that y'all a lot of y'all are playing dumb. But let's go over the definition. Let's go over. I want to think if should I be? Yeah, we need to go over the definition, but I just want you guys to be clear that we're talking about structural governance of a denomination that practices lineage, which in legal terms would be genealogy, that is under another umbrella structure that is federally protected already. Something that you ain't got to go, you don't even have to go politically at this level. You could just set this up on your own within 30 days. And that's what I'm going to do. Sure am. Fuck that. And again, I do things on principle. I do things on principle because I know it's right. And then I do things to build up models and infrastructure. Now, they can ignore whatever because they so sinister or whatever. But once people start to study my body of work and be like, okay, why didn't y'all listen to this stuff? Just know that it was them government ass operative niggas that y'all be following around, that y'all love, that just know. It ain't because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Them niggas, man, if the United States government had somebody contact me about 7 state attorney generals and say that they interested in my military science, why the fuck are y'all playing on my top? Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And every idea that I have said in a YouTube video for Trump, the president, that's about to be a president of the United States, he has implemented it. Before I had said it, not after, before. I put it out in the fucking YouTubes and whatever them RNC strategists that's watching, they go and pass it along and set up and craft it out for him to go out there and do it. Literally about 4 or 5 ideas now. So y'all can stop playing on my top. Acting like, oh, she just some crazy bitch that don't know what's going on. Look, I'm serious. Because this is ridiculous. And I see that they dicking everybody around. And it's so intricate. So they gonna sit up there and say, oh, we can't use black because okay, we about to change the motherfucking spelling, and now what? I want this system to come to us. I don't want to go to that system. I want this like how they went. What do you want? I'm not playing with these motherfuckers. Y'all can play and be a bitch to them. No. I'm gonna change the spelling of black, even if it's just for my motherfucking self. I'm changing the spelling of it to BLAQE. And I'm changing the definition of it to only mean Black American who was formerly called Negro, black or colored, who's been in America before the inception of America, the inception of the United States of America, or when it was incepted, which would be like 1776 or whatever. Probably have to. I don't want to. I don't want to be so radical about it. That's kind of ridiculous. But the inception of the United States Corporation is more so what I'm getting at, because there's been so many Black Americans that has been here before the Corporation of America was even set up, right? And then there are people that came after the corporation was set up in the 1800s and shit. There's Black Europeans over here, so I'm gonna and I am gonna state that in that definition that they practice genealogy. They practice lineage. They practice lineage and genealogy. I'll do that. So that way, those who don't want to be bothered with this shit, we ain't trying to label nobody. We ain't telling nobody you got to be a Black American. You got to follow this. You got to spell it this way. I don't give a fuck. But yes, Black American, BLAQUE. A Black American refers to anyone that was formerly labeled Negro, colored, or Black that had been here either at the inception, either before the construction of the United States Corporation, I would say the United States, a country, or before 1865. And they practice lineage and do their genealogy. This is like they're practicing lineage. And then legally, they're doing their genealogy and they're already set up under another denomination that's already federally protected. And so when they want to do something with a legal matter as a group, they can do it. And yes, it is a group. And shit, I done been attacked so much. You think you can't tell me, oh, we can't set up no group because then the government gonna come after you. Bitch, they already come after me. I don't give a fuck. Bitch, they already come after me. So I ain't gonna be scared about starting no group. None of that. Organizing, none of that. Because they already done their worst to me. They already done the worst they have done. They've done so much illegal shit. It's not even funny. Now I'm good now. I mean, for now, what I think, because people play a slow game. So you gotta still sleep with one eye open. I ain't just out here a stupid motherfucker. But I ain't about to be out here stressing over these motherfuckers either. You gonna do it, do it. I don't give a fuck. Because watch this earth crack and fuck half. Once I go, whatever you gonna do, you better do it. And I got a list of niggas that I'm going after. But then if I was to die. For one, you're going to see all this crazy shit happen in America on this planet. You will see the planet crack in half. And also, the niggas that I know was involved with it and I'm not letting what that nigga did go. That nigga will be dead probably within 1 to 3 years. 1 to 3 years. If not, probably way sooner than that, too. I probably could take that nigga out within 6 months if he was to take me out. Or plan it, or whatever he's plotting. I'll take that nigga out within 6 months. Spiritually. Literally, I'm on the other side, and I'm coming for his motherfucking ass. Because I already know who was all involved in it. And if they weren't involved in it, they wouldn't have reacted the way they reacted behind the scenes and did what the fuck they did behind the scenes. And many of you niggas already know. And many of you laughed and thought it was funny and thought, yes, that's what we needed to do for covering for that bitch ass nigga. But look around. Look around. Ask yourself, was it worth it? Yep. And so I'm not about to sit up here and let somebody try to Jedi mind trick me. Hey guys, you guys can't start a group. You guys can't organize because the government gonna come after you. I didn't have no organization. I don't belong to no organization. I don't belong to no secret society. I don't belong to no motherfucking body. And they still came after my Black motherfucking ass. And had the people that was sent telling us not to organize with the motherfuckers that was involved in it. So now, hell no. I don't give a shit. We going in. We going big or going home. It's going to be already set up as a group that's federally protected, practice lineage, and we want to go after your ass over some legal matter. That's what we going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I don't give a fuck about what y'all going to do because y'all sit up there and play games with this government and get dicked around and get fucked in the ass raw and keep getting fucked for some little trinket deals or whatever. I'm not doing that shit. I do things off of principle because the universe rewards principles. The universe rewards righteousness. The universe bends towards justice. And the universe bends towards innovation and intelligence and love. So anytime you acting out of that, God's going to come through. In the Black American spirits, that's what they like. And so let's look at it. Let's look at the definition. And I know you'll probably say, okay, this bitch is so obnoxious. Oh, well. I'm 32. I'm mature. By the time I'm 40, I should be much more mature to handle things. Okay, so let's look. Here is some of the gematria that corresponds with Black in value and meaning, in addition to its numerical meaning I detail below. Again, we're talking about setting up twofold infrastructure. You have a larger infrastructure that's already federally protected, and with the subset of that is this Black American group that practices lineage and genealogy, and whenever they want to do something, they can do it under that federally protected class status, and it's set up in a way where they can still go after anybody politically and governmentally based on the genealogy and based on whatever claim they wanted to come up with. However they wanted to do it, they can still do that shit. But the way that this government think and the way that they do things, if you just use Blaque, BLCK, then they got something on the books that's blocking that spiritually. They already did the occult ritual or binding shit all over that term, and then they sit up there and said it means any racial group from Africa. Now them fucking operatives ain't gonna tell you that shit because they in on the play. They got to keep you in your position. They got to keep you in that dumbass position, so they ain't gonna tell you nothing. They already know this. Ain't nobody just. I'm 32 years old. You don't think these 60-year-olds, 70-year-olds don't know this shit already? They know it. But they made their bed. They got to lie in this shit. Y'all niggas gonna be black today because they get paid off of that shit to keep you right where you at. And so play, laugh now, cry later. And so if we did this differently, then you could probably get. I think you can get more done with whatever you need to do with this government, whoever you need to pay off, whoever you need to, as a group. Just like how LGBTQ get all that shit done, and the immigrant status. Well, you got a status. You got a status because you something under you blank under this denomination. I mean, I'm not getting into all of that on the internet. Look around; it's happening all the time. You think the Mormons they got all types of deals with this fucking government? Look at them scientists. You see how powerful the man. It's so. I mean, the infrastructure is so like whoa. Like some of the things that the people have done between the connections between the government and groups already. I don't think you need to. I really don't think all this stuff we're getting confused with the race and lineage. That's what they wanted. You playing a chess game. You playing with their tools. You're trying to what they say. You're trying to dismantle the master's house with their tools. Oh, I hate that sloganism. I hate that. It just sounds so cliche, but that's pretty much what it is. And so this is how you do it. This is Blaque. It's BLAQUE. Okay. You could put this under another federal protected class, which you already talked about, that has legal precedent already, which has nothing to do with race, by combining that federal protected class status with lineage. Now, when we talk about you practice lineage, you practice it, not saying that this is your lineage, but you already got the status. You don't need the lineage as the status. You practice lineage. And then whatever you want to do, you want to say you're Black American, you're Negro, or whatever, you could do that. But these people ain't about to dick me around and say, oh, bro, freeman was 200 years ago. Well, whites could be a freeman. Where blacks can be a freeman. Where not all of you guys were freemen. So, there's another legal loophole. Sorry, we can't do anything for you guys. Well, freedman means free from a condition of slavery. So you guys are not slaves. So there's no need for your freedman status. I'm not playing these games with these motherfuckers. Y'all sit up there and play them games with them motherfuckers. I ain't playing with them. I ain't playing that game. You play them games you go play in traffic shit. Go play in traffic. Don't play with me. Okay. So this pertains. So again, the legal aspects of it as well. In law, it pertains to genealogy, a group that does genealogy. So it's a Black American protected class status because of their denomination, and they practice genealogy. But this is within a higher order. I would not disclose what we already gave you enough clues or whatever. But at the highest level of the government, they only care what's on the books. What's on the books? What's the precedent? What you signed with your motherfucking name. That's the contracts. Don't care about the contracts. What you agreed to. What did you agree to in that contract? What did you agree with your energy, with your soul, with your name? What you signed with your name. That's why name is an anagram for amen. You signed it with your name. And then what you said, word is bond. That means if you said anything, that's why verbal agreements still count in law, because it's what you said. And like I said, the prophecy was for Black Americans to run the system, not for them to be told what they will do. Not for them told what to say, not to be told what they can't have. Okay? So we ain't gonna get into me, so I'll be talking my shit. But this is true. Justice and righteousness is the habitation of my throne. Truth and love goes before my face. Say what I said was done, it was done. Okay? So let's look at the geometry of Black. So first let's define it again. So Black will refer to a Black American who has been referred to as Negro, colored, or Black, that has been in this country since the inception of the United States government or before 1865. And they practice lineage, or we could just say do genealogy. That means we ain't looking at none of these niggas that don't want to get on board. We ain't trying to put it on 40 million niggas of you. It's just a small group of us. Get the fuck on. We don't care about nothing else you're talking about. And then we already have it set up where with the denomination within a higher order that is already a protected class status. So now you're already protected class status by proxy of Naivety itself. But then we'll get into that again. I'm not gonna get into all of that. And I'm doing this for me. I'm doing this for myself because of shit that I need to do. Shit, I need to use my own shit, build up my own shit, and start making the moves I need to make within this legal system, this with the way they do with this government itself. And so I found a way to do that, and I'm gonna push it for myself. And then it is what it is. It is what it is. When we want to go and do something for a legal matter, I wish the motherfuckers would say, "Oh, that's not you're not protected class status. It's race. Oh, it's race. Can't do that for race because it's unconstitutional. Well, you don't have a lineage status. You don't have an ethnicity, bitch. We got a federally protected class status because I'm a Noctian, bitch, and I'm a Black American that practices genealogy, BLAQUE, bitch." And it's only reserved for people that's been in this country that were called Negro, colored, or Black. That has nothing to do, mind you. The term Black American is a group that practices lineage, so it's not the same as saying that this is an ethnicity. It's just that this is what you was labeled by the government. That's what you were labeled by. You were either labeled Negro, colored, or Black. You had been in the country before 1865 or at the inception of the United States government, 1776 or before. As simple as that. And I'm tired of playing with you niggas. I am tired. And I'm not talking about average day Black Americans. I'm talking about these weirdo ass operatives that's fucking our people up, man. It's bad. It's bad. And in that way, we already got the status. That has nothing to do with race, lineage, or nothing. And because we did our genealogy, we found out that this is what y'all did. We're gonna lobby, we're gonna do what you gotta do, start super back, and now we gotta get some shit passed that we need passed, and you can't do it. You can't say that we can't do it because the was it? Look at this. Was it? What's it? LGBTQ status. Look at this. The state of the Center for American Progress. Now I want something from, let's see. This is a protected class status, right? The current legal status is, look at this. LGBTQ equality by state. They said, look at this. Each 50 LGBTQ related laws and policies that they have done, because they are a group, they are a status. I'm setting up a new status that's fairly protected under something different besides this race shit. Because look how they got this shit done. They playing with y'all people. They playing with Black Americans. 50 related laws for just the gay, for LGBTQ. But they paid motherfuckers. They lobbied. They got in power. They made connections. They did what the fuck they had to do. They wasn't selling out their motherfucking people or paid to sell them out. They made sure that they made that money and got that money and paid motherfuckers to pass what they wanted. With the LGBT status. Now look at this immigrant shit. There's other statuses besides race. There's other statuses besides gender. There's other statuses besides veterans. There's other ways to get shit done, man. There's other ways to skin a fucking cat. Immigration status. Yeah, immigration case stat. Let's see what this is. Immigration status to qualify for the marketplace. And now they giving these people everything. Immigration. What is this? I want to look at some. See how they get all this shit passed? Our people ain't dumb. There's somebody in it that's at the top dicking y'all around. They trying to act like they don't know shit. Look at these different visas and different all this stuff. Temporary protected status and shit. Look at this. Designations are made and TBS reparations could apply renew their status. Laws and policies. Let's see. How do United States immigration systems work? I'm trying to look for something. Well, that's the AI shit I'm trying to look for. 2023 update on key federal immigration policies. Let me make sure my sound is still on. Okay. Yeah, but this shit is deep. Oh, let me see what Royal Deluxe was. I know he probably gone by now. Let's see. Oh, I wish I would have been able to answer it, but I'm kind of, my mind ain't on it right now. I'm gonna do an esoteric video though. We could talk about it. But yeah, this stuff is 100 policy changes. So people do things, you know, to push their line and things they want for their people, whatever groups they are a part of, whatever like-minded individuals they can find. It don't have to be all 40 million of us, or whatever. Because to be honest, most of these niggas are gonna be left behind, and they running into a burning house. They already in the burning house, and they don't even want to get out. At this point, they're already in the burning house, and they don't want to get out. They got all types of stuff. You look at genetic information, national order. They got all types of what's protected from the, But even you don't have to be like protected class status, but just even a status I'm gonna put this that are not race-based. Race neutral alternatives to affirmative. See, they got. I mean, there's. I'm saying we just get away from all of this stuff and just have a small. Just get away from all of this operative stuff, all this government shit. Set up the structure first, and then the structure first that is available to all Americans based on crafting your own legalese, crafting your own definitions of your words. If you have to change the spelling of it, put more power in it, then do your own motherfucking thing, and don't go around people that you know like. It don't have to be nothing to do with what's already in existence with any of these people or anybody that's even been involved with the reparation space. Like you got y'all at stage one. To be honest, I don't care what anybody tells you. I said what was going to happen a year ago, right here, and it did. And so I already know y'all at stage one. And they could try y'all ganged up all on me to try to kill me or whatever. But again. It is what it is. And so Blaque, as far as the gematria of the spelling of this term Blaque, mind you, have the definition. It is not describing a group of people that is all 40 million of us. It is a distinct group that practices genealogy that comes from either obviously been in America since its inception or since before 1865. But here's the thing what I would say. The way I am crafting this out, I am gearing more towards our nobility class. I'm just letting you know now. And you could say you're an elitist, you're practicing classism, you're an elitist. I don't practice classism because I don't care what's your socioeconomic status. I don't care what's your education status. I don't care what's your money, all that stuff. I don't care about none of that. But I am looking at your frequency, and it is about frequency and heart. And so I'm not doing a bunch of nigga shit. I don't believe in it. I believe in structure and order. I'm a very structured person. And so I am rooting this more so in the nobility of class of Black America. That's my approach in terms of knowing that there are several makeups in this country. Yes, there are American Indians, both royal and just a descendant of slave American Indians, Black indigenous. Yes, there are Sephardic Moors over here still that infiltrated Black American society, and it is what it is. Yes, there are. We all, even though we have distinct genealogy. I just have to go with my majority of my genealogy is. Yes, it says Black, Negro, color. yes, I go off my own oral history of my parents and people that have told me things. I'm talking about biological family, by mind you. So we got that, and I'm going off of what I've seen in my genealogy and what the fuck my ancestors told me. I don't connect. I don't care how much I want to say, okay, well, you don't have much money, so you can't be. I know that a lot of Black Americans are descendants of royalty. I know that Black Americans have nobility, and I know that for myself. And so that's the lens that I craft my whole world behind. You see the way I carry myself and the shit I got all up on the internet. I don't carry myself like no lowly ass nigga. No. I believe in Black American royalty and Black American nobility. And that's what we are on today. And that's what we still have to this day. And it doesn't matter about your class. And it doesn't matter about what you have or what you don't have or what you know, what you don't know. And I don't want anybody to think I ever judged them for their education. I know I was coming at somebody calling them a high school dropout. I was only doing that because I actually know that they're sensitive about it. I was just trying to hurt them because they hurt me by calling me names behind the scenes. But no, I don't give a damn about nobody's damn education. I really don't. That don't mean nothing. It don't. I just was saying that because I know for a fact that they are sensitive about it. They're sensitive about being a high school dropout. So I just wanted to just rub it in their face, but I don't give a damn if somebody's a high school dropout. If someone say if there's a guy and they are like spiritually, and they just didn't graduate for college, but they had everything else that was, else that was together in terms of paying a nice paying job and or business, and they're free and they're spiritually aware and they have integrity and honor. And they said, "Well, I didn't graduate for college, but but they had all the other things that check out." I would marry a person that didn't graduate from high school, as long as they got all the other shit. People know how to get shit out the mud. People know how to do businesses and all types of stuff. I wouldn't hold that shit on nobody's head. There's people that they graduated from high school and they own their own construction company and shit, or they own trucking company. You know what I mean? They made it still. And so I just want to be very clear that I only said, I know it was obnoxious for me to say that, but I only say that because I know that person is very sensitive about that. And so I just was being mean. But no, I don't give a damn. And I do see my people, and y'all can get mad at me, but I do see Black Americans more as a royal class. I do. That's how I see myself. And so that's the lens that I approach it from all day. And I ain't never going to stop approaching it from that. Ever. So it is what it is. But let's go all over these definitions. So here's the gematria of Black. Shining one. Be not afraid. Seer of code. Sacral chakra. Endocannabinoid. Angels. That's the English version. Biomyths. Dimensional, the Red Sea, Pharaohs, Tesla, Coil, Time Lord, Real Deal, Elohim, Admiral, I am healed, energetic field, God, I'm tired, Flaming Ones, Aries Gate, Dragon Girl, Dream of Hecate. My people don't even, I know that's over people's head because they don't even know what Hecate is. They think it's a demon, but oh my gosh. The Cosmic, Female Reaper, Angel Guide, Mary Magdalene, Light Lord, Bernard. There's a specific reason why that's in there. The Black Pleiadian, the Police Lied, Big Mama Sophia, Plasma of Life, the King Lion, Breaking Oath, Allah Shanti, Cone of Light. Allah is magic, death defeated, higher than high. That is what this is the gematria breakdown of Black, Blaque. So I picked this on purpose. Now this Black adds up to the number 8. 8 means authority, leadership, abundance, Saturn, the divine feminine, and infinity. Okay, so that's what it means. And remember, Black, that's the gematria of Black, and the numerical version adds up to 8, and 8 refers to infinity, Saturn, authority, leadership, abundance, divine feminine. Okay, and this is a royal group, a royal subset of Noctians who practice lineage, who are Black Americans who have been in the country. We practice their lineage because they've been in the country of America. We're just simply practicing genealogy. We're just simply doing the genealogy, and we'll do even coding and research on collation of, this is something that I'm serious with. But I realized, like, me trying to be up under people and build stuff and be up under and these motherfuckers don't know what the fuck they doing and they trying to block you out because they scared you're gonna eclipse them or they don't want you people to know, they want people to think you're crazy, they don't want people to see your genius or whatever they try they saying they don't know you but they copying your shit and you call them copying and all this stuff. No, I'm not, I'm not dealing with that kind of energy. I just can't be around that. That is such a toxic spirit to me, and so I just had to carve out my own shit. And I just can't I just can't waste energy that way trying to be up under other people's structures or whatever they trying to do, and then you see all the shit that they doing that's fucked up and they trying to trick you to make it seem like, oh yeah, what we doing is really in your best interest. What we're doing is really in your best interest. And then they confuse the fuck out of you. And my thing is, like I said, even if this is just for myself, I got moves that I gotta make. I got things that I gotta do. I know I'll make my motherfucking self-protected class that I'll do. I'll find a way. I find a way out of no way, like I've been doing. Yep. But there's shit we gotta do. Things we gotta. There's things we gotta do. And so even if when it's just 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so be it. But I'm not about to be no energy Harvard, no light generator for a bunch of snake ass niggas. I can't deal with that. Like I don't owe nobody nothing. And they try to guilt trip. They guilt trip a lot of Black Americans. Like they was guilt tripping a lot of authentic and saying, do the work. They getting paid. They done got their nonprofit set up and they getting paid and greasing palms and finding a way to get money, and they locking us all out. They don't teach you nothing about building capacity and assistance. They don't teach you nothing about even how to get a contract from the government, even if for those who wanted to even go that route, right? They don't teach you nothing. They rack up all this money and just lock us out, but have us doing the work. You go outside, you go make this video, you go make this flyer, you go write this article, you go do this, you go do that. And it's just regular as that's what they do. That's how them niggas are. That's what they tried to do. I remember they was trying to do that on Clubhouse. They was getting a bunch of niggas that tried to get them to sign contracts, and then he had them doing all this work and acting like we fighting for Black power, and they act like they doing it free. But them niggas getting a grant. Them niggas getting they done wrote some grant somewhere and got money, and they getting. And I remember people try to literally do that to me. People asked me 3 times to sign contracts, and they stupid ass reparations space, and try to get me. That and I remember a family member said they must be getting some type of grant. They trying to get work. They trying to get you to do free work for them. They trying to use your brilliance. They trying to get you to do free work for them. And that is what they was trying to do. They done found a way to get some damn money, then got some grant money and a nonprofit, and then they finding some niggas in the hood, some random ass niggas. They ain't got shit. They got more intelligence than them though, and more creativity than them to do all the fucking work. Why would I do that? And that's why they didn't like me, because they realized, okay, we cannot control this woman. But that's what they were trying to do. Because I didn't want to be controlled. I don't want to be controlled by some low life ass niggas. I don't. No. I wouldn't even put myself in that type of situation. Some people that don't give a fuck about you, but you giving a fuck about them. You thinking that you really doing something for your people and shit. And them niggas is using you. So y'all can keep doing that. Again, I'm talking to authentic Black Americans. I'm not dealing with none of that psyop operative shit anymore, because that's not even real shit. We could have been got something done that would have been protected stat. You see them LGBT motherfuckers got 50 policies, and I'm not trying to take from them. They did the work. That's what they worked out, to something to fit our way. They do what they got to do. The people get in where they fit in. Them Latinos, they work together and they cut people off the trachea. They cut people. I mean, they done got powerful in this country. The Africans did too, and our people are just doing nothing but selling Black Americans out and playing dumb. And doing witchcraft on Black Americans. They use us as the scapegoat. They really look at you as a sacrifice. Because some people your bloodline got sold out by a minute ago, hundreds of years ago. Sure did. That's why the Civil War more twos and civil death and Negro and now Black means any racial group from Africa. So they just fucked us all up, man. I'm changing this shit. I'm saying BLAQUE in the definition of Black American. BLAQUE is a Black American, and we can spell that the regular way, who has been in the country. Matter of fact, I'm taking that out. A Black. I'll say. I might just use Negro. Seriously, I'm just that dead serious, because I don't want them trying to. Yep, I'm not even gonna use the word Black. I'm not going to use the spelling, the traditional spelling of black in the definition. Nope, because I can't even chance that. I most likely will say Negro or colored. They were labeled Negro, colored. I might throw in a free copper indigenous. I might throw that in there. Who's been in the country since the inception of America, since before the inception of the United States government, or since 1865, who practices genealogy, who practices lineage and genealogy. Simple as that. That don't mean all 50 million of us. That don't mean that's just niggas that practice genealogy, who do things, and it's just a small little group that like to do fucking genealogy. And then we lobby, we do in our house, and we already are set up structurally under a protected class status federally. So when we need to bring forth a legal matter, it's already set up quite nicely. And a structure is set up where we can still get out the government with politics, because there's a setup for that. That's what a lot of your they be doing shit, man. It's the reason why this as powerful as the black church ones was. You see, they don't do nothing because they already got it. They got them locked out. They can't talk about politics. They can't do something, and they still do stuff behind the scenes though. So the definition, the gematria of black is shining one, be not afraid, seer of cold, sacral chakra, dimensional, the Red Sea, Pharaoh's Tesla coil, Time Lord. And it was so much more, but I didn't have time to do all that. But Black American, you again, when you don't have to act like I'm trying to round everybody up or put this on everybody. I at this point, I already know how treacherous a lot of people are. So I fuck with those who fuck with me. I love those who love me. You fuck with me, I'm fucking with you. I'm gonna have your back. I ain't gonna do nothing to fuck you up. I ain't gonna cross you, whatever. But you ain't gonna do that to me either. But just being around a motherfucker and all that stuff, and you just getting your energy siphoned. And that girl J.N.S, she was trying to tell us that they was doing rituals on us. I tried to say they was doing shit for a minute, but she was saying, like, I'm glad somebody else could see it. They're doing occult rituals on innocent Black Americans. That's why the ancestors are riding through on their ass. That's why their ancestors are riding through on their ass. Because they are using occult rituals on people. And they want to say Democrats in Cali and the Black Caucus has committed treason against us. Oh, I fucks with Lufax. I saw that on the side. It wasn't just them. It wasn't just them. That's what y'all don't know. They just looking for a scapegoat. They want to isolate the wins and circulate the losses, but now they want to isolate the losses too. They want to isolate the losses and just blame it on them. Them niggas been knew that shit was dead on arrival. Because how? Because I could see it a year ago. I said it in this video a year ago it was going to happen. So why are y'all acting all worked up and stuff? And I guess that's why there's the anger in my voice, because why didn't they, if they cared so much and they watched this video? I know for a fact that them gatekeepers watched this video. That's this Pan-African shit. I know for a fact that they watched this video. Because that's when shit popped off, and that's when I got a phone call about 7 state attorney generals. So why, if the complaints and the things that I raised about building leverage, this shit is real. Yeah, y'all are literally now just talking about building leverage. And so my thing is, if they cared about you, and this ain't nothing about this ain't coming at Lufax, because I fucks with Lufax. If they cared about you, wouldn't they have been trying to build that leverage and go back and fix some of the things that I was talking about a year ago? They know they just ignored it, try to kill me, and just keep going, and then the shit got put out this fire, because it was a plant like that that was the end goal anyways, for the bills to die at even the governor. But they knew they was gonna have the Black Caucus take them hits, and that Black Caucus they ain't caucus, whatever you want to say, caucus, black legal black caucus, legal black Silvertor, it's some kind of think about those type of things. But these people ain't playing with us. They not playing. And the Black Caucus they don't lose no sleep off of this. Y'all sitting there trying to y'all getting worked up on Twitter space, cussing out the Black Caucus and cussing out prominent Democrats, legacy Democrats. Them Democrats see themselves as aristocrats. They don't give a fuck about y'all. They don't give a shit. Even the black ones, the white ones, whoever. They about to go. Them aristocrat Freemans don't give a fuck about you either. They about to go right to the chop house. Y'all saw that big ass lady. She was smiling in his face when he was. Yeah, Kamala Harris is gonna pay for this, and oh y'all cutting off the. And she saw that smirk on her face, like, and so nigga what, and walked away, on to the chop house, steakhouse somewhere. After they passed that bill, so or actually not pass that bill, vote no, say no, we ain't doing all, we ain't get the fuck out of here. And they want to sit there and get Black Americans riled up, get your energy all riled up. Oh, they can't. Oh, the Black Caucus, oh fuck them. No, we gotta get them out. We gotta get them out. You ain't getting them out. They'll find a way to get another nigga in. And if they did want to go out with a bang, they wanted to stick you with it because you done ruined their reputation and spent years all on the internet saying they ain't shit and they don't do this, and they don't do that. Why would you think they're gonna pass some for you? Somebody committed treason. They didn't commit treason. They got their bloodline. They know who they are. They know that they Black nobility. They don't give a fuck about you, by some niggas like us, because we are deemed the scapegoats, the energy source, and they already got their deal. They already in their position. They already good. They already got their check. They got their bag. They got their position. They got their security. And they don't see themselves as us. They got their clique. They got their cult. They got their secret society they in. They got their fraternity. They got their sorority. They already got their family. They don't look at us like we need all 40 million of us and we're all Black. And they don't give a fuck about that. I wish I would stop playing around and get around people that do actually care. So Democrats in Cali and the Black Caucus has committed treason. That's what Lou Fax is saying. Yeah, they did commit treason, but the Freemans did too. So I don't understand why y'all trying to protect them and Camila Moore and all that. They all play, man. They all part of it. Camila Moore was at the Diddy party and all this shit. You know, they got the Diddy parties and the revolt shit. You know, people gonna do what they gotta do. That's their business. But don't go around some innocent ass, random ass Black Americans trying to act like you them or trying to act like y'all got y'all play. They should have been set that Freeman shit up as a secret society and just kept it moving. And whatever thing they wanted to do with them and the cult, whatever the shit they wanted to, they should have been doing that. They should have never been coming around us. They should have never did that. They should have never been coming around random ass motherfuckers. They should have had their little clique in the way they wanted to start it and do it that way, and they would have been fine. And the ancestors would have probably let it go through. You know what I mean? But they started coming around innocent ass Black Americans, tricking, trying to get us to do their work, trying to get us to sign contracts, trying to get us to join a clique, trying to get us to think like a clique, trying to get us to make us say we all freedmans and all this weirdo ass shit. No, God don't work that way. If you want to be freedmen and y'all want to set up these 14 of y'all, 15, 20, 50, 60, however, it's way more than that. But I'm saying you get a couple of hundred of people, a couple 100,000, y'all start y'all a nice new little secret society or a little high society cult group, whatever y'all trying to do. Y'all should have did that, found a way to get a status, and then kept it moving. And just for y'all people, just for whoever want to say that they freemen, whoever want to join, whoever want to take the oath with it, do this shit, y'all keep it moving. Or whatever deals y'all gonna make with this government, whatever y'all got to deliver. And they didn't want that because they wanted the grassroots on their side. So when they would get us fucked over, they could still play good cop, bad cop with the fucking Black Caucus and Democrats and shit. They both two sides of the same story. It's the same thing. A white person can say they freemans, and they trying to get freemans as a lineage, as a status. It doesn't have any precedent. You know, but we see LGBTQ, and you know, I've been studying this shit. I'm done with all of it. I'm going to we shut this shit up already, and then there's ways to get shit done over their head. As simple as that. You can't try to play pussyfoot with this government. You can't pussyfoot with this fucking government. What's going on? Well, fuck your ass raw. They got a damn technology that beam on your house right now and twist your motherfucking brain, scramble your motherfucking brain up, and have your ass barking like a damn dog crawling on the floor somewhere. You think this shit is a game? That MK Ultra, that shit they got, them sonar wave beams and them DUWs that they got, and them waves they can hit your motherfucking ass with, and the way they can surge your house with them electricity and burn your motherfucking ass alive. You can't even sit in your motherfucking house. I'm not the only one that went through that shit. I know a couple Black Americans that they not on the race stuff. They just spiritually, really, really spiritually gifted. And the government go after spiritual gifted people too, like priestesses that can really astral project and really be viewing meetings, secret society. There's people that can do that shit. They be doing that shit, and the government could tag they motherfucking ass up because they know what people they could feel when your residence is shifting. That's how powerful these occultists are. They could feel that, and I'm telling you from experience. I know how this stuff looks like. And you get up too high, where you can. I mean, I'm telling you, all them wires that they made sure I was in the house with a bunch of fucking wires at the time. They'll surge that bitch. They got where she at. That's the address. You got how many wires? You got this. Send an electric surge on there and fry that motherfucker. And shit. I'm running out the house. You can't even stay in your motherfucking house. And I'm not the only Black American. I've heard of other stories of this happening. I had one of my sisters. She's a very powerful priestess. They going after Masons, is attacking her, just fucking her ass up spiritually. And I remember that she just like, I can't stay in my house. She literally just couldn't stay inside. And she wasn't explaining why, because she didn't want people to think she was crazy. She was like, because ain't nobody going to believe it. But and she I can't stay in my house. I can't. And she, you just outside, so you'd rather sit your ass outside. No lie. I mean, they was frying in my ass so bad. And my bank account was motherfucking frozen. It was a weekend. Lord have mercy. You're stalling with transfer my money from my savings. I never really had money as in my check-ins. I just keep everything. And that was a mistake because I was just so comfortable and naive. Man, and they turned that shit on in that house. Whew. And I couldn't stay. I was crying on the phone, begging my adopted sister to just let me sleep in her backyard. I said, just let me sleep in your back. I'll go back tomorrow, because I said my money is being transferred. My account is a weekend. I'm waiting on this bank transfer. And they was stalling with the bank transfer because they knew what they was doing. It's like, we got this shit frying, this electric shit. So this, whatever this was in that house, whatever DW was using, I couldn't stay inside my apartment that I had already paid for, that I had, I was supposed to stay there for a couple of months. And, I couldn't stay inside the house. It was that uncomfortable. So I just had to stay outside. And I had to find a way. And, it was so painful. Whatever they were doing, I don't care what they tell you. I don't care. Y'all could say I'm crazy all day. When I bring my case to the DOJ, y'all motherfuckers gonna be exposed. Y'all better and either way, it's gridlocked all the way. Whether you try to we just gonna pull the plug on this bitch. Okay, you getting the plug pull on you by taking me out, but also either way, I have documentation that I know that something happened, and they do. The government know that too. They've been watching my ass since I was 5 years old. And watching my ass, and I was in Board of State, man. Yeah, and it probably could have been them, or a secret society, whatever, or Black Ops, Deep State, whatever. It was something. But I was on the phone crying, begging a family member, my adopted sister, just let me just sleep in the backyard. And then I called every family member that I had in Buffalo and asked, could I just, because they kept saying we don't have no room for you inside. And mind you, I was just saying because I just needed my money. I was gonna get a plane to get the fuck out of Buffalo. I said I needed to wait till my transfer gun through and I can get the fuck out of Buffalo. Because I think I had transferred like $2,500, and then I had made sure I transferred like $4,000 so I can get a plane ticket and then be able to go get out of the New York State and just go somewhere where I can obviously rent an Airbnb for a month or some shit, and Airbnbs for the month is expensive, so you got to have like $2,000 for that shit. So I made sure I had enough for that, but I was waiting on the transfer. And I was so comfortable to sit in that house. It really was hell. It literally felt like hell. And I called every family member. I said, can I just, and because they said we don't got no room with you. I said, I just got my 2 suitcases with me because once I get my transfer, I'm gonna just go to the airport and get a plane ticket. And I asked them, can I just sleep in the backyard? They all said no. Everybody said, that's how I know it was a play, because they had said certain things on the phone, like, oh, them people that showed up at my house, and they already, I guess that was the government asking about me or something, or whatever little deal, because they was all Eastern Stars or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck this was all about, but I just know everybody said no. And I know that people, the way they talked to me and treated me, it was like they were trying to cover up something or panicky. It was like people that were panicking. Like everybody that was close to me, they were either panicking, friends was acting weird. Like you know how they do when with these NPCs or whatever the fuck technology they turn on. So I don't know what the hell. I still can't explain what that was. I still can't even tell you what the hell that was. I mean, there are people that have more experience that know what I'm talking about, and they probably can't even talk about it, right? But once I saw that, I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I had to go back to that house. I mean, it was so bad. Like I spent all day at the park, just set up against a tree. I went to Social Park and just sat at the tree and meditated for like 8 hours. And just when the park closed, I had to go. And I remember I had my energy right, because I had meditated literally for like 8 hours, meditated. And I sat at a tree because I had to build up, because I had to, whatever they were doing with the electricity in my house, I needed to pull that shit out of my body and then be able to go back in, because I had nowhere to go. Nobody would help me. Not one soul. It got so bad. I was literally asking random Uber drivers and asking like to stay with them, and I would pay them back. And of course, they looking like, "What the fuck?" You sound crazy, because you can't explain to anybody that it's something inside your house that is attacking you. Some sort of nuclear, some sort of government DEW, something that they was using that made it very uncomfortable to stay in my house. They were surging it with some sort of electricity that was making it very painful. Like something with the wires and the way it was connected. It was surge. It was never like that before, but it's something that they can press some type of button or something they already got where they'll surge your ass. That's what was happening to me. Straight up. And it was so uncomfortable. So after I went to Social Park, meditated for 8 hours. And I know the government, they were watching everything I was doing. They act like they didn't know. They already know I was at the fucking park. And so I went back to my place and I felt like able to handle it better. But it was still there. But I just remember saying, just keep. I ain't gonna get into everything I was doing because I do know everything is energy. Thank God for Nikola motherfucking Tesla. Okay. Thank God for Nicole. So I said, how do I become one with whatever this whatever this electricity and radiation? I had to become one with that shit. And I had to transmute all of that shit. And it was very painful, but I did it. And then when the payment came with transfer, I finally came through. I had to stay in the house a couple of days. And I know I'm pretty sure I have all types of radiation in my body, but it was loading me up. My transfer came through. I hauled ass out of Buffalo, New York, and they was still fucking. They didn't want me. Oh man, and y'all already know that because everything is spirituality. I really think that everybody is already spirits. I think the 3D realm. I think everybody already did, man. And they in a time loop. They in a time loop and they loop in energy and using it as illusion. So there's some things I understand about this 3D realm. You can get out though. You could transfer. You could travel interdimensionally. I know that's spiritual. We ain't got to get into the spiritual shit. But you Black Americans, y'all better get spiritual. I better get spiritual real quick. Because I don't know how y'all thinking y'all going to take over some system or how you think you about to get in control of this government or anything without that. You out of your damn mind. Ain't giving you shit. Ain't giving you shit. If you're going to go through that, if you're going to go through their way, you're going to have to really grow. Y'all have to grow up, man, and get spiritual and see what they do and how they do it and develop your own way of doing what they do the same way. They built the whole system using the occult. The whole government system. Tricking people. And now that time has come where they cannot do that anymore. And it is kind of vacant. Like it's not so much vacant because people are moving in, but they trying to just switch up the play and you know. But the vision that I have is the vision that I have. I ain't trying to force somebody to see my vision or take on my dreams. But I know that we not supposed to just stay in no motherfucking bottom for no 400 goddamn years. No, that don't even sound right. That's not even how the universe works. Nobody says it's always a pendulum swing. And it stays the same together. You can't just violate the law of rhythm, the law of polarity, the law of correspondence. None of that. No, you can't just do that. Somehow something gonna give. Laws of probability distribution. But if y'all are gonna sit up there and walk around like chickens with your head cut off and thinking that this shit is cute, that you're gonna sit up there and have this government tell you everything that you need to do and all this shit, then fuck it, man. It ain't even worth getting involved with them type of people or being around them type of people. And I hope one day that y'all all see that. I don't care what people say. Oh, you got to blacklist her. You're tired of her. She's doing this. She's doing that. She talks too much. She's been giving out our code. She's been doing that. Look, that you can't kill nobody because they got some sauce that you want. You can't kill nobody because they brilliant. You can't kill nobody because they gonna stand on what the hell they gonna stand on and what the hell they said. And the principles they believe in. Nah. In order for the right things to happen, you got to do the right things, man. And I sat up there and moved all stupid, spent all them years fucking arguing on goddamn Clubhouse and Twitter spaces and shit. And I'm thinking this shit is serious as hell. I was dead ass motherfucking serious. Anybody can read my body of work. I wrote a whole book teaching black people, melanated people globally about military science and frameworks they can use to protect their delineation and ethnicity while building some leverage and alliances. But y'all don't want that because y'all want to follow operatives. They buried all my stuff on purpose because they know it's effective, or else the United States government wouldn't have asked me to help them with their military science. So, and then bury it and add shadow ban on my shit and act like don't nobody know me. But I know for a fact. I could tell by the way. Like sometimes you go on a YouTubers, then you'll send them a cash app or you'll talk, and you could tell by the way that they respond in a way like it's like the familiarity. Like I know for a fact that more people, in a little cults or whatever, that they know exactly who I am. But that's okay. That's okay. But for me, you gotta just focus on yourself. That's what I realized. I'm focusing on myself, focusing on my own divinity, pushing my principles, pushing my line, And that's so be it. I gotta create my own IPU. Now, if anybody else want to come in that IPU, that's great. Or if you want to have questions, ask questions how to do your own. Just ask shit. You don't ask. Well, it is what it is. It is what it is. If you don't ask, but you ain't about to just steal and sit up under a motherfucker and just steal and shit. Hell no. Get the fuck out of here with that. I know I was cussing up a sailor storm. But yes, Black Americans, I already told y'all a year ago that shit was going to happen with that reparation space. I already told y'all in this video right here that's giving you 5 hours talking about military science, talking about building leverage, creating a parallel infrastructure, all types of shit. I already gave it to y'all. I already told y'all that shit was going to happen with that reparation space. I already told y'all that it was a Democratic play. I already told y'all that it was fake. I already told y'all that motherfuckers was selling us out a year ago on May 30th, 2023. So I don't even want to hear it. I'm tired of y'all acting shocked, and I'm Freedman's trying to isolate them losses to just the Congressional Black Caucus or whatever, that legislative Black Caucus in California. And all it was them motherfuckers too, for sure. And anybody that's a free Black American, get your ass from up around there. It's as simple as that. If you ain't under oath, what the fuck you over there for? If you ain't trying to get under oath, what the fuck you over there for? If you authenticate, nigga, link up and let and build your own shit, whatever it is, however up or small. You tell this government what the fuck y'all gonna do, not the other way around. Okay, I got all them government operatives in that damn reparation space. Y'all can't even see it. Whew, good God. You ignore prophecy, and so continue to live under the curse. Do you want to live under the curse? Nothing but shit. We can go another 400 years. We don't give a fuck. But we ain't about to. Y'all ain't about to sit up there and run no social engineering psyop and try to get all Black Americans to be some freedmen and to be some government flunkies that do what the government tell us to do. No, we supposed to be taking over that government. We supposed to be okay. Trump go get in there. You gonna undo all that motherfucking corruption. UNJ, RFK. We gonna pass a lot of things, but that's organic food for Americans. Get rid of all these damn chemicals. Do whatever we got to do. And we got more and more cool policies that I'm thinking of. Shit, we got stuff. Shit, if you think the Republicans, y'all gonna come up with something for them student loans too? And I already got something that I'm thinking about that I'm gonna write up. And I don't know who I'm gonna give it to. Probably just gonna say it on YouTube because I already know that they always watch my shit and they always implement what I'm gonna ask for. So just like the Democrats do, just like the executive order with the AI executive order, I asked for that in September on my YouTube channel, and it happened a month later. So I already know I'm gonna ask for something with this. I want the Republicans to do something very specific with this student loan stuff. That's pretty cool. It's very intricate. One of the chiefs of the FBI came up with the idea for the student loans, and I think it was also another lady, but I want to combine it. I got to study what they're talking about, and I really got to study it. But y'all got to add that too. Now Trump, he ain't got to do that now because I got to carve that out. But when I do it, when I think about it and carve it out, and write it up, y'all take it and run with it. Shit, get it done, because there's a lot of stuff that we got to do. There's a lot of stuff, but we have to set up that infrastructure. So it's easier for us to get in there. They got this shit so gridlocked. They still, I mean, that deep state shit. If y'all ain't dealing with the shadow government, then you ain't gonna get nowhere. What you think this whole thing is about with these Democrats and all this shit fall out? They got them coming out with unity party and all this stuff. And our military, I shout out to our military because they doing the damn thing and y'all can't even see a play, man. Y'all can't see shit. And I do have to say our military is doing a really good job of dealing with some of the shit that's going on in this country. They are. And I ain't gonna say nothing else about it because I ain't trying to step on no toes. I ain't trying to say, oh, I saw this in the spiritual realm, and then I'm giving out some plays or something that could jeopardize national security. So I'm not gonna say nothing else. But I think they're doing a good job. They are. They really are. And they're gonna do more. And we're gonna get rid of all this corruption. All of this corruption. And we will bring down that CIA if they don't want to get their motherfucking shit together. Y'all gonna get on board too. Y'all think I'm playing? Shit. Let me get off of here if I go into my little session. I'm Jenny Dunn. I'm not. I know y'all be thinking that bitch is possessed or something. She be talking like, no, I'm fine. I'm just, look, I know how to. It's interdimensional. That's all I'll say. You don't get shit done without having some proper hecka. That's all I gotta say. But God bless Black Americans. We gonna be fine. We gonna be fine. I come up with all types of shit. Look at this. Look what I said. Okay. So I was coming up with this thing about this playlist for Black Americans. This shit is so dope. I'm actually doing a whole video breakdown on this, but I gotta wait because I've got like some warning on my channel because I was
going so deep about like the occult stuff, and they got mad at me. And so these light codes, we gotta explain what all this stuff is, because I had made these light codes because we were saying obviously for resilience, fortitude, and encouragement. But this is some serious stuff that is a lot of hidden things when it comes to Black Americans in terms of our codes and the way we express our music and everything like that. And so I want to talk about those things. I want to talk about we got the thing is, and it's not going to be everybody, and I ain't trying to get everybody, because I already know like I'm not for everybody, and everybody is not for me. I know I'm not for everybody. And I know people probably think I'm an elitist, and people probably think, oh, you're this, you know. I just don't got time for the bullshit. And I know, you know, I'm just tired of people playing on my top. I'm tired of deception and lies, and it's just, you know, it's just a lot of hurtful shit. And I do admit that out, you know, on those levels, that it's up to me to do that healing. Ain't nobody gonna admit that they did wrong. Ain't nobody gonna apologize. Ain't nobody gonna admit that they, you know what I mean? So that's not on them to do that. That's on me to do that work. And so there's a lot of frustration and healing that I have to do. There's a lot of healing I have to do, and there's a lot of frustration that I have. But nonetheless, Black Americans, you know, I'm crafting things out frequency wise. I know how this system works. I know how planet Earth is a plane of dimension. Many of you know that. But what I'm disturbed at is like I don't know, like, are you guys like under an oath or something? I don't know. It's just weird how like I just don't want to believe that people could be that oblivious, or just I just don't want to believe that. I just don't want to. I'm like, dude, our people know this stuff, and they scared or something, or they're keeping it. They're just scared to just move or something. I don't know, or maybe they just, you know, they have been told. If it's me, you know, again, they already had the shadow ban. They already have put my stuff in databases and put my stuff in that Masonic watch list, blacklist, and they know that they are lying. They know that what they have done, and they know, and so I guess they've told all the Black Americans, okay, we can't interact with her or whatever, because I called out some operatives. I know for a fact it'll be so obvious eventually about everything it's going to just be so obvious to the average person. It'll be very obvious. It'll be very, very obvious one day about everything I said about this system, this government, the way things run, the prophecies. It will all make sense in the end. It will all make sense in the end. But if you can't tackle this I'm not telling people to go practice a religion or go pray or something. I'm talking about to actively fight back interdimensionally against these motherfuckers. I can literally prove that everything that I have asked for when it comes to this administration has been done. Even within my own life, I had to fight. When I wanted an earthquake, I had to get, you know, I've seen shit. I know how this stuff works. When I needed to develop my own inner power, when I wanted it to rain, when I wanted it to thunder, when I needed money, when I needed whatever. I don't really do manifestations for money that much. I used to, but it's just, I don't know. I would just want to be content. You know what I mean? But and I don't want to chase things so hard. But yeah, when you want something, you want it. You have to do it through the mental plane, and these people know that, and they dicking our people around. Like, you cannot be that simple. And I don't know. I'll just focus on myself. That's what I'll say. Fuck it. I'm just gonna build this stuff out, and use it for myself, because I know that my ancestors always got my back, and I know that I have so many Black American spirits. I have so many, and they be showing me little things they be doing. They in the dreams they be coming to me. You should see, man. You should see they because they're kind of like children to me, because I'm such an old soul. I'm such an old soul. So there are Black American spirits that I know be looking out. You know, that I seen the way they react. You know, even if I be seeing them when I'm intact, they be them Black American spirits. They come in my dreams. They show me what they did to somebody. They're like, we told you, you better not mess with her. You don't mess with our collar. You don't mess with our mother. That's how they say. It ain't funny. But sometimes they're like children to me. These Black American spirits, even if they're older ones, they're very wise and very intelligent. It's just that their innocence and their nature.
You know, I'm not talking about so you know the innocent because I have levels. I have egregores. I have egregores of different legions of energies that protect me. But I do know the Black American spirits. And I'm not saying I be conjuring up or going to do practice. I don't practice necromancy. I'm not judging anybody that does at all, right? That's just not my thing. That's like how you know how people got the gift of mediumship. They actually see, you know, the dead and all that. I don't have that gift. And to be honest, while I respect people that have that gift, I don't want that one. That's one of the ones I had asked not to have before I even came down here on planet Earth. As like before, you know, actually being born. I didn't want that one. Mm-mm. I ain't gonna hold you because I just know how that they had already set up where they was locking. Anytime somebody sees something spiritual, we already knew that they was locking up motherfuckers and all types of shit and doing fucked up stuff to people who got that gift. They do horrific stuff to people who can see spirits. They do, and so I said, well, let's not give me that one. But I had friends that could see stuff and they were very accurate. I remember I had a friend. She told me we were little ass kids, and she said she keeps seeing a little black boy that's around 8 years old. He was like 8. She said, yeah, he keep coming in my bathroom when I'm taking a bath. And he's showing me that he died in the bathtub. And I'm looking like, what the fuck are you talking about? And come to find out, they asked the previous, she told her mother, and her mother did the research on it. Her mother, you know, actually went and contacted, you know, the previous people on it. And do you know that was actually true? I had another friend who said that a little white baby had came to him with a glow and also came to him and was telling him that he stayed in that house and he died in that house. And sure enough, there was a little boy, white baby that had died in that house that he was staying in. You know, so there are people that could really see those things. There are people that are born with that. They didn't go and take, you know, so that's why, you know, when people be saying, oh, that's the devil, oh, you should be getting involved with that. That girl was 8 years old seeing that. We were like, he was young as fuck. We were talking about 10, 11, 12, and she telling me all the stories of things she could see in the spirit she could see. That's something that was given to somebody else, a gift. She was able to see that. And it was accurate like that too, where a little boy did really die in that house. And she was able to see that. I grew up with Black Americans telling me stuff all the time. Black Americans that was telling me they were seeing shadow people. They were seeing shadow people. And then they come to find that there were strongholds in that particular area. There's a bunch of drug dealing in that area, and they were seeing shadow people. And I remember the girl, she was like, I was so scared. Like, I remember growing up in here, and her name was Tanya. She was sleeping on her couch, and she said she just saw shadow people, like just you know, walking past, and she was sleeping on the couch. She said she just tried to turn her head and not look at it, but she could see that. So, yeah, you know, I'm not judging anybody that do necromancy. I just, you know, this is not my thing. You know, I don't have the gift of mediumship either. And there are people that is a real thing, and there are people that have that, and so I would never disrespect, you know, what people can do. So I say that to say because I don't see spirits, and I don't conjure them up or work with them or go to the graveyard. I don't do nothing like that. They do come to me, and I did come in with a bunch of them. I did because we already knew we was doing recognizance. We already knew we was doing shit on this planet, so I had to come in here like that. And when they want to reveal themselves in a dream, they are allowed to do that. Now they can reveal themselves in a dream. But you ain't allowed to just pop up in my motherfucking space, and and just you know how you know that ain't for me. And that was the rule that I set, and that's the rule. You ain't now. You could be around and I can't see your motherfucking ass. That's one thing. There's spirits around you all the time, and you just can't see them. But as far as revealing itself, a couple of there was a couple of accidents. There was 2 accidents, and I felt like they was oh shit, you know, that type of thing. But no, I don't. But them Black American spirits they show me, and Black American, they be telling me like, we ain't let nothing happen to our mother. It's so funny in them dreams. And like, it is what it is. But you know, time tells all. We'll see where they gonna get with this reparation shit. From what I'm saying, or whatever, from what I'm seeing, these niggas is full of it, and they know what they did, and they playing games. Everybody playing games, and so it's not. You know, they got all these. You see all these rooms now. Now everybody trying to shift the blame. No, ain't nobody gonna do. You know, so we'll see. And if there's righteous Black people that are in these spaces, and it's really far people, God bless you, and continue to God bless you, and continue to do your work or whatever you're going to do in whatever capacity that you see fit, in whatever capacity, in a way that you know how to. And even if you don't want to do anything, you know, God bless you. Some people just want to live their fucking life. They ain't got time to be trauma bonding and fighting this fucking government. This shit is no joke. This shit is no joke. They ain't got time to be sitting there getting hit with fucking DEWs and secret societies coming after your motherfucking ass, and then everybody act dumb and play stupid like they don't know what the fuck going on. Hell no, that ain't for everybody. Shit, I already lived through it, so I don't even give a fuck anymore because I already went through the worst of it. I mean, you don't get that bad when you out there on the streets calling all your family members, begging them to sleep in their motherfucking backyard because they hit in your house with some goddamn DDW. You can't stay inside. You don't get when you're cracking when your ass so painful where they done scrambled your motherfucking brain and you can't even, it's the government doing that and they trying to find a way, and it's the CIA and they trying to find a way to discredit you because you don't saw shit, you can see shit that everybody else can't see. They're not even playing fair. That's a violation, and that's why all that shit blew back on them, because you're not even playing against you violating now. Now because when you get desperate, you get sloppy. Desperation, you get sloppy. You know, that's happens. That's a rule to remember. Don't get don't ever be desperate, because that's when you get sloppy, and that's when you make rash. You don't be thinking. You're not thinking. Or even fear. Don't have no fear too, because I had a lot of fear, and that also fucks you up from your decision making. Having fear will have you in panic mode, and you're not thinking straight because you're so fearful, and then you're hyper vigilant, and you can't detect the difference between a threat and, you know what I mean? Like, you have to be careful with it. You got to manage fear. Have no fear. If you ask me, have no fear. Don't let nobody tell you that you need to fear nothing. You don't need to fear nothing. And don't ever be desperate. I'm telling you, you'll be more sharp, more thorough. And I'm telling you now, they got sloppy. See, I had a lot of fear, and they got sloppy, so they were getting desperate, and I was able to catch them and shit. And I had a lot of fear, so they was able to fuck with me too in a lot of ways, especially in 2022 when I know God told me they about to, if you don't do what I told you to do, and you sit up there and go and fighting against, like in this occult battle, like fighting, instead of doing what I told you to do, when they gonna tag your ass, they gonna be able, because you're gonna be a vibrational match. Don't be a vibrational match. And I ain't even listen. I'm just like, oh, fuck this. It's all this anger and all this fear and panic. That shit is real. You feel somebody literally trying to hijack your motherfucking consciousness. Hell no, man. Hell fucking no. Laugh now, cry later. I know I was hard on people. I don't mean no harm to nobody. I just be talking some shit. I be talking my shit, but I'm harmless as a motherfucker unless I'm attacked. Now, if you come for me, IIMS team, take these motherfuckers out. Take GI, just go ahead and do what you got to do. We fighting interdimensionally. I know the back and I got, and I'm like, we not playing that. And they're not playing that. When we said Saturn is on this bitch, y'all conjured up Saturn. Y'all just thought that Saturn was one thing, and it's not. It's as simple as that. You didn't understand it. So you just don't conjure up shit. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You was a little ass kid in our eyes. All of you humans are like little ass babies. Seriously. And so don't you sit up there, conjure up and willing spirits and all this thing. You don't know what the fuck y'all doing. Opening portals, opening CERN and shit. I know what the fuck you was doing. So now you got to deal with it. But yeah, we believe in righteousness. I don't know what the fuck y'all thought. Truth, love, and righteousness is the habitation of my throne. Mercy, love, and go before my face. That's what the fuck we believe. So I don't know what the fuck y'all thought. Sorry. Y'all thought y'all was going to usher in the Antichrist and the demons and the legions of hell and keep fucking with these kids and all this shit. No, we don't do that. We don't believe in that. We never did. We observed. And there was octaves of Saturn. There's octaves of Saturn. There's octaves of all the things that you guys get into. There's octaves of Yeshua. There's octaves of Lucifer. There's octaves. There's polarities of the same spectrum of these fucking beings. That's why Jesus was calling himself the morning star. Who else was calling themselves the morning star? But it's a code for electronegativity, for going from phosphorus to fluorine. Because fluorine is more it's more electromagnetic. It has more light. We go into a higher octave. That's all we doing on this fucking planet. You can get with the program or kick fucking rocks, but we do things spiritually. We don't do things. We gonna merge this politics with this esoteric sciences and with this nobility, with this monarchy, and with this oligarchy. We gonna bridge this shit all together, and it's gonna be in a way that benefits planet Earth and in ties with the universal laws. You wanted to mimic Egypt. Egypt is shit. They switched their shit. They don't tell you that at one point that's why Egypt fell, because they got into some bullshit they had no business doing either. Sure did. They got into some bullshit they had no business doing. So the ancestors take your motherfucking ass out too. And they failed. They had their shit conquered, but they was practicing shit that y'all don't even understand. Y'all tell y'all supposed. We'll get into it in tomorrow's video. I'm gonna do a video on esoteric studies. We gotta break that shit down because I'm telling you, this country is moving from Conetian and they doing something different, and they trying to tap into the bloodlines to get it done. Do they have those bloodlines? Yes and no. The stipulations. It's stipulations. We not playing with y'all motherfuckers. Y'all not about to out here. We doing all this unrighteous stuff. To each other and to this planet, and that this government is gonna get its act together too. We tired of the corruption, so we want justice, and we want happiness and peace. Let me get my black ass off of here. Black Americans, keep your head up. We'll think of something somewhere somehow. Don't keep walking around in a circle and thinking. Don't keep doing the same thing and thinking you will get a different result. Don't keep walking around in a circle. Don't let anybody dick you around. Don't have no fear. Remember, have zero fear, and don't be desperate. And don't get sloppy. Keep your head on a swivel. Think high vibrationally. Look at yourself as a soul. Think of yourself as one with God, and you're gonna be fine. God will carry us through. Our ancestors carry us through. But don't be so involved with that stuff. Push your own line and do it from the organic way that you initially wanted it, like the organic way that you initially thought of it when we was just like, how do we do this reparation stuff? How do we come together with lineage and ethnicity and delineation and carving our culture, like celebrating our culture, celebrating happiness, celebrating our beauty. Think about those things. Think about those things. Yep, let me get off of here. Talk to you later, guys. Love you. Let me make sure this is still playing because I do know they be fucking with my stuff. Okay, let me just make sure because I'm about to end this, but I'm literally getting a signal. Let me actually show you guys so you don't think I'm just making this up. Look, I can't share this? Oh, wow. Now I took a screenshot of it. I could share it, but it says your browser has lost connection. So you know what I mean? So like, I got to make sure that this is still playing. Let's see. Okay. I guess it is still going, but I wish I could show. I can't even share. You know, I'm broadcasting off of a different service, but it doesn't allow me to share this. That's weird. But it says it has like a thing on there that says you lost connection. Restart your browser. Okay. But anyways, let me end this shit. God bless everybody. Love you.